Clipper Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of We Tell No One by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Deirdre Whelan, Francesca Waite, and Jennifer Ness. Prologue. Airports are full of all kinds of people. The young and the old, the excited and the nervous, pilots to passengers, burly baggage handlers to chatty cabin crew, the innocent and the guilty. There are few places on earth where the need to weed out the criminals from the common folk is so imperative, but airports are one of those places. Between the body scanners and the passport checks, not to mention the cameras that see everything, there are few places as well designed to uphold the law as the place where people go to fly away on their holidays. But it has to be that way. The risks are simply too great for it not to be. But it's not just the threat of terrorism that makes airports so secure. There are other types of criminals out there too, and they are less interested in blowing up a plane as they are in using it to hitch a ride across a border or two. Airport security staff have to be continually on the lookout for any nefarious types who are trying to flee a particular country to evade the law, wherever it may be that they broke it. But how do they spot these people? Not every criminal is on a most wanted list, and it's not as if those who are in trouble like to walk around wearing a t-shirt that tells everybody who sees it that its owner is a troublemaker. No, most criminals are more subtle than that. They are hard to spot, and they have to be that way to deceive the officials at the airport so they can board their plane and get out of there. Take this busy scene, for instance. Faro International Airport, situated in the heart of Portugal's Algarve region, is just as crowded as any other airport at this time of year. The summer months see holidaymakers from all over Europe descend on the airport to soak up some of the sun that blesses this part of the world. The three women sitting on the seats at Gate 14 were no different. They had come here for the good weather, and they had got it during their short stay, but now it was time to go home. And that was why they were waiting for the boarding call for Flight 273 to London, which was due to take off in just under an hour's time. To the casual observer, they would have looked unremarkable. Just three women in their late 30s, a little sunburnt and a little tired, but otherwise nothing special. To overhear them would have revealed that they all spoke English and had Kent accents, but they weren't saying much at this particular time. They were simply staring at the gate door and waiting for it to open. Nobody at Gate 14 knew it yet, but they were in the presence of three criminals. Those Englishwomen who were sitting so quietly and keeping themselves to themselves were not as average and ordinary as it seemed. They were actually quite remarkable, and the things they had got up to while on their holiday would have been of great interest to not only the Portuguese police, but the wider public in general, both here and at home. Of course, the three women had no intention of sharing their story with anybody. They only wanted to get on their plane, get home, and try and forget about what had happened on this ill-fated weekend they had experienced. It had started off as a simple hen-do, a small affair, no fuss, a quick flight from Gatwick, a couple of days of cheap drinks under a clear blue sky, and then back home to get ready for the wedding that was scheduled for the end of the month. It should have been as simple as that. But now things would never be simple again. Each of the three women knew that they would be returning from Portugal, having changed from the people they were before they had landed here. Nothing would be the same after this trip. The guilt would see to that. But all three also knew that they would happily take the guilt in exchange for getting away with what they knew to be true. Remorse and regret were not good, but it was far better than more tangible things like handcuffs, prison cells, and several years away from their loved ones back home. Guilt they could live with, but getting caught? Not so much. That's why they kept staring at the gate door. They just wanted it to open so they could make their way through it and get onto that plane. They knew they would be okay as soon as it took off. The police here would have a harder time questioning them if they were 1,400 miles away in London, that was for sure. But for now, they remained on Portuguese soil, and as long as that was the case, they knew they weren't safe from prosecution. Every minute of that final hour before takeoff was a painful one. But the three women almost leapt out of their seats when the boarding call eventually came. Some of the other passengers needed an extra few minutes to gather up their belongings and get their paperwork organised before approaching the airline employee at the gate. But not the three women. They were more than ready, and as they approached the woman with their passports and boarding passes in hand, they knew this was the final hurdle they had to overcome to get out of here. The first to try her luck was the owner of the passport, which was looking almost as tatty as the person holding it. She handed it over for inspection, before doing her best to look like she wasn't nervous about the outcome, and she waited while it was examined. The photo was checked, as was the name on the passport, Angela Mortimer. Was everything okay? Yes, at least it was for Angela anyway, because she was waved through. But she was still worried for her friends behind her, so she lingered at the open gate door to make sure they got through as well. Next up to run the gauntlet was the owner of the passport that held all sorts of weird and wonderful stamps from many far-flung countries such as Sri Lanka, Thailand, and India. This passport holder had certainly travelled in her time. But then again, she had married a fun-seeking man in her early 30s, so jet-setting had not been a problem for her. What had been a problem had been the divorce she had recently gone through, and the fact that those glamorous holidays very much seemed to be a thing of the past. But that wasn't important. All this passport holder wanted to do was go home, and who knows, with how she was feeling right now, she might just lock herself away at home for the rest of her days and never go anywhere else again. Maya Woods. Sexy. Sassy. But today? Simply sheepish. She held her breath until she was allowed through too, and she only exhaled once she was beside Angela at the gate. 2 down, 1 to go. Turning back, Maya was now watching the final member of the party handing over her passport, and this person was the reason this trip to Portugal had happened in the first place. Jane Hargreaves, the bride-to-be, the hen, and the last of the trio to give the Portuguese police a chance to catch up with them for questioning. Would she make it through and join her friends on the other side? It was touch and go for a moment, as the airline official spent an inordinate amount of time examining this latest passport to be put into her possession. But all was well in the end, and as Jane rushed towards the gate, it was clear that all 3 women were being allowed to board. It was time to get out of here. It was time to go home. And it was time for the 3 women to stick to the simple vow they had made to one another back at the hotel, just before they had checked out quickly and hightailed it to the airport. We tell no one.
2 days earlier. Chapter 1. Angela. A hen do overseas. Sounds fun, right? In theory, yes, but in reality, it's not as simple as throwing a few things into a bag, heading to the airport, and savouring that first glass of champagne. For a start, I'm a wife and a mother, so just getting the time to pack is not a sure thing. Mum, come and look what Charlie did. The invitation from my 8-year-old daughter Rosie to go and inspect whatever damage my 6-year-old son might have just done to our property is hardly an appealing one. I don't have time for this. I have a plane to catch. Sorry, I really need to finish packing. Can you show your father? I hate passing the responsibility to Declan, my partner, but he's going to be the one in charge around here this weekend. So you might as well get started now. No, he's in the toilet. I have to show you. I roll my eyes because it's not uncommon for Declan to lock himself in the bathroom when things get noisy around here. He pretends that he is taking care of an urgent bodily function, but I know he is really just sitting on the toilet seat reading football news on his phone and generally trying to stay out of the way of the kids for as long as he can. He's not a bad dad. He's just worn out, as am I, which is why I could do with a long weekend away from parental duties. But at present, I'm very much in danger of not being ready in time to get on that plane to Portugal. Just give me 5 minutes. I try as I fold a cardigan and place it into my suitcase, The one that already holds a couple of dresses, several pairs of shoes, most of which I won't need, but you can never be too careful, and what I hope is enough sun cream to protect my pale skin from the Algarve sun over these next few days.
No, Mum, it has to be now.
Why?
Because it does.
Trying to reason with Rosie has never been an easy task, and I know I've got more chance of getting ready quicker in the long term if I just concede defeat sooner in the short term. Fine. Show me what your brother has done. I follow Rosie as she skips excitedly out of my bedroom, and she takes me all the way into her brother's room before pointing at something on the wall. It's a big black mark, but that's about as much as I know at this point. What is it? I ask as Rosie continues to point at it like it's a prize exhibit in a museum. I suppose it is to her, because she always gets very excited when she has the chance to show me something that she thinks might get her brother in trouble.
Charlie threw my dolly against the wall, and look what it did.
Okay, so he scuffed the wall a little. It's not ideal, but it's hardly the crime of the century. He's done far worse things in this house in his short life. Blocking the bathroom sink with toilet roll and leaving the tap running so that the bowl overflowed last month springs to mind. Okay, well, he shouldn't have done that.
Are you going to tell him off?
Yes, but not right now. I need to get ready.
No, do it now.
I will have a word with him shortly. I just don't have the time at the minute.
This isn't fair. He always gets away with things.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. I hate him.
Rosie is off on another one of her tantrums, the kind she has displayed several times ever since she went from being an only child to having to share this house with a younger sibling. Declan and I have tried to understand that while our children love each other most of the time, there will always be a rivalry that exists between them too while they are young, and that usually manifests itself in one of them wanting to get the other in trouble. But not today. Or at least it can be someone else's turn to be the bad guy. Go and get your father, I tell Rosie as I leave the room and scurry back to my suitcase.
I told you he's in the toilet.
Well, bang on the door until he gets out. Rosie seems to like that suggestion, and it doesn't take her long to do just that, making me slightly regret what I said because I know that Declan will be cursing under his breath now that his moment of peace has been ruined. But I don't get to hide in the bathroom all day, so why should he? I return to my packing after making a very nervous check on the time, and the next thing on my to-do list is making sure I have enough makeup to get me through the weekend. I can't take too much because we're only taking carry-on luggage onto the plane in the form of a smaller suitcase each, rather than the full-size suitcase I would be more comfortable going with, but that's simply to save time when we land in Faro. Skipping the barrage carousel will mean we can get to our hotel quicker, and time is precious because the weekend will whiz by in the blink of an eye, and we'll all have returned to our busy lives at home before we know it. I had my qualms about going overseas for such a short amount of time, suggesting that we should perhaps have this hen do somewhere in the UK instead. There are plenty of picturesque cottages in the countryside that could have hosted us, and I had my own hen do in one just like it almost a decade ago. But it wasn't up to me. The bride-to-be got to choose where we went, and she said she wanted to go somewhere warm and sunny. That ruled out the UK, because nobody can count on the weather being nice here, so that's why we plumped for Portugal. It's only a 2-hour flight away, and the plane tickets were cheap, making it a viable option. The hen seemed happy with my suggestion, so I booked our seats and a hotel, and now it's time to go. Or at least it would be if I could get my damn suitcase zipped up. I can hear my husband telling our daughter off for banging on the bathroom door as I stubbornly refuse to be beaten by my overpacked piece of luggage, but I'm just starting to think that I might have to reluctantly remove a pair of shoes when Declan enters the bedroom behind me. Is that all you're taking? Yes. We're packing light, remember? That must explain why you're about to break that suitcase. I ignore Declan's quip and keep pulling on the zipper, but it's no good. I need his help, so I step away from it and gesture for him to have a go at getting it fastened. "I think you might need to take something out," he says as he approaches my baggage on the bed. "Not an option," I warn him before going over to the window and glancing outside for a sign of the taxi that should be here any minute now. Declan does a better job than me of getting the suitcase zipped up, but he's still not happy about me going away and leaving him with the kids for a weekend, and he makes it known again before I have a chance to leave the room. "I'm not sure how I'm going to manage with these two by myself." "You'll be fine. They'll settle down soon. If not, just take them to the park." "It's raining." "Then take them to the cinema." "And ruin the movie for everyone else there? You know they won't stay quiet for that long." "I'm sure you'll think of something to do. I manage it when you're away with your friends." "I've not been away for ages." "Oh, please. You've had 2 golfing holidays this year, and you've got that stag do in Berlin in October." "But I have to go to that. I'm the best man." "And I have to go to this one." "Do you? I mean, it's not really a proper hen do, is it? There's only 3 of you going." "Don't say that. She just doesn't have many friends." "Yeah, and I wonder why. Because she's weird." I'm not having this argument now, so I grab my suitcase and pull it off the bed, although I almost break my wrist in doing so. It's a lot heavier than I anticipated, and Declan gives me a wry smile when he sees me struggling. "Are you going to be okay with that?" he asks me smugly, already aware of the answer. "I'll be fine. Just help me get it downstairs to the front door." Declan picks up the suitcase with a lot more ease than I did, and he carries it downstairs to where Rosie and Charlie have gathered by the door to find out what is going on now. "Mummy is going to the airport," their daddy tells them, "and I'll be going to the lunatic asylum once she has left." I can't help but smile at my husband's joke as I follow him downstairs, before reaching for my handbag and double-checking that I have my passport and purse in there. "I'll be back before you know it," I say to them all as I check my possessions. "You'll hardly know I'm gone."
"But I don't want you to go,"
Charlie cries as he hugs my left leg, probably hoping that will be enough to persuade me to stay.
"I don't want you to go either,"
Rosie chips in as she wraps her arms around my waist, meaning it's pretty much impossible for me to move at all now, with these 2 little leeches hanging off me. Declan decides to throw himself into the mix too, and he puts his arms over my shoulders and pulls me in for a kiss, pretending to be just as clingy and needy as our children below us. I wriggle and pretend to resist all the affection, but I'm really loving the fact that all my family members love me and need me so much, and I do wish I could stay here and have the weekend with them. I really do. But I have to go. Now. The sound of the car horn out on the street tells me that my taxi is here, and I manage to uncoil myself from the various limbs of my loved ones before grabbing my suitcase and heading for the door.
"I'll see you all soon,"
I cry as I get the door open with my right hand, while feeling like my left hand is being ripped from my body by the weight of my luggage.
"Miss you, Mummy. I want to go with you."
"Don't leave me." That last cry came from Declan, and I turn and give him a smile before stepping outside and seeing the taxi waiting for me at the top of the driveway. I spot the driver behind the wheel, as well as my best friend Maya sitting on the back seat, and it already looks like she has a glass of champagne in her hand. This isn't her hen do, but I had a feeling she was going to celebrate like it was, because I think she's needed a weekend away even more than I have.
"Okay, I love you all. You make sure you're well behaved for Daddy, okay?"
I quickly kiss and hug Rosie and Charlie one last time, before assuring my husband that he will be fine without me for the next few days. But he doesn't look so sure, and I can't help but laugh at his hangdog expression as he wishes me a safe flight and tells me to text him just as soon as I land. The taxi driver is a gentleman and gets out from behind the wheel to open the boot and lift my luggage into the back of the car, allowing me to take my place on the back seat alongside Maya, who wastes no time in furnishing me with my own glass of champagne. Then all that is left to do is close my car door to drown out the noise coming from my little ones, before I wave my family goodbye and look ahead to what will hopefully be a very relaxing few days in the sun. If only I'd known what was coming. I'd have gladly leapt out of that taxi then and ran back into my house to be with my loved ones. But I didn't know. And neither did the woman sitting beside me.
Chapter 2, Maya. Right, time for a top-up. It's only been 10 minutes since this taxi picked me up, but I'm already reaching for the champagne bottle again and pouring my second glass of the morning. Make sure you save some for Jane. It is her hen do after all, Angela tells me after she has finished waving her family goodbye. There's plenty, and we can always have another drink at the airport. I refill my glass, before politely asking the driver to turn the music up a little more. I'm sure he's already sick of me, but he is an obliging host and does as I say, increasing the volume and doing his bit to get the party started here. Lord knows it needs all the help it can get, because while I love a hen do as much as the next girl, this one is different. For a start, there's only 3 of us going on it, which is a little weird and very different to my own hen do that took place back when I was 30. There were 16 of us on that, and even then, several of my other friends had been unable to make it. It's certainly a far cry from this hen do, but that's not the only reason it's a little strange. It's also strange because, as far as me and the hen herself go, we're hardly good friends anyway. I only know Jane through Angela, and even then, we've barely met a handful of times, so I was more than a little surprised when I found out I had been invited on this weekend. I was even more surprised when I was asked to be a bridesmaid too. My first thought had been to say no to both invitations because that seemed like the sensible thing to do. But can a woman say no if another woman asks her to be a bridesmaid? It's supposed to be an honour, so I had to reluctantly go along with it, if only to spare the bride's feelings. But I was hoping to talk my way out of having to go on the hen do, and I presumed my declining of the invite would go unnoticed amongst the other responses from the many other attendees. But then Angela had told me that there was only me and her who had been invited, and that I had to say yes because Jane didn't have any other friends to ask. I was surprised by that, not because I ever thought Jane was popular by any stretch of the imagination, but I had assumed she knew more than a couple of people. Alas, I was wrong, and it was at that point that I had 2 choices. I could either shrug my shoulders, say it wasn't my fault that she had no friends, and still say I wasn't going to go, or I could do the kind thing and accept the invite, if only to make Jane feel a little better about herself. The fact I am sitting in the back of this taxi sipping champagne while on the way to pick Jane up on our way to the airport is evidence of which option I went with. But that still doesn't mean I'm particularly happy about it. I really wish this was just a one-night thing somewhere local, I say as the driver brings us to a stop at a red light. It'll be fun. Will it? I eyeball Angela sceptically across the back seat as our driver gets us moving again. You have to make an effort, my friend tells me. It might seem like a hassle for you, but this is a big weekend for Jane. People only get one hen do. I notice her grimace almost as soon as the words have left her mouth, and I know why. It's because she has just put her proverbial foot in it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... It's okay, don't worry about it. I take another mouthful of champagne to try and reinforce that I'm fine, even though I'm not and haven't been ever since my ex-husband told me he was leaving me. How are things with you? Angela asks, still having barely touched any of her own drinks since she joined me in the back of this taxi. We haven't caught up for a while. Are things a little better now? I've stopped crying myself to sleep, if that's what you mean. Maya, please. I'm being serious. So am I. I'm doing fine now. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, would I? I suppose not. There you go then. So don't be checking up on me every 5 minutes this weekend because I don't need you to. Okay? Angela can see that I'm serious, so she shrugs and guarantees that she won't keep asking me how I'm doing during the next few days. But of course, I'm not okay. Not really. I'm still a mess inside, even if it has been a year since my ex, Oliver, broke my heart by telling me he had met someone else and wanted to start divorce proceedings as soon as possible. To say it came as a shock would be an understatement. And I'd actually been thinking about going out to the shops for some furniture for one of our spare bedrooms when he had come home and dropped his bombshell. There I was, trying to decide whether to go with 2 wardrobe units in the bedroom or 1, while he had been running around town with some slapper who clearly hadn't been bothered about the fact that he already had a wedding ring on his finger. A ring that I had helped pick out for him. I've been struggling ever since, and even though I got a decent amount of cash from him once the lawyers had got to work separating our assets, I'm still a long way from the position I thought I would be in as I approached 40. Single, back on the shelf, and likely to stay there for quite some time. Okay, so it might not be that bad. I get plenty of attention from guys because while I'm a mess on the inside, I also make sure to keep up appearances on the outside. But I don't have the energy to start again. Dating, getting to know somebody, putting myself out there to potentially have my heart stamped all over one more time. It's safer to just stay by myself now, even if being by myself is what is making me feel so down. It certainly doesn't make it easier when I see Angela doing so well with her family. I'm happy for her because she is a dear friend, but seeing her waving off her handsome husband and 2 beautiful little children a moment ago was a stab to the heart, because that should have been the kind of thing I got to do whenever I left my own house. As it is, I'm now the kind of person who glugs her way through a bottle of champagne because there will be nobody waiting for me back home when I eventually return at the end of this weekend with a sorry hangover and a little less money in my bank account. It's also hard to be on a hen-do because such an occasion only occurs when there is a wedding on the horizon. Jane's upcoming nuptials does nothing but serve as another reminder to me of what I've lost. And that's yet another reason why I'm not thrilled to be a part of this event. I could be at home now, drinking by myself and scoffing chocolates while watching a Bridget Jones movie, a character I have become extremely fond of over this past year, even though she's not real. I wish she was, though, because she would certainly understand me. I hope Declan's going to be okay with the kids, Angela says, snapping me out of my pity party. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's a big boy. You didn't see how nervous he looked when I kissed him goodbye. Well, he'll have to cope because you deserve some time off. I suppose. There's no suppose about it. You dedicate your life to those children, but you need to remind yourself who you were before they came along, if only for a weekend. That's what Portugal is all about. I thought it was all about giving Jane a good send-off into married life. Oh, yeah. Well, there's that as well. I noticed the taxi driver slyly tried to turn the volume of the radio down, but I remind him who is paying for this fare, and he takes his hand off the dial quickly once I have, ensuring the volume stays on the right side of party atmosphere. Now, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but I'm going to anyway, just to be safe, Angela says over the music. I don't want you offering any opinions about how Jane and Mark met. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't say anything about their circumstances when they first got together and what you think it might mean in the future. I'm not stupid. No, but you can be a little too honest when you've had a few drinks. So I'm just telling you now not to say anything that might upset Jane, okay? Yes, Mum. Angela doesn't appreciate me calling her that, but then again, I don't like it when she talks to me like I'm a child. But I know her heart is in the right place. She's just making sure I don't say anything that will make this weekend awkward. Or at least any more awkward than it is already going to be. What Angela is referring to is the fact that I have sometimes offered my opinion on Jane's husband-to-be, and when I have, it has not always been well received. Basically, Jane's relationship with her fiancé started while he was still married to someone else. Essentially, Jane was the other woman for the first few months before Mark finally did the right thing and left his wife to be with her. Of course, it hadn't escaped me that Jane's new man had pretty much done the same thing as what my ex had done to me, just in a different order. And I might have made that point clear one evening while we were all having a drink in a wine bar in town. I basically told Jane that she could never trust a man who cheated to be with her, because what was stopping him from finding someone else to cheat with again once they were together? Needless to say, Jane didn't like that observation, and we had a bit of an argument about it, one that only really got resolved in a friendly way thanks to Angela stepping in and de-escalating the situation. I should have been more subtle in making my point because I was genuinely only saying it because I was trying to look out for Jane and her feelings. But we were on the second bottle of wine by that point, so I didn't exactly manage it well. It's actually a small miracle she still counts me as a friend after that. Although I've since learned she doesn't have that many friends to count, so here I am, going on her hen-do even after telling her that I wasn't convinced that her man was the right person for her to be in a relationship with. It's just up here on the right, Angela says, and I look out through the windscreen to see that we have arrived on Jane's street and are approaching her home now. The taxi driver brings us to a stop at the right address, and I tell him to beep his horn again so that Jane knows we are here. But Angela says she is happy to go and get her, and she encourages me to go to the front door too, reminding me to grab the pink bride-to-be sash and the balloon as we go. I sigh before doing as I'm told, and as I follow Angela out of the taxi, I'm very much feeling like this is going to be a long weekend. A trip to Portugal should be fun, yet it doesn't quite feel like it will be. But who knows? Maybe I am wrong. Maybe this will be a brilliant weekend after all. It can't be that bad, can it?
Chapter 3. Jane. I'm grateful to be getting married. I know it's a blessing that I have found a man who loves me and wants to be with me for the rest of our lives. I certainly don't take it for granted, and I can't wait to walk down the aisle at the end of the month. I've spent enough time being single to now appreciate being in a relationship, that's for sure. But I'm almost more grateful for the fact that I'm getting to have a hen-do before I make my vows on my big day. That's because, as uneventful as my love life has often been throughout the majority of adulthood, my social life has been even more non-existent. I've never had many friends, although I'm not quite sure why. I like to think that I'm polite, friendly, and easy to get along with, although I'm also aware that I don't get to decide on what other people think of me. I try my best at all times, but ultimately people will take me how they find me, not how I wish to be found. The fact that I've never been able to count on the support of other women my age suggests that I've not always been perceived in the best light. But at least I have Angela. She has been my friend since we met at school, and considering she is the only person I still talk to from that time, she is my best friend now. We got chatting in PE, that awful class that occurred every Wednesday morning, in which the pupils had to either run around the sports field for an hour or play some type of ball game, be it netball, hockey or tennis. I was languishing at the back during a rainy lap of the sports pitches, watching my much fitter classmates jogging ahead of me, when I noticed I had company at the rear. There was another girl who was clearly struggling to keep up, and when we made eye contact, we shared an exhausted smile. This was Angela, and she ended up becoming the only friend I had at school. But I knew I wasn't the only friend she had. Angela was always popular, although I could never quite figure out exactly why that was. It wasn't for a lack of trying, because I was constantly searching for that magic set of characteristics that might increase my odds of growing my social circle. But I could never do it. From observation, I noted that Angela was chatty without being overbearing, she was polite without being too nice, and she was confident without being arrogant. She seemed to just have the perfect balance of things, and that must have been why she was always surrounded by other people. Whereas for me, I felt like I was constantly alone and out of sync, always overcompensating for something, or trying to cover up a deficiency in some other area. Needless to say, I got quite attached to Angela, and looking back on it, it's a minor miracle I didn't push her away with how keen I was to be her friend. But perhaps she has always been too nice to ever tell me to leave her alone. And besides, I'm just one of many people circulating in her orbit. I guess I'm not as big a deal for her as she is for me. But I'm super grateful that I have managed to stay in touch with her over all these years, because without her, I would definitely not be getting ready to have a hen do today. My bag is already packed, and I've been standing by the window for the past 20 minutes, keeping a lookout over the street for any sign of the taxi that is coming to pick me up. I know that Angela will be in it when it arrives here, as will Maya, my other friend, although I have to use the term much more loosely when it comes to her. We're nowhere near as close, although it's not for a lack of trying on my part. I know Maya through Angela because they have been friends since school as well, so by extension, I have tried to grow my circle by pretending Maya is my friend too. But I've always got the vibe that she tolerates me more than likes me. Not that it has stopped me inviting her on this weekend. 2 people wouldn't be enough for a hen do, but 3 might just about make it manageable. And to my surprise, Maya had agreed to come. I suspect Angela persuaded her, but whatever the reason, I'm just glad to bump up the numbers. I also know that a few days away in Portugal will give me the opportunity to show more of my personality to Maya, and hopefully she will like me a lot more by the time we fly home at the end of the weekend. If not, it could be a little awkward on my wedding day, because I have asked both Angela and Maya to be my bridesmaids. And something like that only works if the bride is actually close to the women she will be walking down the aisle behind. I see a car turn onto my street and feel my heart skip a beat with nervous apprehension. But it's not the taxi, just a neighbour's vehicle, so my friends aren't here for me yet. I have time to take out my phone and check if they have been in touch to say that they are on their way, or if they are running a little late, but there are no messages. There very rarely are any on my phone. I could text Angela and ask if everything is still okay, but that probably isn't necessary. I'm sure she would have told me if something was wrong and they weren't going to be here. They wouldn't just stand me up. Would they? My paranoia is further evidence of how much of a daily struggle life is for me. I can't even be confident that my best friend is going to turn up when I need her to, and that is a strong sign that I have issues that run deep. I bet Angela never worries about her friends being there for her, nor does Maya. But me, I'm in a constant state of perpetual worry that they will let me down, probably because I feel undeserving of them and expect them to come to their senses and stop hanging out with me whenever they feel like it. It's a worry that also extends to my fiancé, Mark. I've spent every day of our engagement fearing that he will send me a message and say that the wedding is off because he's decided he doesn't want to marry me after all and would rather be with somebody else. I know that's not healthy or rational, but it is how I have been feeling. I know that is down to my confidence issues, but a part of it does have to do with how we met. Mark was with another woman when we started dating. I knew about her immediately because I saw the wedding ring on his hand, and he didn't even try to deny her existence as he worked his charms on me. Maybe if I had had more respect for myself or that other woman, then I would have just walked away before anything had really happened. But I hadn't done that. Instead, I had just been too excited that a man was showing me some attention, and by the time things got serious, I was in far too deep to walk away. In fact, I did the opposite. I did everything in my power to pretend like I was the perfect woman for Mark, and that I was the one he should have been with all along. I cooked him the best meals he had ever had in his life. I pretended to like football just as much as he did, as well as beer, pizza, and popcorn. And I did things for him in the bedroom that I knew no other woman would do for him. And I knew that because he always had that stupid, dopey grin on his face while we were doing them. In other words, I projected myself as being his dream woman. And I guess that was why he divorced his wife and proposed to me instead. Of course, trying to maintain the facade has not been easy. Nor will it be easy to keep it up once we are married and living together. But I have to do it. I have no other choice. If I start slacking, Mark might start looking elsewhere. And I can't have that. Just like I want to hold on to Angela and Maya, I need to do whatever it takes to keep my man in my life. Because without those three, I have nothing. I send Mark a quick text message telling him that I love him and can't wait to see him when I'm back, before hinting that we might need to use the handcuffs again when I return. I know he'll like that, and it gives me a thrill to picture him smiling as he reads my message and thinks of all the fun we're going to have when we're together again. It also gives me a thrill to think about how it isn't long now until we share a home together. I've had to be patient on that front, while Mark finalised his divorce with his ex and got his financial affairs sorted. It was he who suggested that I stay in my flat while he did all of that, and he has been renting his own place in the city while the sale of his old marital home went through. That's all sorted now, but we have decided to wait until we are wed to actually cohabit somewhere, and it can't come a day too soon as far as I'm concerned. Waking up next to Mark every day will be proof that I have done something I never thought I would. I will have cured my loneliness. I'll never have to be by myself again. And with Mark at home, and Angela and Maya not too far away, I should have enough of a circle to keep all those paranoid, fearful thoughts about not being good enough at bay for the rest of my life. There's another flash of sunlight on steel down the street, and as I see the next vehicle approaching, I realise that my friends are here. Grabbing my bag and heading for the door, I can feel the butterflies circling in my stomach as I prepare to go outside and be welcomed into the bosom of my very small but very precious friendship group. I open the front door before either Angela or Maya have even had a chance to reach it and knock, and they seem surprised to see how raring to go I am. But they recover quickly and waste no time in furnishing me with a pink bride-to-be sash and a balloon before telling me there is champagne in the taxi and that there is a very big glass with my name on it. I thank them for all they have done already and almost forget to lock my front door in my excitement before following them to our waiting vehicle. But as I take my place on the back seat alongside Angela, while Maya hops into the front alongside the driver, I cannot remove the big grin from my face. I'm so excited for this weekend. My very own hen do, with my very own friends. And when it's over, I'll get to come back and marry my very own man. Nothing is going to get in the way of that. Nothing at all.
Chapter 4. Angela. It's been a hell of a journey, but we are finally here at the hotel on the Algarve. What should have been a simple check-in process, 2-hour flight, and short trip from Faro Airport, has ended up being a full day of travel nightmares. The problem started when we arrived at Gatwick and saw the long lines of queues snaking away from the check-in desks. It seemed a shortage of airport staff had contributed to thousands of people being unable to get their boarding passes printed in time, and we had little choice but to join the queues and hope we made it through quickly enough to catch our flight. It had taken a long time, but we had just about managed it, only to arrive at our gate and discover that our plane was not where it should be, and it wasn't going to be there for at least another 4 hours yet. The long delay had been a disappointment. Not that Maya or I were willing to let the party atmosphere deflate too much, which was why we scurried back to the airport bar and made sure to keep Jane suitably supplied with champagne while we waited. Unfortunately, none of us are 18 anymore, and several hours of sipping fizzy bubbles before boarding had meant we spent most of the flight snoozing as we flew down to Portugal. All three of us were groggy when we landed, Maya especially, and the taxi ride from the airport to our hotel was a very quiet one, as we all peered out of the windows at the setting sun and tried to forget the fact that we should have been here hours ago and in a much better state than we were. Now we are standing in line to check in so we can get the keys to our rooms and unpack our bags, although at this point I think the first thing we will do will be to have a lie down on our beds. I feel bad for not having the energy to whisk Jane out somewhere more exciting now that we are here, but we still have a couple of days after this one, and I feel it's best if we just rest while we are tired rather than push on and potentially ruin the rest of the weekend. The couple ahead of us eventually get checked in, a process that took a tediously long time because the husband kept asking questions about the hotel's facilities and seemed surprised by half of the answers that he got. But at this moment in time, I don't care what time breakfast is served, where the gym is, or what drinks are on the menu. I just want to get to my room and make a quick call back home to let my family know that I am okay. The tired trio that I am part of shuffle our way towards the reception desk and smile weakly at the Portuguese man behind it before we give him our names, and he taps his fingers on his keyboard to bring up our reservation details. He speaks good English, which I guess is a necessity for somebody working in the tourism industry here, but because of his confidence in conversing in our language, he also engages in a little flirting with us as he checks us in. He's definitely wasting his time with me, as he is with Jane too, but he does have a shot with Maya, I suppose, or at least he would if she was engaging with him more positively. But she isn't flirting back, and that tells me she is very tired and most likely hungover from her exploits back at the bar at Gatwick. So in the end, the receptionist's endeavours bear no fruit. He realises this fairly quickly and quits while he's behind, handing over our room keys and wishing us a good stay, before turning his attention to the next group of females looking to check in. That allows us to get away from reception and into the lifts, and I push the button for the 3rd floor before checking where my companions are staying. "I'm on the 5th, Maya tells me after checking her card. 6th, Jane confirms after consulting her own. You'd have thought they would have at least tried to put us all together, I say when I realise we are spread out over the hotel, but there's not much we can do about that now. It's okay, Jane tells me with a smile. I'm sure we'll find each other. So, what's the plan now? I'm going to bed, Maya replies a little too eagerly before she notices my frown and remembers we should do whatever the hen wants, not what we want. Unless you want to go out, of course. I don't know. I'm pretty tired myself, Jane admits, much to my relief, and that gives me the opportunity to gladly suggest that we have a quiet night tonight in anticipation of the craziness to come tomorrow. That sounds good to me, Maya says, piggybacking off my idea before asking Jane if that suits her. Yeah, that's fine. I can't wait for tomorrow, but I guess we should rest before then. The lift stops at my floor, and I pick up my suitcase as the doors slide open, before telling my travelling companions that we should all meet for breakfast at 9 o'clock in the morning. They agree. So I wish them a good night's sleep before I depart into the corridor and focus on trying to find my room amongst the myriad of doors on this level. The lighting in this corridor is pretty poor, and I'm hoping it's not a precursor for how grim my room is going to be, but I won't know that until I find it. Thankfully, I managed to locate the door with 308 on it, and as I put the keycard against the electric reader, I wait for the light to turn green to let me in. But it doesn't. Instead, it flashes red. No, don't do this, I mutter under my breath as I try again, praying that I won't have to go all the way back down to reception to have the flirty Portuguese man down there reconfigure my card. But it still isn't working, so it seems that is my only course of action if I want to get into my bed sometime in the near future. Your card not working either? I spin around at the sound of the male voice behind me, and when I do, I see a bearded guy in his late 30s sporting what is a very garish and tight pink t-shirt with Jimmy Stag printed across the front of it.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, mine's not working either. I'm just getting the dreaded red light of doom. Back to reception it is then. You coming?
Yeah, I guess. I start to follow the guy, and as I do, I notice that there is something written across the back of his loud t-shirt, too. It's a nickname, or at least I assume it is, otherwise his parents were not very kind when they named him all those years ago. Harry Potter, I say, reading the name out loud in an inquisitive tone, but I didn't mean to actually say it, although now that I have, the man turns around and laughs awkwardly.
Oh, right, yeah, that's what my friends call me.
Why do they call you that?
I was the first one in my friendship group to be able to grow facial hair, and I like playing snooker. It's a play on words of Harry Potter.
Oh, I see.
Do you get it?
Yeah, of course. It's funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
He rolls his eyes at me, and I can't help but laugh at his sarcasm.
My real name's Robin, so I guess I should just be grateful I'm not called Batman's best friend or something like that.
That's a good point. Although, I wouldn't say that you got off lightly with Harry Potter. It's Robin's turn to laugh now before he asks me if I have any funny nicknames. Nope, I'm just plain old Angela, I tell him. I am actually on a hen do, but we haven't got t-shirts with silly names on them or anything like that.
Very mature. I wish my friends were as grown up as yours.
We carry on towards the lift, and Robin actually offers to carry my suitcase for me as we go, although I politely decline and tell him that I can manage it myself, even though my arm is feeling like it's being ripped off at the moment. So how many of you are on the stag do? I ask Robin as he presses the button to call for the lift to our floor.
There's 11 of us. There should have been 12, but one of the wives put her foot down and told her husband he couldn't come. Probably for the best. He definitely would have overdone it while he was here.
Haha, fair enough, I say, before spotting the wedding band on Robin's left hand, and figuring that his partner had no such qualms about him going away for a weekend with his mates.
What about you?
He asks me as the lift arrives and the doors slide open.
How many on the hen do?
There's only 3 of us, actually, I say, feeling a little embarrassed and wondering if Robin will find it strange. But he doesn't at all.
That's enough women to make a lot of noise,
he tells me with a cheeky wink, and I laugh as I join him in the lift and watch him press the button for the ground floor. We make small talk as we descend, commenting on the hotel we are both staying in before we discover we are both here for just the weekend. But it's as we step out of the lift and head to the reception that we discover we're actually from a similar area back home. Robin is from Maidstone, while I'm from Tunbridge Wells, so there are only about 18 miles between us.
Small world,
he says as we reach the reception counter.
Please, ladies first.
He beckons for me to approach the receptionist ahead of him, and I thank him before handing over my card and telling the hotel employee that it doesn't seem to be working. He apologizes before running it through his card machine one more time and telling me it should work now. I thank him and want to head off to my room to try it right away, but I almost feel like I should wait for Robin, seeing how we are staying on the same floor, so I linger back until he has been seen as well. Then we both return to the lift, each of us keeping our metaphorical fingers crossed that we won't have any more problems with accessing our rooms now. We chat about what kind of things we have planned for the weekend ahead as we go, and Robin tells me that beach and beer are the only plans his group has. I say something along similar lines with sangria and sun before I reach my bedroom door again and prepare to try my card. This time, the light turns green, and the door unlocks much to my relief, and Robin gives a little fist pump in celebration before wishing me a good night. I say the same to him before heading into my room. but I glance back at him just before he disappears out of view and see him successfully manage to get into his own room, which is only 3 doors down from mine. I leave my suitcase by my door and take out my phone before video calling my husband back home, hoping that everything is okay and wishing to speak to the kids before he starts to get them ready for bed. The call connects quickly, and Declan looks happy to see me, as do my 2 little cherubs once he has told them that Mummy is on the phone. I spend the next 20 minutes lying on the bed talking to my family before I let them go so they can have their dinner. Then I make a quick inspection of the bathroom to make sure it's up to a suitable standard, which it is, although there is a shower curtain, and I always find them gross. But this room will do, and now that I know my loved ones are okay back home, I can rest easy, so I quickly change into my nightwear and climb under the heavy hotel duvet before setting my alarm for breakfast in the morning. Our first night in Portugal, and we're all in bed by 10 o'clock. I wonder what time we will get to bed tomorrow night. I wouldn't have believed it if I had really known.
Chapter 5. Maya. It takes me a few minutes to get my bearings when I wake up and open my eyes. I'm in bed, but it's an unfamiliar one, and despite staring at my surroundings for several seconds, I'm still having a hard time remembering exactly where I am and why I am here. But then it slowly comes back to me. The memory of the flight to Portugal yesterday and this awkward hen-do that I am on is the reason for me awakening in this hotel room now. I let out a deep sigh and rub my eyes, but I'll need to do more than that to relieve the throbbing in my head and the dryness at the back of my throat. Now that I think of it, I do remember overdoing it slightly on the champagne yesterday, so that explains my symptoms this morning. But I also remember that we all went straight to bed after we checked in, so it could be worse. It won't be anything that a bottle of water, a couple of aspirin, and a decent breakfast can't sort out. I grabbed my phone from my bedside table and am pleased to see that I had the presence of mind to stick the charger into it before I went to sleep last night. A full battery is always a nice thing to wake up to, and I decide to ease myself into my day by checking my social media apps and seeing what I might have missed while I was offline. There's the usual array of photos of people's meals, children and home DIY projects, and I make sure to like the ones that were posted by my closest friends, while ignoring the ones that were uploaded by people with whom I am only familiar with in the virtual world. I also consider posting my own update for my followers to see, letting them know that I'm in Portugal and that a weekend of fun in the sun awaits. But I decide to leave it for now. I'll wait until I've got a good photo down at the beach before I do that. I should have just left it there and put my phone down before pulling back the duvet and getting out of bed to start my day properly. But I didn't. Instead, I made the cardinal sin that I have been guilty of making several times over this past year. I find myself going onto the profile page of my ex-husband. I'm well aware that nothing good can come from snooping at Oliver's latest posts online, but I have a look anyway. Perhaps as some form of mental torture that I weirdly feel I have to administer to myself for no reason whatsoever. I can already feel my mood lowering as I see a photo of him from yesterday in which it looks like he is sitting in a back garden and smiling with a bottle of beer in his hand. I'd guess that the person holding the camera was his new lover, and it's just a small mercy that she isn't in the shot, but I know she was there anyway, so it still stings. Why didn't I just unfollow Oliver on all social media after he broke my heart and filed for divorce? I don't know. I honestly thought I had done in the first few weeks, but I had found myself typing his name in online one evening and had been surprised to see that we were still Facebook friends. That was all I needed to go on an emotional tour of his old photos, many of which I had taken myself on some of our holidays to such far-flung places as India and Thailand. Of course, he had been smart enough to delete any photos that had me in them as well, no doubt to spare his new partner the indignity of having to look at them. But it didn't matter that they were gone, because while he could remove them from the digital world, he couldn't remove them from my memory. I know exactly which photos were missing, like the one of the pair of us on top of the elephant in Sri Lanka, or of us sipping a bottle of beer each in Koh Samui. I'd never forget those images, because they were part of some of the happiest times of my life, a time when I thought I had life figured out. I was travelling the world with my dream man. What more was there to do? Quite a lot in hindsight, because I took my eye off the ball somewhere along the way, and that's why I'm now alone. It takes me a while to tear myself away from the mental anguish of looking at Oliver's photo albums, but I eventually manage it, putting my phone down and leaping out of bed with a very pronounced determination to get my day moving in a more positive manner. I know what I need to cheer me up. Vitamin D. That always works. Pulling the curtains apart, I prepare to get the serotonin boost that will occur when my brain realises it's in a super sunny place. But all I end up getting is temporary blindness because my eyes haven't adjusted properly to the bright light, and I'm forced to squint as the sunlight streams into my room. Staggering away from the window, I head into the bathroom and turn on the shower, ignoring the grotty shower curtain that hangs limply in between me and the jet of water, while I remove my nightdress and catch a glimpse of my skinny frame in the mirror. I'm not looking my best yet, but at least I have avoided comfort eating during this difficult period in my life. Choosing calories to cheer me up would have resulted in putting on excess weight, and that would have just been one more problem for me to have to solve at some point in the future. As it is, I am still looking as appealing as I can to the opposite sex, and that is some small consolation, because I'm sure Oliver will notice that I'm still looking good, should he ever feel the urge to go and check on my social media pages. But would he? Or has he genuinely forgotten about me and moved on with his life? I'm not sure which I would prefer. Him stalking me online and wishing he still had me, or him just focusing on the woman he left me for. At least if it works out with her, then all of this wouldn't have been in vain. Something productive and long-lasting has to come out of it all, even if that something involves my heartbreak. The water is hot and soothing as I stand beneath it and feel myself awakening more by the second, and by the time I have left the shower and returned to my sun-kissed bedroom, I am feeling a little more optimistic about things. I wasn't excited about being in Portugal under these circumstances, considering I'm hardly the hen's best friend, but this little trip away will serve as a good distraction for me, if nothing else. Who knows? I might end up snaring myself some hunky Portuguese man and moving out here permanently, escaping the bleak English winters and getting to a point where the memory of Oliver is just a distant nightmare that doesn't even feel like it ever really happened anymore. That might be wishful thinking, but there's only one way to find out. I need to get out of this hotel room and put my best foot forward. I need to go and get the girls and tell them to get ready for a day of fun in the sun. And then we need to find the nearest beach, one in which I will be able to showcase this skimpy little bikini that I am currently retrieving from my suitcase and preparing to put on. Mothers of the Algarve, lock up your sons. Maya is on the prowl today, and no man is safe from my clutches. If only I knew how true that was.
Chapter 6. Jane. Is there any better feeling in the world than having the sand between your toes? Being in love, perhaps, but this is definitely a close second, and I'm enjoying every moment of being on this beach in the south of Portugal, with a clear blue sky above my head and the warm sun beating down on my exposed skin. I'm not quite as naked as Maya is beside me, because her bikini looks like it has been made out of the last few scraps of fabric on the factory floor. But I do have a few of my assets on show, and that explains all the men's heads that are being turned as I make my way down the sand beside my two best friends. While Maya has gone for more of the cheese wire look with her outfit, Angela has played it very safe and is wearing a shawl over her own bikini, ensuring that most of her skin is still covered. How very mumsy of her. But she shouldn't be nervous about showcasing her figure because she has a great one. I certainly hope I look as good as her after I've had 2 kids. But that remains to be seen. My man has to get me pregnant for that to happen. But all in good time. How about here? Angela asks as she stops at a spot on the sand that looks as good a place as any for the 3 of us to sit ourselves down and catch some rays. Looks good to me, Maya says, before unrolling her towel and laying down on top of it, stretching out her long limbs and attracting even more admiring glances from some of the heated men on this hot beach. This is perfect, I say, once I have got my own towel down on the sand and taken my place upon it. Just what the doctor ordered. A bit of sun, sea, and don't say sex because that's off the table now you're getting married soon. Maya's interruption makes Angela laugh, but I'm a little puzzled by it. What do you mean? I'm just saying that things change when you get married, so don't presume your sex life is going to be quite as fun as it might be right now, Maya says, as she reaches into her tote bag and pulls out a bottle of low-factor sunscreen. Really? Is it that bad? I ask, aware that I should apply my own sun cream, but currently more curious as to what married life might really mean for my bedroom activities once I take the plunge. Mark and I have never had any problems expressing our passion in that way since we got together, but Maya seems to be insinuating that those times might be coming to an end soon. Just don't get your hopes up, that's all I'm saying, Maya tells me with a shrug before she rubs some cream into her bare shoulders. Stop teasing her, it's not that bad, Angela says, trying to keep the mood light. Besides, you'll still be in the honeymoon phase for a while yet, won't you, Jane? Yeah, I guess. There you go then. Trust me, by the time that phase ends, you'll be ready for less sex and more sleep. She gives me a wink, and I smile because she always has a way of making me feel better about things. Being the last of us 3 to marry means I really don't know what to expect, and I'm relying on my friends to give me tips and advice based on their experience of matrimony. I am aware there will be pros and cons to tying the knot, but I was assuming there would be more positives than negatives. I can't wait to be a wife, I say proudly, and I'm sure other couples might have problems, but we'll be different. I'm going to keep things fun between us so it never gets stale. Good luck with that, Maya replies, rolling her eyes, before slapping some sunscreen on her legs. I'm getting the impression that Maya's bad experience with her own marriage is informing her opinions on my impending one, but I know better than to hold that against her. She did have a terrible time of things with her ex, so I can understand why she might be a little sceptical about the whole concept of a man and woman making life-lasting vows to each other. But her experience doesn't have to be everybody else's, does it? Just take Angela, for example. She seems to be very happy, and therefore she will be the one who I will go to for relationship advice, should I ever need it. It's not that bad, is it? I ask Angela, looking past Maya's glistening skin at the still almost completely covered woman on the other side of her. Marriage, I mean. No, of course not. It's a wonderful thing for 2 people to do when they love each other, she says with a smile. And that's all I needed to hear. But that's not where Angela left it. Although I won't lie, it's not all a bed of roses. A marriage takes work and it has its ups and downs. It's not all perfect all the time, especially when children come along. Thank God I didn't have children with Oliver, Maya interjects there as she stares out to sea. That would have been a disaster. I think the only thing that would have made this whole thing worse for me would have been having to have a custody battle to see who got the kids. That would be my worst nightmare, Angela admits. I can't imagine having to go through that on top of a separation. A lone cloud suddenly obscures the sun for a moment, sending the sand into shade, and I can't help but feel like it is representative of my mood being lowered a little by all this talk of the negative aspects of marriage. But the cloud moves on quickly enough, and the sunlight returns, just like Angela has the good sense to keep things upbeat while we're away on this weekend. You haven't got your sash on. Where is it? I realise she is right, and remember my bride-to-be attire is still folded up in my bag, so I make sure to take it out and put it on over my bikini. That's better, Angela says with a nod. Now it's time for a drink. She reaches into her own bag and removes 3 plastic champagne flutes that she picked up at a supermarket on our way to the beach, before discreetly taking out the champagne bottle that she picked up too, while looking around for any sign of a lifeguard. Technically, the rules forbid having glass bottles down here on the sand, but we have decided to try and flout the rules if we can, in the name of having a good time. But there's no discreet way of uncorking a bottle of champagne, and Maya and I both have a good laugh as we watch Angela try and fail to pop open the bottle without making too much noise. The sound of the cork being removed attracts a few glances our way from some of the other beachgoers in our vicinity, but none of them seems to be in the mood to go and report our rule-breaking behaviour to anybody with any power around here, so I think we're in the clear. Thank you kindly, I say, as I receive the first of the freshly poured plastic glasses from Angela and take a sip of the cold liquid within it. I have a feeling the bubbles are going to go straight to my head in this heat, but I can't deny it does feel wonderful to be sitting out in the sun with my friends and gazing out to sea, and I have no regrets about choosing to have my hen do here. It's certainly a lot nicer than if we had stayed in the UK, because the quick check I made on the weather forecast before I left my hotel room this morning told me that there was nothing but drizzle ahead over there for the next 24 hours. Angela completes her duties by filling up a glass for Maya before tending to her own, and all that leaves us to do then is to raise our beverages and toast to the reason we are all here. Here's to you and Mark, Angela says, as she holds her glass out towards mine and Maya's. You two are perfect for each other, and I know you will be very happy spending the rest of your lives with each other. Thank you, I say, beaming with pride to hear such kind words from such a dear friend. Then I notice Angela look at Maya, as a hint for her to say something. Yeah, congratulations. I wish you all the best as well, and good luck. It's not quite as moving a toast as Angela delivered, but Maya has definitely said all she plans to because she's drinking now. Thank you, guys, and thanks for coming. It means a lot. I know it was a bit of a hassle getting here yesterday, but now we are here, I know we're going to have lots of fun before we go home. I'll drink to that, Angela says, and we both join Maya in lowering the liquid levels in our glasses. We're just about to lie back and focus on some serious sunbathing when we hear the commotion a few hundred yards away down the beach. Turning our heads, we look down to see a group of 11 men in pink T-shirts pulling several cans of lager out of a portable icebox and cheering loudly as the drinks are passed around. Looks like we're not the only ones celebrating a last weekend of freedom, Maya says, as we keep watching the loud group nearby. Those guys are staying at our hotel, Angela says unexpectedly. I met one of them last night when my room key wasn't working. Which one? I ask, surveying the scene of rowdy males, each of them with a different nickname on the back of their T-shirts. Harry Potter, Angela says with a giggle, and I spot who she was referring to amongst the group. It's a shame it wasn't Big Dick Dave, Maya says, stifling her own giggle. Maya, Angela cries, laughing loudly. What? I'm just saying, with a nickname like that, he sounds like the kind of guy it would be fun to meet. It might be an ironic nickname, I suggest. You know, like he's actually really small, but his friends call him big. Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Maya says. I'm going to go and talk to them. What? Angela cries, and I'm surprised too, because I thought we were settled here for a little while. But Maya clearly has other ideas. Come on, guys, have some sympathy for your single friend. You both might be all loved up, but I'm not. Why can't I go and engage in a little flirting? Who knows, my next husband might be on this beach right now. Maya gets to her feet and picks up her towel before looking down at Angela and me to see if we're going to join her. We both share a look before Maya makes the decision for us, picking up our bottle of champagne and taking it with her. You have to come with me if you want another drink, she says, as she saunters away across the sand in the direction of the stag group, and I guess she does have a point. It might be a laugh, Angela says with a shrug, and I agree that it probably will be. So we both get up and gather up our belongings before following Maya's lead and moving along the beach. The guys are happy to see us when we arrive, or at least they are happy to see Maya and her itsy-bitsy bikini, and as we take our new spots on the sand and get the introductions out of the way, I can't help but feel like this will all just be a bit of harmless fun. If only.
Chapter 7. Angela. I've got to give it to Maya. She is certainly confident. Many women would be a little intimidated by being surrounded by rowdy, leering guys, and certainly while wearing very little. But not her. She is lapping up all the attention and giving as good as she gets in terms of the flirting and the banter that is flying around this mostly testosterone-fueled group. But it's just nice to see her enjoying herself again after what she's been through, so I have no worries there. What I am slightly worried about is the fact that Jane doesn't look like she's having quite as much fun. And that is a problem because this is supposed to be her weekend, and I feel like her enjoyment is really all that should matter here. I glance across at her again now and see that she is still sipping her drink and generally being quiet, while a couple of the guys beside her talk loudly and over the top of one another. Most of the men here seem to know better than to genuinely try and hit on a soon-to-be-married woman, so that's something, I suppose. Or at least they are still too sober to even think about trying. But Jane does look a little awkward, and I might have to start thinking about extracting her from this social situation if she doesn't perk up soon. The problem with that is I am actually having a good time, and the main reason for that is because Robin is sitting beside me and making me laugh. I only got to talk to him briefly yesterday when we crossed paths at the hotel, but now we have a little more time. I am learning that he is not only a very interesting man, but a very funny one too. He inquired about what I did for work back home and proceeded to do a very good job of feigning interest when I told him I was a clerical worker for a small accountancy firm on the outskirts of my hometown. Then he surprised me by answering my query about what he did for employment by telling me that he was a tennis coach and had worked with a couple of semi-famous British professionals back when they were starting out on their journey. It's not often I meet somebody who has turned their passion into a job, so hearing Robin talk about his work was a breath of fresh air. It was clear he has a real love for tennis, and it's also clear he is certainly fit enough to be a coach in that sport, if his impressive physique is anything to go by. But I'm not looking at his toned, topless torso too much during our chat, I swear. Robin has run through several humorous anecdotes of some of his experiences in his line of work, as well as making numerous witty observations about some of the things his friends around him are getting up to on this hot sand. A few of them have been kicking a football around, while a few others have tried and failed in bringing a couple of Portuguese beauties over into the fold. But he just seems content to sit with me and pay me some attention. It's not often I get attention like this, so I'm enjoying it. But more than that, I'm enjoying being on this beach with the sun on my back and the seashore only a few yards away. This is a far cry from my everyday life back in England, and it's a reminder that there can be more for me to enjoy in this world than just tidying up toys and wiping down dirty kitchen worktops at home. Of course, I miss Declan and the kids greatly, but I'm not away for long, so I should savour this environment while I can. It's only a matter of time until I am running across a supermarket car park in the rain with several shopping bags and 2 screaming kids behind me again. "I think we're out," Maya says, getting my attention by waving the empty bottle of champagne at me. "We've got cold beer, if that will do," Robin suggests, taking the lid off the icebox and reaching inside for a couple of cans. Maya seems happy enough with that, and I'm not particularly fussy, but I notice Jane screw up her face and realise she isn't going to like it if our drink of choice has to change. "That's okay. We'll probably go in a minute and find a bar for lunch," I say, hoping that Jane hears that and realises that we don't have to stay here any longer than she wants to. But Maya also hears it, and she doesn't like the sound of that. "Let's stay here for a while. These guys are funny, and the drinks are free," she says before catching the can of beer that Robin has just tossed her. Several of the lads in the group cheer when they learn that Maya has given them her seal of approval, although I suspect it has more to do with them being enamoured by her supple skin than it is by her conversation. I've glimpsed wedding rings on the hands of most of the men here, so they are out of the question for my single friend, but there are a couple of guys without them, and they seem to be the ones making the most effort with Maya. She's loving all the attention, whoever it may be coming from, but I think it's time I reminded her that this weekend is not about her. So I get to my feet and give Jane the nod to say that we are going. "Is everything okay?" Robin asks me as he puts the beer can he got out for me back into the icebox. "Yeah, it's fine. We just haven't eaten much today, so we better go and get something before we have any more drinks." Jane is on her feet too and has scooped up her towel quickly, meaning it's just Maya who is dawdling behind now. "What's the rush? We had a big breakfast," she says before opening her beer can and bumping it against another guy's. "Come on, let's go," I say, trying to remain relaxed and light-hearted, even though I'm getting irritated at my friend for failing to recognise that Jane is not having as much fun as she is. "You can stay here with us if you like," the guy with the testosterone Tim printed on his t-shirt says. "I bet your missus wouldn't be happy to hear you say that," Randy Rich retorts, to much laughter around the group. Maya acknowledges the support but reluctantly gets to her feet and throws her towel over her shoulders before saying her goodbyes. "We're going to the Blue Lagoon bar tonight if you guys fancy it," one of the guys shouts out, and Maya says we will see them there, although she hasn't consulted with us yet, so I'm not sure about that. "Bye guys, see you later," I say, waving to them all but mainly Robin, who raises his can at me as I go. I lead Jane and the grumpy Maya away from the group, and we make it off the sand and back onto the wooden planks of the broadwalk that runs along this beach before I take out my phone to use it for directions to the nearest restaurant. Jane says she saw a place not far from here when we were on the way down, so she leads the way, and I follow with Maya bringing up the rear, so I take the opportunity to have a quiet word with her while Jane wanders ahead of us, hoping to remind her of the reason we are here. "We need to do whatever Jane wants to do on this weekend," I say to Maya as we pass a couple of parents helping their children fill up their buckets with sand. "Even if it's boring?" "It's not boring. This is supposed to be a hen do. We should try having a little fun." I grit my teeth because I know better than to get into a debate with Maya when she is in one of her moods. But I also know that she is not being very fair to Jane or me for suggesting that we are not capable of having a good time without her input. "We don't need to hang around with a load of leering men to have fun," I tell her as I check on Jane, who was still walking a little ahead of us. "They weren't leering. They were just friendly. And besides, you seem to be enjoying the attention just as much as I was." "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, come on, don't try and pretend like you weren't enjoying your chat with Mr. Harry Potter over there." I can feel my face flushing, and I doubt I'll be able to pass the red colour off as a little sunburn, so I just turn away so Maya can't see that she might have a point. It isn't about what we want to do, it's about Jane, and I could tell she was getting bored, so I decided we had to move on. There'll be plenty of time for you to flirt with married or unmarried men when you're back in England. "Don't say it like that." "Like what?" "Like I'm just some silly single girl who will flirt with any man who will talk to me. Because I'm not, you know. I was happy being just like you, all married and settled down. Only I didn't get to be as lucky as you because my husband was a dirtbag. So don't make out like you're better than me, because you're not." "Hey, Maya, that's not what I meant at all." "Isn't it?" "No, of course not." Jane overhears my exasperated cry then and turns back towards us, but I just give her a quick smile and a wave to let her know that everything is okay, and I'm relieved to see that she doesn't hang back to wait for us. Then I focus on trying to repair whatever damage I have just caused with Maya. "Look, I'm sorry about what happened to you. You know I am. And I didn't mean to spoil your fun back there. I'm just trying to look out for Jane this weekend because it's her occasion, not ours. Why? She's not even our friend. Yes, she is. She might be yours, but she's not mine. Not really. You know I didn't want to come on this weekend. But you're here now, so let's just try and enjoy it. That's what I was trying to do back there. I feel like giving up on having this discussion and increase my pace to try and catch up with Jane, but before I can get too far ahead, Maya grabs my arm to slow me down. Don't tell me you approve of Jane marrying Mark, she says under her breath. I don't want to hear it, I reply because I know what's coming, but that doesn't stop Maya. I'm just saying that he cheated on his wife to be with her. What's to stop him doing it again with someone else? Leave it. I know my man cheated, but at least I thought he was a saint when we met. Jane already knows Mark is trouble. I couldn't marry a man like that. Could you? It's not about us. It's about her. I thought you were her friend. Shouldn't you look out for her then? Try and stop her getting hurt in the future? She's not going to get hurt. She might do. Who knows what Mark is capable of? Who knows what he is doing right now? What are you guys talking about? Maya and I stop suddenly when we realise Jane has turned back to us again, and I fear she might have heard what we were saying. But she looks like she genuinely hasn't, and that's a relief. It's also a relief to see that the restaurant she was taking us to is only a few yards away, and I use that as a distraction to get us moving along again. Tensions ease a little once we are seated at a table and looking at the menu while a waiter is busy preparing our drinks, and by the time our food comes, Maya seems to have relaxed again. I know I'll have to keep an eye on her for the rest of the day, but I'm sure she has the good sense to not say anything in front of Jane that might upset her. But it's annoying that I feel like I have to be a mum to Maya when she's like this. So much for me having a weekend off from parental duties.
Chapter 8. Maya. I'll give it to Angela. She has found us a nice restaurant to have our evening meal in. After a day at the beach that was interrupted by her decision to make us leave early, and a lunch that was a little awkward after we had a mini argument on the way there, the rest of the day went a little more calmly. I still maintain that calm is not necessarily the most desirable way to describe a hen do, but I suppose it could be worse. As I sit here now in this lovely seafood restaurant on a cliff top, looking out over the Atlantic Ocean, listening to the strings of the guitar player serenading everybody in the venue, and with a delicious piece of fish on my plate, I decide that this isn't so bad after all. I've even been having a good laugh with Jane this evening, which is unexpected. But she has livened up after our jug of sangria, and because of that, I'm silently holding out hope that the night might still be young yet. I'm well aware that there are plenty of entertaining night spots around these parts, including the Blue Lagoon, the bar that the guys from the beach said they would be frequenting later. Therefore, I have my fingers crossed that I might be able to persuade my companions to go for a little late-night dancing at one of the establishments, all in the hope that I might be able to snare myself a man to help me temporarily forget all about my woes as a single woman. But that remains to be seen. For now, the three of us are seated at this table and keeping this civilised and dignified. 2 more words that don't belong anywhere near the description of a hen do. This sea bass is lovely, Angela says with her mouth full. You have to try a bit. She shovels a bit of the fish onto her fork and holds it out for Jane to sample. Very nice, she admits before offering up some of her tuna tartare, but Angela and I politely decline it because we've got enough with our own meals. I opted for the salmon salad, and it is going down a treat, partly thanks to the sangria that is accompanying it. Time for another jug, I say, picking up the empty one and attracting the attention of the nearest waiter. I think I'm okay for now, Angela says, putting her hand over our half-full glass to make her point. I overdid it a little this afternoon, and my head's still spinning. It's probably all that sun, Jane suggests. We're not used to drinking in such heat, are we? We're certainly not, I say as I hand the empty jug to a smiling waiter and nod my head when he asks if I would like one more. It's such a shame England doesn't have a climate like this. Can you imagine getting to spend the weekends at the beach instead of on the sofa staring out at the rain? It would make things much easier with my kids, that's for sure, Angela muses. It's such hard work trying to find something to keep them occupied when the weather is bad. Having the option of being outdoors with them all day would be a dream. Have you thought about children? I ask Jane, continuing to make an effort with her, even though this is hardly a topic of conversation that fills me with excitement. After my own setbacks in married life, I think the ship might now have sailed as far as me becoming a mother goes. But I won't say that because it definitely will bring the mood down at this table. Yes, of course. Mark and I have talked about it, Jane replies as she cuts off another piece of her tuna. But we don't want to rush things. The first job is to move in together. Angela shoots me a look then, and I presume it is to remind me not to say anything like how it's weird that Jane's partner still hasn't moved in with her. But I alleviate my friend's concerns by saying nothing, simply nodding my head and returning to my food. A fresh jug of sangria helps us wash down the remainder of our meal, and by the time we leave the restaurant, all three of us are tipsy and in a buoyant mood. That's when I take my chance to suggest we check out the Blue Lagoon. What do you think, Jane? Angela asks, and I hold my breath to see what the verdict will be, silently praying that we aren't just going to end up back at the hotel again for another early night. But to my surprise, Jane says she is up for it, so we head in the direction of the rowdy bar at the end of the promenade. I look out for the stag group from the beach as we enter the bar, but fail to see any pink t-shirts in the place, so I presume they aren't here. But then we turn a corner in the large venue, and I spot the 11 guys in their garish attire on the dance floor, and realise they are here after all. I notice the guy Angela was talking to at the beach give her a wave when he spots her, and she waves back before we reach the bar and place our orders for drinks. Jane is looking around a little nervously, presumably slightly sceptical about being here, so I order us a round of shots to take her mind off things, and they seem to do the trick because it doesn't take long for the three of us to hit the dance floor ourselves. We mingle easily with the men, and I'm enjoying being the centre of attention again, as a few of the guys from the group compliment me on my dress and ask how my night has been so far. Angela and Jane are also getting their fair share of attention, but the music is good and the mood is boisterous, and that means things are far less tense than they were down at the beach earlier today. More shots are consumed, and we all cheer loudly as the stag and the hen are forced to dance together for a moment before they are gifted a bottle of champagne from the owner of this establishment. I'm at the point where my face is actually starting to ache from all the smiling and laughing that I'm doing, but it's not long after that when Angela approaches me on the dance floor and tells me that Jane has had enough. She wants to go back to the hotel, Angela tells me, and I look past her to where Jane is standing on the outskirts of the dance floor and looking a little worse for wear. You're kidding, right? We're having a great time. I know, but we need to do what she wants. I'm not leaving. What? I'm staying. I'm having a great time. I'm not leaving you here on your own. Why not? I'm a big girl. I can look after myself. We're in a foreign country. It's Portugal, not Palestine. Angela doesn't look convinced, so I plead my case a little more strongly. You've both got an amazing life to go back to when we get home, but I don't. Let me enjoy myself while I can, please. You're being overdramatic. Am I? Angela is still unsure, and I appreciate that she is only worried about me as my friend, but my mind is made up and she knows it. I'm not going back to the hotel. Not yet. Promise me you'll get a taxi when you leave. Don't walk back. And text me when you reach the hotel. I promise. I give Angela a hug before scurrying across the dance floor to Jane and embracing her too. Then I wave them both away as they leave the venue, before turning back to the revellers I'm with and making it clear that while my friends might have left, I am still very much down to party this evening. In hindsight, I should have gone back to the hotel with Angela and Jane right there. If I had, then none of the bad things that ended up happening would have occurred. But I stayed, and I danced, and I broke my promise to Angela. I didn't do what I told her I would do. And that's why everything went wrong shortly after that.
Chapter 9. Angela. I'm a little nervous about having left Maya behind at the Blue Lagoon, but right now I'm concentrating on getting Jane back to the hotel. She's unsteady on her feet, and it's clear that all those shots have not done her any favours. I'm hardly feeling at my best myself, but the fresh air is helping, and it's good to be out of that noisy bar. I think I'm going to be sick, Jane says suddenly as she makes a move towards the edge of the cliff top with her hand over her mouth. I follow behind quickly in case she needs my assistance, but she just sucks in a couple of mouthfuls of sea air before telling me that she thinks she might be okay after all. I can't see the water down below the edge of this cliff, but I can hear the waves crashing off the rocks, and they sound a lot bigger than they were during the day. Then again, we are slightly around the bend of the coast from the beach on which we were sunbathing earlier, and it's that bend that we need to get around now if we are to reach our hotel and our warm, comfy beds. Are you going to carry on? I ask Jane after I have given her a few more minutes to compose herself, and she nods her head before following me away from the side and back towards the busier stretch of promenade. I suggest we get a taxi, but Jane says she feels like she will definitely be ill if we get into a moving vehicle, so we keep walking. And as we go, Jane gets something off her chest that I suspect has been troubling her for quite some time. Do you think I can trust Mark? She asks me, out of the blue. Excuse me? Because he's cheated before. People say leopards don't change their spots. But do you believe that? Do people change? Or am I making a big mistake? Where is all this coming from? I worry then that Maya might have said something to Jane while I was out of earshot back in that bar. Maybe that's why Jane wanted to leave so suddenly. Has Maya upset her by putting thoughts in her head that Mark might be untrustworthy? If so, I will be having strong words with her when I see her tomorrow, because that is very much out of order. I've just been thinking about it more lately. Did Maya say something? No, but I know she's thinking it. Just like you are. I'm not thinking anything. You don't have to pretend to me. Just like Maya doesn't have to pretend to be my real friend. I'm not stupid. What are you talking about? Never mind. Jane tries to carry on our walk in silence, but I'm not having it because I can see that she is upset. Jane, what is it? I just want what you have. Is that too much to ask? What do you mean? I want the perfect husband and the perfect kids in the perfect house. You think what I have is perfect, isn't it? No, of course not. I love my family, don't get me wrong, but who said anything about it being perfect? Everyone has their problems, me included. I just don't want to be on my own. Do you understand that? Of course. That's why I have to trust Mark. Because what do I have if I don't have him? Nothing. That's not true. Yes, it is. I don't have any friends. Not real ones, anyway. You have me. You're just being nice to me. You're too polite not to be. No, that's not true at all. I'm nice to you because I'm your friend. I don't know where all this is coming from, but it's a shock to hear Jane say all of this. I have to think that most of it is the alcohol talking, but even so, she seems to be baring her soul, and it isn't making for pleasant hearing. Jane, look at me, I say, taking her hand and preventing her from walking on any further until I have made my point. You are a wonderful woman, and I am lucky to be your friend. So is Maya. And Mark is an extremely lucky man to have you. And that is why he asked you to marry him. Okay? Jane still looks uncertain, but I keep nodding my head until she at least acts like she believes me. I'm sorry. I've made a fool of myself. Forget about it. You aren't the first woman to get emotional on her hen do, and you won't be the last. I give Jane a hug before we carry on back to the hotel, and I make sure to keep the rest of the conversation upbeat until the large white building comes into view and I know we're almost back. The reception area is unsurprisingly quiet as we pass through it, with most guests here either still out enjoying the evening or having retired to their rooms ahead of another day of sunbathing tomorrow. I smile at the receptionist behind the desk as I lead Jane to the lift, and it doesn't take long for us to be on our way up to the higher floors. Jane has to remind me which floor she is on again so I can help her get to her room, and even though she insists that she can make the rest of the journey on her own, I tell her that I'm happy to see her back to her door. She's gone very quiet as we move down her corridor, and I'm wondering if she is regretting being so honest with me a few moments ago outside the bar. But she has nothing to worry about there, and I make sure to let her know that. I won't tell anyone what you said. Not Maya or anybody else. It was just our little chat, okay? Jane appreciates that and thanks me before finding her keycard and opening her door. Get some rest. We've got another busy day tomorrow, I tell her as she disappears into her room and waves me off. The thought of doing all this again once the sun comes up is both exhilarating and worrying. Exhilarating because it's not often I get to behave like a youngster in doing what I want, but worrying because being older means I don't recover as quickly as I used to. I won't really know the full effects of all this partying until I wake up in the morning, and I can't say that I'm excited to find out. I return to my own room with the intention of having a few glasses of water and waiting up a little while to receive Maya's text to let me know she is back at the hotel as well. It's not too late yet, so I'm happy to stay up a little bit, but it's frustrating to discover the maids have removed all the glasses from my bathroom, so I'm going to have to go back downstairs if I want to get that much-needed drink. I return to the reception area and ask the receptionist for some glassware, but he just points me in the direction of the hotel bar that is apparently still open. Walking in, I see a couple of people sitting at the tables nursing a cocktail or a measure of whiskey, but I'm only interested in water, and I get the bartender to supply me quickly so I can be on my way again. But just before I can go back upstairs, I catch a glimpse of someone else entering the bar in my peripheral vision, and they speak before I have a chance to fully see who it is. Hey, Angela, you're still up. What are we drinking? It's Robin, and he seems to be by himself. I'm surprised he's back so soon after I left the bar because it looked like the party was just getting started when I departed the Blue Lagoon. But here he is. Oh, hi. What are you doing back? I'd had enough of that place. It was too loud for me. Gosh, does that make me sound old? It does, doesn't it? I laugh before admitting it was far too loud for me as well, as I notice him eyeing the glass in my hand. That better not be water in there. Guilty. You're finished for the night already, but it's still early. It's almost midnight. Yeah, but we're all on holiday, aren't we? So let's have one more. Call it a nightcap. Robin approaches the bartender before I have a chance to say anything else, and before I know it, he is returning with 2 glasses of red wine. People say water is best before bed, but I disagree. Here you go. He hands me one of the glasses before inviting me to join him at an empty table. I should go up. I try, but it's not convincing, and he knows it. Why wasn't I more forceful then? Is it just because I feel bad if I left this friendly guy to drink alone? Or is it because I'd quite like to sit up and talk with him a little longer? Either way, I am sitting down opposite him now, and we clink glasses before chatting a little more about our lives back home. But it's not our families that we are discussing, nor is it our jobs. Instead, we're reminiscing on our respective youths and sharing any funny stories that we might have from back in the day when we were in our primes. Robin tells me about the 2 years he spent backpacking around North America, and a certain misadventure he had in Las Vegas, before I tell him about how I spent some time travelling in Australia but regretted not making it over to New Zealand while I was on that side of the world. I admit that I don't have many regrets in life, but that was one of them. And although Robin suggests I can easily put it right by going over there at some point in the future, I say it's not so easy to travel to the other side of the planet now that I have 2 little ones in tow. He doesn't have children of his own, so he perhaps underestimates what it's like to be a parent and the kind of responsibility that entails. But he is very settled down by all other accounts, so he does have some understanding of it. He also tells me that he does not have many regrets of his own either, although he does admit to sometimes finding himself longing for his younger days when life seemed much simpler. I tell him that's perfectly normal, and everybody must feel like that as they age, and he says I'm probably right, before he gives the thumbs up to the bartender to bring us another drink. I'm enjoying our conversation, so I don't protest, and as I receive my next drink, I've completely forgotten that I actually came back down here to get water, not wine. I'm so wrapped up in our discussion that I fail to notice that the hotel bar has emptied out around us, and before I know it, we are the last ones in here. I check the time on my phone and see that it is after 1 o'clock now, so it's very late, and I should probably have another go at calling it a night. But I also notice that I haven't had a text from Maya yet, nor have I seen her pass through the reception opposite this bar, so I have to assume she is still out partying somewhere. Don't worry, my friends will look after her, Robin says as if reading my mind. They're a rowdy bunch, but they're a good bunch. It's not them I'm worried about, I say with a smile. She's the wild one. Oh, really? That's interesting. I would have thought that was you. What do you mean? I don't know. I've just got a vibe off you that you could be the real party animal of the group if you wanted to be. Ha ha. Well, I'm not sure I'd trust those vibes you are getting, because they're way off. I've not been a party animal for at least 15 years. I might be having a laugh, but I'm hardly exaggerating, and I'm just about to let Robin in on exactly how dull my day-to-day existence is back home, when I hear a familiar voice behind me. Turning around, I see Maya entering the hotel, although she looks a lot different than the last time I saw her. She's wasted and is relying on the guy in the pink shirt next to her to keep her standing. She has her arm over his shoulder while his arm is around her waist, and the pair of them are stumbling through the reception area in the direction of the lift. I better go and see if she's okay, I say as I go to get out of my seat. I'd say she's more than okay, Robin tells me, and I look over then to see that Maya has stopped walking and is now engaging in what can only be described as a game of tonsil tennis with the guy she came in with. Go, Darren, Robin says, clearly impressed that one of his friends has been able to snare himself a hot date. At least Maya is not with a total stranger then. But still, she doesn't know him that well. Don't worry. He's one of the guys who isn't married, Robin tells me as we continue to watch the pair of lovers smooching several yards away from us. Wow, they really like each other. I can't help but laugh at Robin's massive understatement before he tells me that it's nice to see such passion, because it's been a while since he had anything like that in his life. I don't respond to that, although I can't help but feel the same way, because married life certainly isn't quite as wild as what Maya and Darren are experiencing right now. They eventually break off from their kiss and reach the lift, and we watch as they disappear inside. I feel satisfied that Maya is happy enough to go along with whatever it is she might be doing once she gets upstairs, although there was no doubt that she was very drunk and she is going to be a mess in the morning. But I'm not her mother, and she's a big girl, old enough to make decisions for herself. So I decide to leave her to it. The barman appears then to offer us one more drink before he closes up, and while I decline it, Robin accepts it on my behalf and tells me we can take them up to our rooms. We take the lift up after it has returned to the ground floor after depositing Maya elsewhere in the hotel. And as we amble down our corridor towards our rooms, I have a warm glow that comes from having had a fun evening in good company. I reach my door first and say goodbye to Robin, but he says nothing as he carries on until he gets to his door. Then he unlocks it, before asking me where I am going. I tell him I'm going to bed, and he says I haven't had my drink yet. Then he invites me into his room, and while I initially decline the invitation, he teases me by saying he'll be another one of my regrets if I choose to decline. I laugh off the comment, but I'm a little surprised by it because I realise he is actually coming on to me. But he's married, and so am I. I should just say goodnight and leave him be. So why am I still standing outside my door while looking at his open one?
Chapter 10. Maya. I feel the movement in the bed next to me before I even have a chance to open my eyes. That's how I know that I'm not alone, and my mind immediately begins to race as I try to ascertain who it is that I'm with. My memory is foggy, and the last thing I can remember is being in a busy bar, twirling my arms around above my head while several men looked in my direction. I'm guessing one of those men made their move, and I was receptive to their advances, otherwise I wouldn't be in this situation now. There's only one thing to do at a time like this. Open my eyes and find out exactly who I went home with. Twisting my neck so I can look over my shoulder at the person on the mattress behind me, I see a shock of blonde hair and evidence of stubble on the chin of the man in this bed. He's handsome, if that's any consolation, and he's also still asleep, which means I don't have to make awkward conversation with him yet. Maybe I won't have to make it at all. I quickly turn my attention away from him into my surroundings, my next task being to try and figure out if I am in my hotel room or his. I'm praying it's the latter because in that case I might be able to try and sneak out before he wakes up, and that can be where our little love story ends. But things won't be quite so simple if we're in my room, because he'll have to be the one to leave then, and I can't expect him to do that without waking up first. The tangled array of clothing strewn across the hotel room floor tells me very little. The discarded garments are a combination of my clothes and his, but I already knew I was naked, and I'm guessing my sleeping partner is in the same state of undress. The next thing I see is the flat-screen television on the wall opposite the bed, and I try to recall if it's in the same position as it is in my own room. But I'm not sure. Maybe. I realise then that this room, like most hotel rooms, is a carbon copy, just like all the others. That's making it impossible for me to figure out where I am. The only way I'll be able to find out will be in the details. Like the bedside table, for instance. Are my things on there, or his? Tentatively turning to check, I'm praying that I don't see my eye mask, earplugs and purple drinks bottle, all items that would confirm that I'm in my own bed and not a stranger's. But they're not here. All I see is a tatty bottle of water and the autobiography of an ex-England rugby player. This mustn't be my room, then. What a result. Peeling back the duvet as carefully as I can, I remove myself from the bed, treading lightly across the carpet while retrieving my items of clothing, before making it into the bathroom, where I will have a better chance at getting dressed more quietly. The many items around the sink confirm that I am indeed in my lover's room and not mine, and I survey the stash of hair gel, aftershave and razors beside the leather toiletries bag, as well as the small capsule of pills for what turns out to be a hair loss remedy. It seems that Sleeping Beauty in the other room is worried about going bald. With luscious locks like his, I can see why. I'm a sucker for men with good hair, which must be why I fell into the arms of this man. But I'm also a sucker for overdoing it at a bar and robbing myself of most of the memory of the previous evening, and I fear this will end up being just another one of those nights that I don't remember the half of. It's not the end of the world, but it's also not exactly the best way for a woman my age to be behaving. It was funny at 18 and maybe even 28, but at 38, I fear it's starting to get a little tragic. I managed to get my clothes on without making too much noise, although there was one hair-raising moment when I was attempting to put on my skirt and almost lost my balance and tumbled into the closed bathroom door. That would have made an almighty din if I had fully fallen, but I just about managed to avoid disaster at the last second, and that is why the man in the bedroom is still snoring away. Now I have my clothes on, all I need to do is get out of this room and make it back to my own, where I'll be free to piece together the memory of the night before in privacy, rather than with the person I shared most of the evening with. Creeping back out of the bathroom, I glance towards the bed again and am relieved when I realise that the man hasn't moved. Now, where is my handbag? There it is. On the floor, beside the pink t-shirt that tells me this guy is a part of the stag group that we were hanging out with yesterday. The crumpled nature of the t-shirt doesn't allow for me to be able to see the nickname on the back of it, and I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. On the one hand, seeing the nickname might help enlighten me a little more about who it was that I shared a bed with overnight. But on the other hand, I'd possibly rather not know, particularly if it is one of those types of nicknames that are slightly offensive. In the end, I just scoop up my handbag and don't check the back of the t-shirt, leaving the nickname, like everything else that happened last night, a mystery, for now at least. Reaching the door without making any unwanted noise, I slowly turn the handle, while silently cursing how clunky and heavy hotel room doors tend to be. It will be almost impossible for me to open and close this door without making some sound, but I've come too far to back out now. I get the door open and give one last look to my conquest on the bed before leaving the room and painstakingly closing the door as slowly as possible until it gives a soft click to let me know that it is sealed shut again. Then I can really get moving, and I jog away down the corridor towards the lifts, where I discover I only need to go up one floor to make it back to where I need to be. I press the button for the lift quickly while checking behind myself, paranoid that I'll be chased by the guy I just left behind if I'm not off this floor pronto. The lift takes ages to arrive, but I'm right in front of the doors as they begin to slide open, and that's how I end up walking straight into the woman who is already inside the lift. Jane! I'm surprised to see a familiar face right in front of me, but she seems just as off guard as I am. Maya, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. I notice that Jane is wearing casual clothing, as if she is ready for a day out again, while she can't have failed to have noticed that I am still very much dressed in what I went out in last night. But if she does notice, then she doesn't judge me, or at least not verbally anyway. You have? Yeah, I knocked on your hotel room door earlier. Angela's too, but neither of you answered. I didn't see you at breakfast either. Oh, right, yeah, I had to lie in, I say, but it's a lame excuse, and I know Jane isn't buying it. What she does do is eye me up and down, noting my creased dress, my bare legs, and the pair of heels I am carrying in my hand. I'm rumbled. But she still doesn't acknowledge it, and I'm grateful for that. What are you doing now? She asks, kindly giving me the chance to talk my way out of this. I'm just going back to my room. I need to shower. Maybe get some more sleep. I think I overdid it last night. Oh, okay. I was going to go for a walk. I can wait for you if you'd like to come. No, that's okay. I'll catch up with you later. All I want to do is be by myself right now, but I can't do that until I get this lift to my floor and Jane is still standing in it. I'm going to go look for Angela, she says. Text me when you're ready and we can meet at the pool or something. Sure, sounds good, I say, relieved to see Jane leave the lift, and I give her a wave before the doors finally close and I'm alone again. That was awkward, and I'm sure Jane is judging me, thinking I'm too old to be running around a hotel in last night's gear, clearly having spent the evening in a stranger's bed. But whatever. I don't have to answer to her. And it could have been worse. It could have been Angela that I bumped into. But it wasn't. And maybe she doesn't have to know what I've been doing. I wonder if Jane will tell her when she finds her. Who knows? Right now, what I do know is that I'm in desperate need of my own bed.
Chapter 11. Jane. I've given up on trying to locate Angela at the hotel. She's not in her room, or at least she isn't answering my knocks at her door if she is, nor is she replying to my text messages or picking up my phone calls. I'm sure everything is okay with her, but it would be nice to get confirmation of that. It would also be nice to thank her again for helping me get back to my room last night. But that will have to wait, because she's nowhere to be seen. And now I've left the hotel and gone for that walk that I just told Maya I was going to take. It's a beautiful morning, and there isn't a cloud in the sky as I make my way down towards the beach, passing through the town centre as I go. I heard one of the guests at breakfast say that today was market day, and I'm seeing evidence of that being true all around me as I pass several stalls, all of which are selling the types of things that tourists might be interested in spending a little of their holiday cash on. Granted, most of these items are fake goods, like the handbags, wallets and purses on the stall to my left, or the colourful array of football shirts on the stall to my right. But there will always be somebody willing to buy something, particularly at these low prices, although I am definitely not one of those people, and I make that clear to all the sellers as I pass by their wares. As expected, very few of them take no for an answer and persist by pleading with me to stop and take a closer look at their goods. Some of them even resort to telling me how beautiful I am, as if that will make me stop and give them money. But I know all their tricks, and I'm not falling for them. Flattery will usually get a man anywhere, unless that man happens to be selling items that are most definitely fake, and were most probably stolen. I make it through the market with both my dignity and my money intact, and things quieten down quickly once I get away from the crowds and get closer to the promenade. I decide to walk up towards the cliff top again, rather than going down onto the beach, figuring I'll be able to get some good photos on my phone up there that I can show to Mark when I get home. At present, the only images I have captured on my mobile have been of me and the girls drinking cocktails, so it would be nice to provide evidence that we took in a little culture on this trip as well. I follow the long and windy road up the cliff, passing several bars and restaurants as I go that are all currently empty, but will no doubt start to fill up once the clock hits midday and they open for business. But there are still currently signs of last night's frivolities at some of the venues, and I hear one bar owner emptying a large crate of empty bottles into a recycling bin, while I spot another mopping up a questionable stain just outside his main entrance. It can't be easy being a business owner in a place like this. They rely on stag and hen groups to make a profit, but they must surely hate them too when it comes to clearing up after them. I console myself with the knowledge that my own hen group caused no harm to any bar or restaurant last night because we were all on our best behaviour, and as I spot the sign for the Blue Lagoon bar up ahead, I remember all the drinking and dancing that took place there only a few hours ago. It was a fun night, albeit one that ended a little prematurely for me. It looks like Maya enjoyed herself too, if the sight of her doing the walk of shame back at the hotel this morning was anything to go by. I wonder whose bed she ended up in. I'm sure she'll be in a better state to enlighten me when I catch up with her later. Bless her, she looked exhausted when I saw her, and I can't blame her for wanting to go straight to her bed. I think about Angela then, and wonder what she might have done after she had dropped me back at my room. I presumed she had gone back to her own, but I don't know that for sure yet because I haven't spoken to her since. I debate whether or not to send her another text message, but fear that might come off as a little needy considering that I've already sent her a couple, so I leave it for now and carry on with my walk. Reaching the cliff top, I put my hands on the wooden beam that acts as a very flimsy fence on this high vantage point and gaze down over the sparkling sea. The way the sunlight is shining off the smooth surface of the water is a sight to behold, and I fantasize about what it would be like if Mark and I were to emigrate somewhere where we could be by the water on a daily basis. Perhaps when we retire. That would be nice. But one thing at a time. Being up on this sun-kissed cliff top while my man is back in gloomy England makes me pine for him, so I take out my phone and give him a call. I remember trying him after Angela had got me back to my room last night, but he didn't answer then, although it was hardly a suitable time of day for a chat. I did wake up to a text message from him today, asking me if I was having a good time, and I replied to that, but I haven't had any response since. That's why I'm hoping he picks up now. I want to know if he's been having fun while I've been away, or preferably, I want to hear him say that he is missing me terribly and can't wait for me to be back. But he doesn't answer again, which leaves me no nearer to knowing what he has been doing and how he is feeling. That irritating and probably baseless voice of paranoia returns then, warning me that Mark might be up to no good with another woman while I'm away, and that I'd have no way of knowing for sure, because he could easily keep it a secret. He's done it before. He's got previous. Are you sure you really want to marry a man like him? Stop it, I say out loud, shaking my head and in the process shaking away the silly thoughts that I might be making a mistake. I know everything will be fine, and it's a lot easier to think that way when I'm in a natural beauty spot like this one, where the weather is good and the view is to die for. I feel like I will stay up here for a while and savour the scene before making my way back through the market to return to the hotel. It's certainly very peaceful up here, or at least it is until I hear the sound of a motorboat engine down below. I locate the vessel and watch as it chugs its way through the water, coming around the natural curve of the cliff in my general direction. I can see a couple of figures on deck, one behind the wheel, while the other stands at the front and points towards something in the water. If I didn't know better, I would guess that it was a fishing ship, and the men on board were out to catch whatever might be swimming around in these pristine waters, probably to sell on to all the restaurant owners in the buildings on top of this towering cliff. But the colour of the boat, along with the words imprinted along the side of it, make it clear that these are not fishermen. They are policemen. I stare at the Policia sign on the side of the boat as it gets closer, before it disappears out of view below me. I have to lean forward over the wooden railing to catch sight of it again, and when I do, I see that the boat has stopped, and the men on board are pointing at something bobbing in the water just below them. It takes me a moment to make out what it is, but once I do, there is no mistaking it. It's a body.
Chapter 12. Angela. The sense of dread hits me immediately upon waking. I know I've messed up. I realise I've made a terrible mistake. But just knowing it doesn't change the fact. This isn't my hotel room. This isn't my bed. And that man sleeping beside me is not my husband. I put my hand to my mouth, feeling like I could be sick. Is it a consequence of all the alcohol I consumed making me feel this way? Or is it the realization that I've done something I never thought I was capable of doing? The nausea doesn't pass, so I get out of the bed and run into the bathroom before lifting up the toilet lid and kneeling in front of the bowl, fully prepared to be sick if I have to be. But nothing comes out. I sweat a lot and I dry heave a couple of times, but that's it. But I still feel terrible, and that's why I stay in my vulnerable position on the bathroom floor for a little while longer. Not so much because I'm afraid the nausea might return, but because I'm afraid of going back into the bedroom and seeing the man I have cheated on my husband with. How could I do this? How could I let this happen? It would be easy to blame it all on the drinking I did yesterday, but that's just an easy cop-out, isn't it? I would hardly be forgiving to such an excuse if Declan came home and told me he had strayed after overindulging at the bar one night. I'd just scream at him to pack his bags and get away from me and the kids before asking Maya for the number of her divorce lawyer. That's what I would do. I wouldn't forgive him. I'd punish him. It's also what I know he would do to me. I can't let him find out about this. He can never know. This was just a stupid mistake. It's not worth losing my family over. This could blow up my entire life, which is why it has to stay a secret. What happened in this room does not leave here. Nobody will find out. Not Maya, not Jane, and certainly not my husband and kids back in England. I retch a couple more times before I'm confident enough to leave the toilet, but I'm still not ready to go back into the bedroom. That's why I stand in front of the mirror with my hands on the sink, my entire body weight on the porcelain, as I stare at my grim reflection in the mirror and hate myself with every fibre of my being. I'm in a mess. But I'm not in it alone. I know that it's Robin in that bed, and I also know that he is married too. Therefore, I won't be the only one suffering from a crisis of confidence, and perhaps there will be some comfort to be found in talking this through with somebody else in the same position as me. That's the hope I carry as I tear myself away from the mirror and leave the bathroom. But I'm disappointed when I reach Robin and find him to still be sleeping. How can he be so calm and peaceful after what he has done? But then I realise that he is still in that blissful state that I was only 10 minutes ago, the state where I hadn't yet woken up and given the horror of the situation a chance to dawn on me. But it's coming for him, there can be no escaping it, and I'm about to speed up the process a little bit. Robin, wake up, I say as I put my hand on his bare shoulder and shake him gingerly. The feeling of his cold, smooth skin sends a shiver through my own body, because he does not feel like my husband. There are differences, subtle ones, but differences all the same. It's as if both my heart and my head know that this is not the man whom I stood with in front of all my loved ones and made vows to, and because of that, it's causing me severe anxiety. If only that vicar could see me now, never mind my parents, my friends, and Declan's relatives. What would they think of me? They would be ashamed, no doubt. They might even disown me. They'd have every right to. I've made a mockery of that beautiful day in that church in the Kent countryside. I've ruined it all with a stupid fling in the Portuguese sun. My feelings of sorrow are starting to turn to frustration, and I shake Robin harder the second time. That's enough to get him to wake up, and when he does, he jolts suddenly, as if he were in the middle of a wonderful dream and I've just ruined it. Then he sees me standing over him, before realising that he is naked under the bedsheets and that his wife is nowhere to be seen. And just like that, I'm no longer alone in this hell. Oh my God, what did we do? He asks as he catches sight of the empty wineglass by his bed and the mess of clothing on the floor not far from my bare feet. We messed up, I reply bluntly, and I don't know what else to say apart from that. We didn't, did we? I think so. Oh no. Any hopes that either of us might have about this being an innocent liaison are dashed as we begin to recall the events of the night prior. I remember we were in the hotel bar, Robin says as he sits up in the bed and pulls the duvet so that it covers his bare chest. We were drinking wine, right? Yeah. I wanted to go to bed, but you made me have a drink with you. I didn't make you do anything. Yes, you did. I just wanted to go to my room. I know it's not fair to blame all of this on Robin, but I'm going to try it, at least for a little while anyway, because it's the only defence that I've got. What time did we leave the bar? Robin asks me before he runs a hand over his unkempt hair. I don't know, 1 o'clock maybe? I remember seeing Maya come back with one of your friends. Oh God, do you think they saw us together? We weren't doing anything then. It wasn't until we got upstairs. His voice trails off there because he doesn't need to finish that sentence. He doesn't need to say that we saved our stupid moments of passion for behind closed doors. I've never done anything like this before, I swear. I cry, almost as if I'm speaking to my husband now, and not the man I have cheated on him with. Me neither. Definitely not. Really? How do I know that? How do I know you don't do this kind of thing every time you go away with your mates? Because I don't. But maybe you do. How dare you? Having a go at each other isn't going to help us, and we both bite our tongues before calming down and finding a way to proceed from here. But to me it's simple. We just have to make sure this doesn't get any worse than it already is. I'll just go, I say calmly, although I feel anything but on the inside. We'll pretend it never happened. Don't say anything to anybody, and I won't either. Everything can be okay. Is it that simple? It can be, can't it? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I'm just saying I don't have any experience in this. Neither do I. We're going around in circles and it's not helping either of us, so I turn away from the bed and begin the arduous process of trying to locate and retrieve all of my possessions from around the room. It doesn't escape me that it's been a very long time since I was gathering up my clothes from a bedroom floor after a night of drunken passion with a stranger. It also doesn't escape me that the last time it happened was the night I met Declan, and since then, I've never needed to go out and lower my inhibitions to find myself a man. I'd fallen in love with him, and we quickly moved on to more sensible forms of dating, like going out for meals and watching the latest blockbuster release at the cinema, our hands in each other's when they weren't reaching for popcorn. I felt relieved when I had realised I had left that world of one-night stands behind, and it was a pleasure to be in a serious relationship that has progressed all the way to me being married and giving birth to 2 little ones. But I've somehow gone off course and ended up back where I was a long time ago, scrabbling around on a bedroom floor looking for the clothes I couldn't take off quickly enough only a few hours earlier. I've gone wrong here. I've gone backwards, returning to the past, and if I'm not careful, I'm now going to spoil my entire future. This was a stupid mistake, but we don't have to let it ruin our lives back home, I say as I pick up my handbag from where it lies at the foot of the bed. What happens in Portugal stays in Portugal? Why aren't you taking this seriously? I am. I'm just trying to process it. So am I. And it's not helping with you making comments like that. I think I've got everything now. I'm fully dressed, but I'm still in last night's clothes, so it's going to be a very nerve-wracking journey back to my room before I can get changed and pretend like this never happened. I check my phone before I leave and see missed calls from Jane along with a couple of messages, but I'll deal with that later. I assume she's gone to the pool or the beach, possibly with Maya, although she was with her own guy last night, so she could be in just as bad a state as I am at present. At least she's single, free to do what she wants, unlike me. I never thought I would be, but I'm actually envious of Maya right now. I also worry about what Jane might be thinking after she has failed to get hold of me. Has she been to my room and knocked on the door? What will she have thought when I failed to answer? That I'm still asleep? In the shower? Or in another man's room? No, she can't know that. She would never suspect. I can still get away with this. I'm going, I tell Robin as I head for the door, but he pulls back the duvet and gets out of bed, coming towards me as if he's not quite ready for us to part yet. Wait. Don't you think we need to talk about this? There's nothing to talk about. I don't know about you, but I think cheating on my spouse constitutes something to talk about. It was just a stupid mistake. Maybe, but we can't just act like it never happened. Yes, we can. That's precisely what we have to do. Goodbye, and stay away from me and my friends if you see us around the hotel. Angela, wait. I leave the room and hurry down the corridor towards my own, thankful that I don't have to go far because it reduces the chances of me being seen by Angela! Jane's voice is like a sucker punch to my stomach, and I almost throw up right there and then on the corridor carpet when I realise that she is here. Jane, what's going on? Whose room was that? I realise then that she saw me leaving Robin's room. That means I'm screwed. She's going to tell Declan. Then I'm going to be alone forever.
Chapter 13. Jane. I stare at Angela and wait for whatever explanation she has as to why I have just caught her coming out of somebody else's hotel room wearing last night's clothes. But she doesn't say any more. Instead, she just bursts into tears. Oh my, come here, I say, taking my friend in a hug and feeling her sobbing into my shoulder. I've never seen Angela cry, so this is coming as a shock, but I think it's just as unexpected for her. She's really not in a good way, and that's why I suggest we get out of this corridor and go into her room, so she can have some privacy. Angela wipes her eyes and tries to compose herself, before agreeing with my idea and unlocking her door. I follow her inside and wait for her by the bed as she goes into the bathroom to fetch some tissues. I notice that the bed hasn't been slept in, but I don't pass comment on it, opting to do and say nothing, and allow Angela the chance to talk only when she is ready to. It takes a little while for her to emerge from the bathroom, and when she does, her eyes are red and her nose is running, causing her to have to keep touching her face with her tissues as she sits down on the edge of the mattress. I take a seat beside her and hold her hand to show that I am here as a friend, to support her, not judge her, and that seems to give her the strength to enlighten me about what is troubling her. Oh, Jane, I've been so stupid, she begins, still stifling a few sobs. I've ruined everything. What do you mean? I've cheated on Declan. I had suspected that might be the case after I caught her in the corridor, but that still doesn't prepare me for the shock of hearing such a statement out loud. Angela, my friend, the perfect family woman, and now a cheat. Tell me what happened, I say, reserving any judgment because it's not my place to do that. I'll deal in the facts and leave the emotional distress to her. I should have just gone to bed. I should never have gone back downstairs. After you left me. Yes, I wanted some water, so I went to the bar, but he was there. Who? Robin. From the stag do. Angela nods her head to confirm it was him. The handsome guy she seemed to be getting along so well with at the beach and in the Blue Lagoon last night. The one with the beard, the good body, and the wedding ring on his left hand. Harry Potter. We ended up having a drink together. One drink. Angela shakes her head this time. Then what happened? I said I was going to bed. He followed me up. We're on the same floor. Why did our damn rooms have to be so close together? Blaming this on the check-in choices of the hotel staff is hardly going to help, but I don't say that to my friend. Instead, I just wait for her to calm down and carry on. He invited me into his room for one last drink. Oh, Angela, I know I shouldn't have gone in. It was stupid of me. I honestly don't know what I was thinking. So you had sex? It's a curt question, but there's no point dancing around it. It takes Angela a moment to answer me, but she does so in the form of a solemn nod, before telling me she only woke up 15 minutes ago, and she got out of his bed as soon as she did. Then she asks me what is going to happen next. I'll tell you what is going to happen, I say confidently. You're going to have a shower, get yourself sorted out, and then we are going to go down to the pool and pretend like this never happened. What? You heard me. We're just going to carry on and never speak about this again. Would you like that? Yes, of course, but why? What do you mean, why? I would have thought that was obvious. No, I mean, why are you being so nice to me after I've done such a bad thing? Because I'm your friend, and this is what friends do. I'm not going to lie. It feels good to be able to say such a thing. Never having many friends means I've never had much chance to really show how loyal I could be to another woman. But now I have my chance, I am going to prove it beyond all doubt. I am the best friend anybody could ever wish for, and I'm going to show it. Angela starts crying again, and I do my best to console her one more time, not saying anything more because there is nothing left to discuss. At least not on that front. But I have some news of my own, and while it's hardly positive, it surely can't do any harm if it helps take Angela's mind off things. I went for a walk this morning, I tell her once she has lifted her head off my shoulder again and wiped her bleary eyes, and I saw something in the sea. What? There was a dead body. Are you serious? Yeah, there was a police boat there. They were pulling it out. Oh my God, that's awful. What happened? I'm not sure, but it was near the cliff, so I wonder if they fell and drowned. That's horrible. Do you think it was a tourist? This is where the story gets worse, so I have to tread carefully now, considering how fragile Angela already is. But there's not really any easy way of saying it, so I just have to come out with it. I think it was one of the guys from the stag do. What? How do you know? Because he had a pink t-shirt on. Angela looks like she is going to be sick, and I suggest she goes to the bathroom in case she is, but she pulls herself together and remains beside me on the bed. Who was it? I don't know. I couldn't see their face, and couldn't read the nickname on the back of the t-shirt. But you're sure it was one of the guys from the stag group? Yeah, it was the same t-shirt they've all been wearing. Do you think any of them know yet? I'm not sure. Maybe not. I have to tell Robin. Angela gets off the bed and heads for the door, but I stop her before she can leave. Are you sure that's a good idea? What do you mean? I think you should stay away from him after what happened between you two. His friend is dead. He needs to know. The others might be looking for him. Angela has a point, but I'm just trying to protect her. I'll tell him, I suggest. You stay here. Get yourself sorted out. I'll meet you down at the pool when you're feeling better. Okay? Angela agrees that's probably the best course of action, and I lead her into the bathroom and turn on the shower for her, before telling her that I'll see her soon. Then I leave her room and head down towards Robin's door, wondering if he will question how I managed to find where he was staying. It's that question that makes me pause, and after deciding that Angela won't know the difference, I decide to go downstairs, figuring I'll probably see one of the other guys down there by the pool, and I can tell them instead. I spend the entire lift journey down thinking about how my friend could have got herself into such a mess as this one. I never had Angela down as the kind of woman who would risk it all for a drunken one-night stand. But none of us are perfect, and none of this has to follow us home. I'm glad I have discovered the infidelity and not Maya. I suspect she would have had a much harder time keeping it to herself if she had. But I don't have that problem. I'm good at keeping secrets. The sunlight is dazzling as I leave the hotel and make my way across the pool area, looking around as I go for any sign of a pink t-shirt or two on the sunbeds. I spot one of the guys from the stag group over by the pool bar and head in his direction, my stomach churning as I think about the awful news that I am about to deliver to him. If he doesn't know what happened to his friend yet, then he probably just thinks he got lucky with some woman at the bar and ended up going back to her place. He surely won't imagine that he could have ended up face down in the sea with a police boat circling him. But that's what has happened. A man is dead, the stag do is ruined, and the hen do isn't going so well either. This weekend is turning into a nightmare for all involved.
Chapter 14. Maya. The music is loud and all eyes are on me. The DJ is playing my favourite song and life is good. I'm always happiest on the dance floor with a cocktail in my hand, and that's where I am now, moving in time to the song coming out of the speakers, as well as staying in sync with the person I am dancing with. I can't see his face, but his hands are on me and I don't seem to mind. Another drink is quickly forthcoming, and as the song changes, the man does too. A new guy, a new dance partner. I could get used to this. In fact, I feel like I am used to it. This seems normal, not weird. Natural, as if life should always be this easy. I twirl my straw in my glass before taking another sip, and then I'm on the move, leaving the dance floor behind and feeling like I'm disappointing one or two of the men in here by walking away from them. But I can do whatever I want. It's a free world and I'm a single woman. I don't have to answer to anybody anymore, nor do I have to live up to anyone's expectations. I finish my drink at one of the tables in the corner before checking the time and seeing that it is later than I thought. Time to go home, I think. My friends have already left. They're probably asleep by now. I should go and do the same. I'll only regret it in the morning if I stay out. Putting my glass down on the table in front of me, I go to get up, but I'm approached by another male reveller. He's trying to coax me back to the dance floor. One more drink, he says. One more song. One more dance. But I tell him no, I'm leaving. I wish him a good night and then I'm gone. Marching past the busy bar and passing through the door by which a burly bouncer stands, an earpiece in one ear and a bored expression on his face, like he wishes he was inside having all the fun instead of being out here missing out on it. I have some sympathy for him, but not much, because he chose his job, so he has to suffer the consequences, as we all do with our own employment. But I'm not thinking about my work as I leave the bar and walk down the road. I'm very much in the holiday mood, and nothing is going to bring me down tonight. At least that's what I think until I hear the shouting behind me. Turning around, I see the guy from the bar, the one who tried to get me to stay. He's followed me out here, and it seems he isn't taking no for an answer. But now he's not trying to get me on the dance floor. He's offering to walk me home. A new tactic. He'll try anything. He's clearly desperate. But my answer is still the same. I'm not interested, and I make that as clear as I can, as politely as I can. I leave him once again and carry on walking, but the sound of his footsteps behind me tells me he is still not getting the message. That's the first time I start to feel a little afraid, as if this fun night might not have such a happy ending after all. What should I do? Tell him to go away? Shout at him? Or run? That all seems very overdramatic, but what else can I do? Keep letting him follow me until there's nobody else around? That doesn't seem like the best idea. I stop suddenly and turn back to him, my hands out in front of me and my expression serious. Please leave me alone, I say, stern but still slightly sympathetic. I suspect he's just had too much to drink and he doesn't really know what he is doing. I suspect that I'm probably the first woman who has danced with him in a while, and now he has gone and got himself emotionally attached to me. But there were plenty of other women in that bar, and I'm sure he could try his luck with one of them if he wanted to. So why is he still coming towards me? Get away, I tell him, my voice more stressed now because I'm starting to panic. I look back up the road, but we're just around the bend from the bar, and the bouncer won't be able to see us from here. Nor is there anybody else out on the street at this time. It's dark and isolated. Just me and another man, standing on a cliff top, with the sounds of the waves crashing on the rocks far below us. This place feels familiar, yet strangely distant, like I might have been here before, but then again not. In fact, this whole experience seems unusual, as if there's a fog hanging over me, clouding my judgment, confusing me as to what is real and what is not. But then the man grabs my arm, and his grip definitely feels real in that moment. I try to pull away, but he doesn't let me go. He's stronger than me, and somehow more desperate too. There's an urgency to his behaviour, as if he knows that he has to be quick with whatever he has in mind. But what exactly is that? What is he hoping to do here? I really don't want to find out, which is why I have to get away from him. But he still won't release me, and we're getting closer to the cliff edge now, the momentum of our two fighting bodies drawing us nearer to the wooden beam that is there to stop people walking off the cliff edge in the dark. Is he going to push me? No, why would he do that? It's a paranoid thought, but it's quickly replaced by a terrifying realization of what he is actually hoping to do. The sound of his belt unbuckling is quickly followed by his hands reaching down and pulling up the hem of my dress, and now I know what this is all about. I also know what I have to do. It's my only chance, the only way out of this nightmare. I push him as hard as I can, and his nails scratch my arm as he loses his grip on me and topples over the wooden beam, disappearing in a flash of pink. But I also saw the whites of his frightened eyes as he went over the side of the cliff. I listen out for the sound of his body hitting the water, but I don't hear it. The waves just keep crashing on the rocks, the tide a permanent reminder that life goes on, and it tells me that the same applies to me. I turn and run away from the scene, racing back to where it feels safe and familiar. I'm not exactly sure where that is. All I know is that I have to keep running. I keep going until I'm back in a busy place again. There are people here and bright lights and music, and that is a hell of a lot better than that dark, dangerous cliff top where I was a moment ago. I don't know what to do with myself and find a quiet corner to sit in. But it's not long until I have company again. Another man, but this one much friendlier. He isn't trying to get me a drink or get me to dance or force his way into my underwear. He's just smiling and being polite, and while he doesn't know why I'm upset, he seems confident when he tells me that everything is going to be okay. I guess that's why I kiss him. I kiss him deeply and passionately, and I think it takes us both by surprise. But we just go with it. And the next thing I know, we're back at his place, rolling around on a bed, tearing off each other's clothes and showing no signs of inhibition, despite not really knowing each other. The whole thing is very frantic and very exhausting, so it's a relief when I finally get to close my eyes and rest. I presume I've fallen asleep, but it must only be a light slumber because I feel the movement in the bed next to me and open my eyes to see what my partner is doing. But it's not him who I see when I stare at the face lying on the pillow beside me. Instead, I see the man I pushed off that cliff. He's staring right at me with blood on his face and pain in his eyes. And that's when I start screaming. I jolt awake and sit upright in my bed before checking all around me to make sure that there is nobody here beside me. But I'm on my own, and that's when I realise it was just a bad dream. It was horrible, but it's over now, and I'm a big enough girl not to dwell on silly nightmares, so I just go into the bathroom and pour myself a glass of water before taking a long and refreshing sip. Then I decide that a shower is in order, so I turn on the water and remove my nightdress before stepping under the hot, steaming liquid to cleanse my skin. I have my eyes closed for the first part of the shower, just enjoying being under the water and the feeling it is giving me. But then I open my eyes to go in search of the shampoo bottle that I know is in here somewhere, and when I do, I notice something on my arms. It's deep, long, and very red. Scratch marks. I'm shocked by the sight of them and can't recall how I came to have them, but a voice in the recesses of my mind seems to be trying to tell me something. "You know exactly how you got these scratches," it says hauntingly. "Just like you know that wasn't a nightmare you suffered a moment ago." It was a flashback.
Chapter 15. Jane. I'm sitting by the pool with a book in my hands, although reading was not quite the activity that I had in mind for my hen do. I packed the book mainly to keep me occupied on the flight home, but I found myself thumbing through the pages of it while I'm still in Portugal, because I'm on my own, and frankly I could do with the distraction. It's been half an hour since I broke the news to a member of the stag group that one of their party had been found floating face down in the sea. Unsurprisingly, he did not take the news well and raced off to find the rest of his friends, and I suspect at least a few of them are on their way to the local police station by now. It's a terrible business, and I can't imagine what they're all going through. To think that they all came over here for the same reason as I did, to have some fun in the sun with their closest mates before one of them tied the knot. But they will be returning to the UK with one of their party missing, and that is a very sobering thought. I think about how it would be awful for me to have to fly home without Angela or Maya, and I'm grateful that my friends are safe. But just because they are still alive, it doesn't mean that everything is perfect. And I'm still mulling over what Angela has done on this weekend that has quickly gotten out of control. I told her to shower and sort herself out before coming down to meet me at the pool, but she hasn't appeared yet. If I had to guess, I would say she is having another cry, while trying to come to terms with the fact that she has cheated on the man she loves. It breaks my heart to think of her in distress, but I've offered all the help I can on that front. I have told her that her secret is safe with me, and now we just need to try and move on. I'm just about to have another go at reading a few more of the words in my paperback when somebody slumps down onto the sunbed beside me. It's Angela. She's finally come down from her room, and she's hidden her red, tear-stained eyes behind a big pair of dark sunglasses. "Hey, how are you feeling?" I ask, not optimistic about the kind of answer I might receive. "Not great," she replies before changing the subject quickly. "What are you reading?" "Oh, it's just some book that was recommended in my book club. It's a police procedural." "Any good?" "It's okay, but I can't really get into it." "I'm not surprised." "Did you tell Robin what you saw in the sea?" "No, but I told one of the other guys. I guess they're dealing with it now." Angela doesn't say anything to that, but there is no doubt that she is having lots of morbid thoughts about how those poor group of mates are trying to come to terms with losing one of their own abroad. "Have you heard anything from Maya?" she asks me then. "I saw her briefly this morning, but not since." "Was she okay?" "Yeah, I think so. I mean, she looked a little worse for wear, but don't we all?" I smile at Angela, but she doesn't return the expression. We're joined then by Maya, who takes up the space on the third sunbed I had reserved for us, although she seems just as sheepish as Angela does. "How's the hangover?" I ask, in an attempt to keep things light. But she doesn't say anything, simply shaking her head to let us all know that it is not good. "So, whose room did you end up in last night?" I ask Maya, because it's clear nobody else is making an effort when it comes to conversation this morning. "Just some guy," she says with a shrug, and it's clear she wants me to leave it at that. I do as she wishes, although it's not just because she isn't being very chatty. It's also because the three of us catch sight of a police officer walking along the other side of the pool, accompanied by one of the guys from the stag group. Angela and I share an awkward glance, and I figure that one of us is going to have to tell Maya the awful news regarding the men we were partying with last night. It turns out that Angela is the one to do that. "Jane saw somebody in the sea this morning," she begins carefully. "It was one of the guys from the stag do." "What?" Maya cries, looking immediately distressed. "There's a possibility that they died." "No, not a possibility, they were definitely dead," I confirm, but neither of us get the chance to say any more than that because Maya suddenly leaps up from her sunbed and hurries away back inside the hotel. We realise something is wrong, so we go after her and manage to catch up to her just outside the lifts. "Maya, what is it?" Angela asks, as an elderly couple wheels their suitcases past us on their way to check out. "I've done something terrible," she admits before the lift arrives, and she gets inside and starts bashing the button to take her back to her floor. Angela and I jump into the lift before it can leave without us, and we demand to know what our friend is talking about as we begin to ascend. But Maya won't tell us, although we don't give up as we follow her out of the lift and down the corridor back to her room. It's only once we are inside there that she finally explains what is going on. "I think I had something to do with it," she confesses, confusing us both. "What are you talking about?" "The guy in the water. I think I pushed him off the cliff." "What? When?" "Last night after I left the bar. I was followed and he tried to attack me, so I pushed him." "Who attacked you?" "One of the guys on the stag do." "You're kidding. Did you report it?" "No, I just ran away. I must have gone back to the bar." "Why did you do that?" "I don't know, because I was drunk and scared. I still can't really remember all of it. But I had a really bad dream and then I woke up and found these on my arm." Maya shows us several scratch marks on her arm and tells us she thinks she got them during the attack. "I've killed a man. I'm going to go to prison." She begins to mumble more to herself than to anyone else. "No, you're not," Angela tells her, but there's little conviction in her voice. Maya slumps down onto the bed and Angela takes a seat beside her, but I just start pacing the room, trying to come up with some way to help the situation here. It was hard enough convincing Angela that everything was going to be okay after what she did last night, but it's a whole other ballgame with Maya now. "Maybe if you go to the police and explain to them what happened, they might understand," I suggest, but that's a lot easier said than done, and we all know it. "What if they don't believe me? We're in a foreign country. They could just lock me up and I'd be stuck rotting in a Portuguese prison cell for years." "That's not going to happen," Angela tries, but it's no good. Maya is hysterical now. "I can't breathe. I think I'm having a panic attack." She gets to her feet and runs into the bathroom before slamming the door and locking it behind her. "Maya, open the door," I try, but she doesn't listen to me, and there's not much I can do for her out here. "This is all my fault," Angela suddenly says. "I never should have left her alone in that bar." "Don't be silly. This isn't your fault. You were helping me get back to the hotel. But look what's happened now. I knew it was a bad idea to leave her in that club. I told her to come with us, but she didn't listen. If only she had, then none of this would have happened." Angela is on the verge of tears, and I suspect she isn't just talking about the dead body in the sea. She is hinting at what she did too, because Maya isn't the only one who has regrets over how the night transpired. But what's done is done, and none of us can change that now. All we can do is impact the future, and that's why I suggest what it is that we should do next. "We need to leave," I say, as my mind runs through all the permutations of it. "We need to check out, go to the airport, and get the hell out of here, and then we keep this a secret. All of it. Okay?" Angela stares at me as if I've gone mad, but I'm deadly serious. "We leave, we go home, and we tell no one," I tell her, needing to get her agreement on this before I go and knock on the bathroom door and pass on my plan to Maya. "Agree?" Angela takes a while to respond, but when she does, she nods her head. "That's it decided then. I've taken charge of this situation. I'm the reason we came to Portugal in the first place. Now I'm going to be the one to get us out of here."
Chapter 16. Angela. Jane and I waited until Maya had reappeared from inside the bathroom before we told her our plan. When we did, she didn't put up much of an argument, and it was clear she was ready to leave. I was ready to go as well, because getting out of Portugal would not only reduce the chances of my friend being punished for what happened last night, but it would also reduce the chances of me having to see Robin again, and that also had to be a good thing. But before I left Maya's room to go and commence packing, I had a couple of questions for her surrounding the dramatic events of the previous evening. "Are you sure you're remembering last night correctly?" I asked her, "because I saw you come back to the hotel with someone after midnight, and you looked pretty happy then." Maya is quiet for a moment, and I presume she is trying to recall the memory of it. For a brief moment there is hope that she might suddenly realize that she has been mistaken, and that she didn't actually push a guy off a cliff. But then she nods her head as if it still all makes sense. I told you I went back to the bar after it happened. I was in shock, I think. I must have been. The next thing I know, I was kissing somebody. That's who you saw me with. That makes sense, even if it's not much better, but now Maya has a question for me. You saw me come back to the hotel. Why were you still up at that hour? Jane shoots me a nervous glance because she knows I shouldn't answer that question. But I know it too. I'd gone down to the bar for some water, I say with a shrug. I was just getting it when I saw you come back. Oh, right, Maya says, and she doesn't question me anymore, which is a relief because if she had, then I doubt I would have had the strength to keep pretending like I hadn't made a serious mistake on the previous evening too. It's at that moment that I realise that my husband can never suspect anything happening over here, because if he was to question me, then I wouldn't stand a chance of holding myself together. Maya suddenly starts shaking, and I realise she is also terrified of the thought of being under intense questioning. But in her case, she is afraid of the questions coming from a bunch of Portuguese police officers in their broken English, a frightening scenario for any overseas visitors to find themselves in, let alone one who is actually guilty of the crime they are being questioned about. That's why Jane is right. We do need to leave sooner rather than later, before one of us cracks. There's a flight in 4 hours, Jane says, looking up from her phone. We can make that, right? Maya and I share a look before nodding our heads. I'm going to go and start packing, I say, making a move for the door. Good idea. I'm doing the same thing, Jane replies, following me. Shall we meet him?
Just a quick reminder, this is a free audiobook, no ads, no paywall. Now take a short break and enjoy the music. See you on the other side.
Reception in half an hour? I'll get the guy on the desk to call us a taxi. Okay, I say, and I'm just about to leave, but something makes me turn back and check on Maya one last time before I go. When I do, I see that she has her head in her hands, and it's clear her mind is not on packing just yet. Come on, Maya, you can do this, I say, offering her some encouragement. You're not a bad person. You were just defending yourself. Now you need to do the same thing again. Getting out of here is the best thing you can do. That snaps Maya out of it, and she reluctantly picks up her suitcase and drops it onto the bed. A strong sign that she is going to do what we need her to do now. Jane and I leave the room and get back to our own, and I have my suitcase filled and zipped up in what must be a record time for me. Then I'm hauling it down to reception before I know it. And when I get there, Jane is already speaking with the receptionist and working on getting us that taxi she promised. I approach the other receptionist and state that I am checking out, but as expected I am met with a confused look. We have you down to stay one more night, she says to me as she checks her computer screen. Has there been something wrong with your stay? Where do I begin? I drank too much, cheated on my husband, and then found out my best friend killed a guy. That's hardly the stuff of a dream holiday, and I won't be leaving any 5-star reviews based on my experiences here, that's for sure. But it's not the hotel's fault that all that happened, is it? Everything has been fine. I just have to get home. Family stuff. The receptionist seems to understand that and assists with the rest of the checkout process, and it's a relief to hand over my keycard and lose the last item that ties me to this fateful place. If only I could lose the memories of this place too, but I suspect they won't be so easy to give back. Maya makes an appearance a moment later, looking extremely pale as she exits the lift with her luggage in hand. I suspect she will need a little help checking out herself, so I make sure to stand with her by the desk and guide her through any of the questions she might face. But it all goes smoothly, and with the three of us officially no longer guests at this hotel, all that is left to do now is wait for our taxi to show up. The end of a holiday is usually a pretty somber time as all the fun comes to an end and the realities of life back home start to bite again. But this is different. For the first time in my life, I'm excited to be going back to the airport and trading a warm country for a cold one. I can't think of anything I want more right now than to be sat at home on my sofa with my family around me, the sounds of their voices distracting me from my anxious thoughts and this hotel on the Algarve seeming a million miles away from my home in the suburbs of Kent. Out of sight? Out of mind? I hope so. Maybe I can forget about this place and what I did here. And then Robin walks into the reception area, and I feel as if I've just been punched in the stomach. He looks distracted and distressed as he wanders through the foyer in an apparent daze, not looking at all like the confident, chirpy chap I first met at the beginning of this trip. His shoulders are hunched, and his head is bowed, making his pink t-shirt look even more ridiculous on him. And his rosy red cheeks that were a sign of a little sunburn yesterday seem to have been replaced by an ashen colour that makes it look like he hasn't seen sunlight in years. This is a man whose world has been shaken to the core. But I'm not so foolish as to think that he is like this because of me. It's surely because of what has happened to his friend. What started as a stag do will now be ending with a funeral. I'm in two minds as to whether or not to go and speak to him and ask him if he's okay. Of course, I'll play dumb and pretend like I have no idea about his friend until he tells me, at which point I will act shocked and offer him my condolences. But then again, maybe it's best if I just avoid him. 5 more minutes and I'll be out of here, and we never have to look at each other again. Angela? Are you leaving? Robin has seen me and my suitcase and correctly figured out what I'm doing. So much for me avoiding him. Yeah, we have to go. Something's come up at home. Is everything okay? Yeah, of course. Everything okay with you? Where is this damn taxi? No, it's not actually. Something terrible has happened. I know what it is, and Maya and Jane, watching and listening to this interaction, also know what it is, but we have to pretend. What's going on? I ask, preparing to give the best acting performance of my life in a second's time. Joel's dead. He fell into the sea last night. What? And the Academy Award goes to... The police found his body in the water this morning. He's gone. Oh no, that's awful, I say, trying my best not to look at my friends as I keep this charade up. He's got a girlfriend and 2 kids back home. What the hell do we tell them? Maya suddenly gets up and goes outside, no longer able to be around this conversation, but Robin doesn't notice her leaving. He just keeps staring at me like a lost puppy dog, waiting for some kind of guidance. But I'm not sure I can help him. I'm so sorry, I say again, before catching another glimpse of Maya pacing around on the other side of the glass doors outside the hotel. Do the police have any idea what happened? No, they need to do some tests, toxicology or something. But I told them that Joel had been drinking. It was a stag do, for Christ's sake. Of course he had been drinking. Do they think he fell while he was drunk? That's probably what they'll say. But it can't just be that. I mean, we were all drunk, but none of us fell off a cliff, did we? Something else must have happened. Like what? I don't know. But people don't just fall into the sea, do they? I guess they don't, but in this case I'd certainly be happy if the police believed that to be the case, and I know Maya would too. I should have made sure he was okay. Robin goes on, still looking at me but almost through me at the same time, which is very disconcerting. Maybe I could have prevented this if I'd just stayed at the bar. This isn't your fault, I tell him strongly, although it's not lost on me that him staying at the bar would also have meant I would never have ended up in his bed. I see the taxi arrive then, and Jane leaps out of her seat and heads for the exit, telling me it's time to go. I'd love to follow quickly, but I'm still stood with Robin, and it would be cruel to leave a heartbroken man alone like this with just a curt goodbye. I have to go now, but I hope you'll be okay, I say, considering giving him a quick hug but deciding against it. But that doesn't stop him from going in for his own hug, and as he wraps his arms around me, I see Jane looking back and spotting it. She must think I'm mad. But I'm not. I'm just too polite for my own good sometimes, which is why I don't tell Robin to get off me until he does so of his own accord. Goodbye, I tell him as I pick up my suitcase, but he says nothing as I walk away. I get into the taxi and glance back through the hotel's doors as our driver pulls away, and as I do, I see Robin standing in the middle of reception, still looking lost but with his eyes on me, following me as I depart. That was excruciating, but it's only one part of it. There's still the small matter of getting to the airport and getting on that plane without the police stopping us for questioning yet.
Chapter 17. Jane. The taxi ride to the airport was completed in silence, although it had little to do with our driver not speaking a word of English, and more to do with his 3 passengers having very little to say. There hasn't been much in the way of conversation since we got dropped off at the airport and got ourselves booked onto the next flight out of Faro, although now we have made it through security, I have suggested we all get some food before we board our plane. Angela and Maya quietly agree, and it's not long until we're sat at some grease-covered table in a fast food restaurant, surrounded by screaming kids and weary parents, staring at the burgers and chips in front of us, and wondering if our appetites will ever return to us again. I need to say something to lighten the mood, take everyone's mind off their worries, remind them that this was supposed to be a fun weekend away with friends. Well, if that's the kind of thing you have planned for my hen do, I'll definitely make sure I don't get married again, I say with a stupid grin. Needless to say, Angela and Maya do not find my joke funny, and I regret even making it. We pick at our meals for another 10 minutes before giving up on them and leaving the noisy scene behind to go and take our seats at the gate, which is a little less rowdy. I watch as a couple of planes take off, while a few others taxi down the runway after landing, and there's something soothing in the fact that life seems to be carrying on as normal around here. maybe it can be that way for the three of us in time. Or perhaps that is just wishful thinking. I decide to take a short walk to pass a few more of these uncomfortable minutes, so I leave my friends behind and wander over to the large window at the gate, looking out at the plane that is due to take us back to England, and hoping it won't be too long now until we are allowed to board it. It's only then that I realise I haven't told my fiancé that I'm coming back early, so I take out my phone to give him a heads up. I'm typing out a text message, in which I say that everything is fine, but that we're coming home ahead of schedule, and I'd like to see him if he's free later. But then I stop, because I'm struck by the thought that he hasn't been very forthcoming with his own messages while I've been away. I'm sure there is a good reason for that, like he's just been busy with his friends, or perhaps he's been doing a little extra work for his job. But I don't know that for sure, and my paranoia senses an opportunity here to potentially get some answers as to what might have really been keeping Mark occupied while I was away. I could just not tell him that I'm coming home early, and then go to his place to surprise him. At best, he'll just be happy to see me, and we'll fall into each other's arms before falling into his bed. At worst, I'll catch him up to no good and prove my paranoid fears right, as well as those suspicions that I know Maya harbours too. That's why I put my phone away without sending the message. I'll give Mark no warning. If he's being a good boy, then everything will be okay. But if he's not, it's best that I know now, rather than after I make my vows to him. I rejoin my friends in our seats, but the boarding call comes over the tannoy a moment later, and it's time for us to make our way to the gate door. None of us are dawdling as we grab our carry-on bags and rush towards the airline employee with our boarding passes in hand. Angela goes first, handing over her ticket and passport before being waved through. It's Maya's turn to go next, and she glances back nervously over her shoulder as her credentials are inspected, before she is ushered through to the other side as well. I'm up next, and I take a deep breath before handing over my passport, but there's just as little drama with mine as there was with my friends before me, and now we are all through. I take one last look around Gate 14 before I enter the tunnel towards the plane, just to make sure that there are no police officers coming our way with stern expressions and a load of questions. But all I see are British tourists looking grumpy about the fact that it's time for them to go back to their real lives. That's exactly what I was hoping to see, and with the coast clear, I can board this plane with as little worry as possible. The late purchasing of our tickets means that the three of us aren't seated together, but that's no big deal because it's only a short flight. I end up sat next to a tired-looking grey-haired woman on row 10, while Angela is a couple of seats ahead of me, and Maya is a few rows behind. Everyone gets themselves strapped in, and with the luggage safely stowed away, the cabin crew begin to run through their safety procedures. Nobody ever pays attention to this part of the flight, though, and I'm certainly not now as I put my phone on aeroplane mode, foregoing my final chance to send my fiancé a text and committing to my decision to surprise him when I get home. The plane backs away from the terminal as the cabin crew demonstrate how to correctly apply an oxygen mask in the event of an emergency, and as we taxi onto the runway, the end of this hen-do is almost in sight. I look ahead to where Angela is sitting and see the top of her head as she turns to glance out of the window as we pick up speed, and I wonder what is going through her mind as we prepare to take off. She landed in Portugal as a happily married woman who would never dream of cheating on her partner, but she is leaving this country under a very different set of circumstances. I also think about what might be going through Maya's mind behind me as we get faster, because she touched down here as a law-abiding citizen, only to be leaving here feeling like a condemned criminal. There is certainly plenty for the two women to mull over for the next couple of hours at 38,000 feet. As for me, I can say that this was not the hen-do I was expecting, although I have definitely come out of it in a better state than the rest of my party. I suppose I should be thankful for that, as the engines roar on either side of the cabin and the tarmac rumbles beneath my feet, and as we lift off into the air, the sudden sense of weightlessness that I feel as we do battle with gravity is a reminder that everyone on this plane is powerless now. We're at the mercy of mechanics and physics. but rather that than being at the mercy of thoughts, feelings and actions. And I think Angela and Maya would agree with me there.
Chapter 18. Angela. I feel sick to my stomach as the taxi pulls up outside my house, and I catch sight of my front door, behind which is my perfect family, who I have let down with my actions. They don't know it yet, but I'm not the best wife and mother in the world. Far from it. Portugal has changed me, just like it has changed my two companions as well. The taxi driver has already dropped off Maya and Jane at their respective residencies, and I could see the weight of the knowledge they possess bearing down on them as they climbed out of the car and pulled their luggage from the boot. I gave each of them a wave before I left them, but it felt more like a token gesture than one with any real substance to it. Truth be told, I was glad to see them go because I'm well aware that being around them will always make me think of what we went through on the Hendu. If they are out of my sight, then they can be out of my mind, for a little while at least. I thanked the driver after he has got out and helped me with my suitcase, and all that is left now is to go into my house and explain to my family why I'm home early. The alibi that the three of us decided on is that the hotel had a mix-up with our booking and only had us down for 2 nights instead of 3, and we had no choice but to come home after no other hotel in the area could accommodate us. It's not perfect, but it's the best we could come up with, and I'm sure Declan will buy it. He'll probably just be glad that I'm home ahead of schedule because it means less time for him to have to look after the kids on his own. I put my key in the door and turn it as the taxi driver leaves, and it takes all of 2 seconds for Rosie and Charlie to hear the sound of somebody coming home before they race into the hallway and start screeching at me. "Mum's here!" Rosie cries, probably for her father's benefit in the other room, before she wraps her arms around my waist and squeezes me tightly. "Come and play with me!" Charlie cries as he vies for my attention and affection in his own way, and I'm almost knocked off balance as the pair of excitable youngsters pull and push me in whatever direction they want me to go. Declan appears a moment later, looking very confused, and for a second, I suspect he is thinking that he's somehow lost a day and that I have actually come back when I was supposed to. But he's not quite that frazzled, and he is aware that I'm back before I should be. "What's going on? Is everything okay?" he asks me, reserving his excitement about having me back until he knows that my homecoming is not a result of some sinister event. If only he really knew. "Everything's fine. We just screwed up our hotel booking and had to come back early. But it's okay. I think 2 nights was enough anyway. I'm absolutely exhausted." The kids lead me into the living room where there is a children's movie on the television and a carpet full of scattered toys. Declan follows me in, asking more questions about what happened and wanting to know if Jane had a good time, but I assure him that she did and that she is okay with us having to come back early. "Honestly, we all overdid it with the drinking, and we're ready for our beds," I say with a laugh. "We're not as young as we used to be, that's for sure." "I could have told you that before you went," Declan says with a chuckle as I sit down on the carpet, and Rosie and Charlie both tried to hand me a toy to play their game with. "How was the weather?" "Yeah, it was lovely." "You caught the sun?" "Have I?" "Yeah, your cheeks are all red. Unless it's the wine." I laugh it off and focus on playing with the kids, but part of me suspects that my flushed cheeks are my body's reaction to me having to act like everything is okay with my husband. "So, what did you get up to then? Tell me all the gory details," Declan says as he takes a seat on one of the sofas, suitably smug in his sober state, and enjoying the fact that I'm the one who is hung over out of the pair of us on this particular weekend. "Oh, there's not much to tell. We just went to the beach and a few bars. We had a lovely meal out last night, actually. A seafood restaurant. You would have liked it. Never mind all that. I want the gossip. What did Maya get up to? I'm sure she was doing her best to lead you and Jane astray. Declan knows Maya well, and so it's not a stretch for him to presume that my one single friend was the real ringleader of the hen-do. But I can easily deflect this line of inquiry by resorting to a line that he himself has used over the years after returning from a trip with his mates. What happens on tour stays on tour, I say with a cheeky wink, and that's enough to get him to stop peppering me with questions. I spend the next half an hour playing with Rosie and Charlie until the novelty of me being home wears off, and they disappear into a different part of the house to find something else to amuse themselves with. That just leaves me alone with Declan, but my feelings of guilt are still super strong. So I decide to give myself some privacy until I can get them back under control again, telling him that I'm going to go and unpack and take a shower before I'll treat us all to a takeaway from our favourite pizza place. He seems happy enough with that. What man wouldn't be with his wife and kids out of the way and the promise of pizza to come shortly? And that's a relief once I'm upstairs and have been able to lock myself in our ensuite bathroom. I hate myself just as much as I did when I woke up in Robin's bed in Portugal, and my reflection in the mirror is still just as harrowing to look at. But I seem to have come through the first test of my resolve okay. This is only day one. But if I can make it through this, then I have to hope that my feelings of remorse will fade away into the background and the distraction of everyday family life will soon help me forget that I have done something that could see me throw my family away. I'm just about to turn on the shower and undress when I hear a text message arrive on my phone, and when I check it, I see that it is from Jane. She sent a message to the WhatsApp group we created specifically for the hen-do, so Maya will be able to see this too. And when I read it, it's obvious that it is for the both of us. Stay strong, girls. We'll get through this. Just remember, we tell no one. Jane didn't need to remind me of the importance of staying quiet about everything that happened abroad, as I doubt Maya needed a reminder either. But her message is also a sign of the solidarity that exists between the three of us. We aren't going through this alone. We have each other. Maya made a terrible mistake, one even worse than mine, but we have each other's backs. We're stronger together, and I certainly need that extra support because without it, I have a feeling I would crumble easily. I type out a quick reply to the group to let Maya and Jane know that I am still very much planning on holding up my end of the bargain. We're a team. We can do this, I say, before I decide to send Jane a separate message that only she will be able to see. Because Maya still doesn't know about my infidelity, and I'd like to keep it that way if I can. Thanks, Jane. So sorry about your weekend. I wish things had gone differently. But you're a great friend, and I can't wait for your wedding. Not long now. I purposefully keep things light at the end of my message, and Jane responds quickly, saying she can't wait either, and that there is no need for me to apologise. Then I put my phone down and slip out of my clothes before standing under the water and making a very concerted effort to try and wash away all the sins of my past. It doesn't work, of course, but I am at least clean on the outside, and as I reach for my towel and dry off after a much-needed refresher, I check my phone again to see if Maya has replied to our group chat. But there is no message from her. It's radio silence at her end. Is she okay?
Chapter 19. Maya. I wish I could say that it's good to be home, but I can't. The knowledge of the crime I committed in Portugal has inevitably followed me back, and no matter where I go, it isn't going to change the facts. A man is dead because of me. I spent the whole flight home trying to justify pushing him on that cliff top, telling myself it was in self-defence and believing that it simply wouldn't have happened if he hadn't been getting so aggressive with me. All of that might be true, but even so, it's still a story that the police need to hear so they can understand what happened and process their investigation accordingly. It's also a story that the family and friends of the deceased could do with hearing as well, so that they have at least some explanation as to what happened to their loved one. But so far, it is a story that has only been heard by 2 other people. Angela, my best friend, and Jane, a woman who I wasn't particularly close to before the weekend began, but a person who I now feel connected to for life after the secret we share together. It's surely a shame that it's taken something as dramatic as this happening for me to appreciate Jane's friendship, but there is no denying that she is being loyal to me, even if I don't feel like I deserve it. She was the one who suggested we keep what happened a secret, and she was also the one who got us moving and on that plane out of Portugal before the risk of me being suspected got any higher. What would have happened if I was still there now? Would a police officer have come to speak to me? I have to presume that everybody who the deceased had been in contact with in the final few hours of his life might be being spoken to, which would mainly consist of the friends he was on the stag do with. But I was with him too in that club, so could one of those guys have mentioned me to the police? It's possible, although they really could be operating under the belief that the deceased just had too much to drink, wandered off on his own and ended up losing his balance in a very precarious place. But there's only one way I'll know for sure. I'll have to follow the news coverage of his death from afar. I've been putting it off for as long as I could ever since I arrived back home and left my suitcase by the door, but now I have my phone in my hand, and I'm using a search engine to try and find out what's going on over on the south coast of Portugal. I expect the death of a British tourist in the region will make a few headlines, and I'm not wrong, because it doesn't take me long to find several articles that reference the body that was discovered in the sea this morning. The majority of them are in Portuguese, and that's just one of the many languages that I can't decipher, so they are no good to me. But it's not too difficult to find a report in English, and when I do, I read over the grim facts. There aren't many yet, just that a body was found. An Englishman in the area on a stag do. His loved ones are being notified. And the police are looking for any witnesses who might have been in the area in the early hours of this morning. My memory of everything about what happened on that cliff top is extremely hazy, but I feel confident that nobody else was around at the time of the incident. But what about cameras? Is there any CCTV in the area that might have captured me pushing him to his doom? It's possible, and it's still early in the grand scheme of things, so the police might not have had a chance to check with any property owners in the area. There are plenty of bars around there, and probably a few apartments too. What if one of them had a camera? Or what if somebody was on a balcony looking out at the time and saw me up there? The more I think about all the ways I could be caught, the more I feel like I'm going to be sick. So I stop reading the online articles and throw my phone onto my bed. I wish I could just go to sleep and wake up in a few months to find out that the Portuguese police have concluded their investigation and they suspect no foul play. But I know that isn't realistic. Not only is sleep most likely out of the question for me for the foreseeable future, but any rest I can get will surely be very brief and very snatched. Hibernation would be perfect, but when is life ever that easy? Faced with tossing and turning on my bed for the rest of the day, or finding something else to do, I leave my bedroom and go back downstairs, still ignoring my full suitcase by the door, because it will be a while before I feel like unpacking from this trip. My next port of call is the fridge, where I have a handy bottle of wine that was supposed to be for when one of my work colleagues comes over on Wednesday, but there's no way I can wait that long to have a drink now. I crack the lid and pour myself a tall glass, and then I pour myself another when that one disappears quickly. This is by no means a long-term solution to my problem, but it will do as a temporary band-aid. I take the bottle with me into my living room and curl up on the sofa, but trying to watch television is futile too. Instead, I find myself looking at the scratch marks on my arm, wishing they would hurry up and heal because right now they are the biggest piece of evidence against me. I've already washed my scratches in the shower, but I'm sure a good forensic expert could swab for DNA and discover that there is some there that belongs to the deceased. I then start to worry that some of my DNA is under the dead man's fingernails. Will they check that? Or will the sea have washed it away? This is torture. How am I supposed to live with so much anxiety? I thought going through a divorce was bad enough, but this is unbearable. I'd take heartbreak and expensive lawyers any day over this. At least there was no danger of prison time with that. My next train of terrifying thought is about what the extradition process might be between the UK and Portugal. Would I get sent back over if I'm suspected of a crime, or would my own country protect me? Or, if not, could I at least serve out whatever sentence I get here, rather than in a prison where nobody speaks English? I can see this is going to be a fun night for me, and I'm going to need more wine. I'm also going to need to talk to somebody, not to share my secret, but just to distract myself with. But who? Unlike Angela and Jane, I have no partner. Nobody to cheer me up. No one I can snuggle into and take some comfort from. I've never felt so alone. And that's why I end up calling up the local takeaway to place an order for a Chinese. I could have done it online, but I just wanted to talk to somebody, hear a voice, remind myself that the world is going on as normal outside of this house, and not everybody is thinking about that dead man in Portugal and what might have caused him to fall into the sea. With my food ordered, I pour myself another drink and wait patiently for the knock at the door. I wish I could invite the delivery driver in when he gets here and have him or her share a drink with me. I'd ask them to tell me about themselves, or run through the pros and cons of their job, or just say anything that will stop me sitting here in silence, imagining myself standing before a Portuguese judge and a Portuguese jury, while a couple of Portuguese police officers stand behind me and wait to transport me to a cell that will be my home for the next several years. But I'm sure they would think I was mad if I invited them in, so I won't do that. I have to get through the rest of this day in my own way. I can do it. Just like Angela and Jane can surely do it too.
Chapter 20. Jane. I'm not sure quite what I was expecting to find my fiancé up to when I turned up at his place after getting back from Portugal early. I certainly didn't want to discover that he had been spending time with another woman while I had been away. But my surprise visit was a test to find out, just in case, and as I approached his front door and prepared to put my spare key into the lock, I had briefly visualised walking in and finding him entangled beneath the bedsheets with somebody else, a complete look of shock on his face, before he scrambled to put on some clothing and tried to explain how it wasn't what it looked like. It was no surprise that my heart had been thumping as I had opened the door and gone inside, aware that I could have been only mere seconds away from having my dream future come crashing down. I had known Mark was home because I'd seen his car parked in the driveway. I got further confirmation when I spotted his coat hanging on a hook by the staircase, and I'd known for sure when I heard the sound of movement above my head. He was upstairs, alone, or with somebody. It would have already been far too late at that point for him to hide anybody who shouldn't have been there, so I could have called out to him to make my presence known earlier. But I hadn't done. I'd just started to climb the stairs instead, keeping quiet and providing less opportunity for him to prepare an excuse, should he require the need to offer one in a moment's time. I'd reached the top of the stairs and approached the closed bedroom door with an abject sense of trepidation, fearing that despite what had happened to Angela and Maya in Portugal, it was me who was going to end up having the worst weekend when it was all said and done. Then I had wrapped my fingers around the door handle and taken a deep breath before entering the bedroom and looking quickly towards the bed. And what did I see? I saw my fiancé standing in front of it, wearing his gym clothes and looking very surprised to see me. But he was alone. There was nobody else in the room, in the house, and most importantly, in his bed. I'd instantly felt terrible for not trusting him, although I made sure not to give away the fact that that had been the fear going through my mind when I had come to his house. Instead, I had quickly explained to him why I was home early, sticking to the story of there being a mix-up with the hotel room, before saying that I'd called around to surprise him because I had missed him so much and just had to see him now that I was back. Mark had believed it all, although he had still been a little shaken from the shock of seeing me enter his bedroom unannounced. But I had soon remedied that by rushing towards him for a kiss before persuading him to take off the exercise gear he was wearing and forget about going to the gym, because I had a personalised workout in mind for him that didn't require either of us to leave the bedroom. We've spent the rest of the day in bed until the sun is going down on the other side of the curtains. While it's not quite as hot here temperature-wise as it is in Portugal, things have certainly been steamy in this room this afternoon and into the early evening, and there isn't anywhere else in the world I'd rather be. Mark has his arms wrapped around me, and I can feel his breathing returning to normal after our latest love-making session, before he asks me for more details about my weekend abroad, inquiring as to what mischief I might have got up to while I was away. I don't waste any time being coy, opting to be serious instead, and make it clear that while the drinks were flowing and there were a few noisy venues where a little dancing took place, that was the extent of the mischief-making. I stress how much I missed him, and how happy I am to be back now, so I can focus on our upcoming wedding, and that's enough to get him to leave the questions there. But then it's my turn to ask a few of my own. I tried calling you a few times while I was away, but you didn't pick up, I say, as we remain entangled beneath the sheets. What were you doing that was keeping you so busy from speaking to your wife-to-be? I make the question sound carefree, but I'm deadly serious about hearing what his answer might be. Oh, I'm sorry, love. I've been snowed under with work while you were away. There's a lot going on at the office. But it's the weekend. I know, but we've got a big presentation next week, and as usual, I'm the only one who seems to be doing anything for it. I thought you were going to speak to your manager about this. You shouldn't be the one doing everything all the time. I know, and I have spoken to him. And what did he say? He said I need to get better at delegating. That's what I said before. Yep, but you know what I said to that. If you want a job doing right, do it yourself. I repeat back a mantra that I've heard my partner say several times during our relationship, whenever the topic of his busy workplace has been discussed. Mark laughs when I do, although it never seems to change the fact that he won't ever try a different tactic at work, like one that would involve passing on some of the load to another colleague, instead of trying to do it all himself. I admire his work ethic and his desire to oversee every task to ensure that it is done well, but I don't quite appreciate how hard it means he has to work, and hearing that he has been so busy this weekend that he's been unable to return a few of his fiancée's calls is hardly ideal. But I suppose it could be worse. I'd rather he had been working hard over a pile of paperwork than the other thing I'd been worrying about him being occupied with when I was on my way over here today. I feel foolish for letting my imagination run away with itself, as well as a little guilty for not trusting my partner, although he still has no idea why I burst into his bedroom. He thinks I was being romantic, and he can carry on thinking that because that won't lead to an argument between us. But I won't be doing this again. I won't allow myself to be a slave to paranoia and silly notions of fear surrounding the commitment of my future husband anymore. That's no way to enter into a marriage. And that's why it will stop now. I trust Mark. I'm safe with him. And that's why I entertain the idea of sharing a secret with him as we lie beneath these sheets and get our energy back before rolling around with each other again. Of course, it's not the secret of Maya and the man in the sea. That one is far too deadly to ever be voiced by me, even to the man I love. No, it's the other secret that came back from Portugal. The one that involves Angela and her moment of weakness with a man who was not her husband. Should I tell Mark about that? It would be breaking the promise I made to my friend. But as I lie here, I feel like sharing such a secret with him would be a true sign that I feel comfortable being open and honest with him. I'd obviously make him commit to keeping it quiet himself, because I really don't want Angela to get in any trouble for what she did. But if I tell him, then it can be another thing that bonds us and makes us closer. Secrets are no good in any strong relationship, so why should I keep this one from Mark? But then I think about how he might react to finding out that my best friend has been unfaithful. I'd expect him to disapprove. But will he be judgmental too? Will he lose all respect for Angela and not want to see her again whenever I try and organise a double date with her and Declan? Will he lose respect for Declan as well, even though he has no idea what happened? I don't want that. I want the four of us to become firmer friends. So I won't do it. I'll keep this secret safe. I'll be a loyal friend, even if it means not being able to share everything with my partner. I just hope that Angela appreciates the sacrifice I am making for her.
Chapter 21. Angela. My return to the office on Monday morning saw me subjected to many of the usual questions that occur in a place like this, the main one being, "What did you do on the weekend?" I'd usually answer that one with a simple shrug of the shoulders and say, "Family stuff," before making a joke about how I'd come back to work to have a rest after 2 days of childcare duties. But I knew that I wasn't going to get away with such an answer this time, because my colleagues know that I was away in Portugal for a hen do, and as far as they were concerned, that made me the most interesting person in the office that morning. "I love a good hen do. I bet it was wild. Tell me all about it," said Sharon, the accounts administrator to my right. "Give me all the gossip," demanded Brenda, the office manager to my left. And even Sean, the usually quiet HR assistant, chirped up that day, asking me exactly where I went in the Algarve, because he was thinking of booking a short holiday for himself there sometime soon as well. All I had wanted to do was keep my head down and get on with my work at my desk, because I was still reeling from everything that had happened overseas. But I could see that was not an option for the time being. My colleagues wanted some answers, if only to give them a distraction from doing some actual work around here, so I knew I had better give them a few. "Yeah, it was great, thanks. Lots of drinking, lots of bad dancing, the usual. Not much gossip. We didn't even stay out that late in the end. We're getting old. We were near Faro, not far from the airport. The weather was great. I recommend it." Those were the answers I gave, and while I was pestered for more information for a little while, the enthusiasm of my colleagues soon dampened as that first morning wore on, and we eventually all slipped back into the drudgery of another day of employment. I managed to lose myself in my work for the most part, and was feeling a little better about things as lunchtime neared. That feeling continued when I used my phone to make a quick check on the news over in Portugal, looking to see if there had been any developments in the police officer's investigation into what might have caused that poor man to fall from the cliff. But there was no news, and the few articles that referenced the tragedy on the Algarve continued to state that it was most likely the result of misadventure. That was great news for Maya, as it was for Jane and I, because we were just as much in this as she was. I spent the first half of that week wondering how my friends were getting on since we got back, because our text messages have been few and far between, and none of us had been particularly chatty since returning, nor had any of us been keen to organise another meet-up anytime soon. I was aware that the final check for Jane's bridesmaid dress fittings was coming up, so I guessed I'd see them both there. But if I didn't see them before that, then I felt that would be okay. The more time that passed without us all reminding each other of the ill-fated hen do, the better. It was as the clock struck midday on the Wednesday after Portugal that I left my desk to go outside and get some fresh air. and I had headed downstairs with my mind set on grabbing a salad bowl from that shop around the corner. But I had got the shock of my life when I had passed through the reception area and stepped out onto the street, because instead of seeing a bunch of random strangers passing me by on the pavement, I had seen somebody I recognized, but whom I had hoped never to cross paths with again. It was Robin. He was waiting for me right outside my office. I'd let out a little yelp of surprise when I had seen him, the air escaping my mouth before I had a chance to stop it. I'd then briefly considered turning and running back into my office in the dim hope that he hadn't actually seen me and he had merely been out there as a coincidence. But it was no coincidence, and he had seen me, so there wasn't much I could do then but smile weakly and try to act as if his reappearance wasn't the terrible news I thought it must be. "Robin, what are you doing here?" I asked him before nervously glancing around to see if any of my colleagues were out here witnessing it. The thought of them questioning me as to the identity of the mystery handsome guy whom I was chatting to outside the office was not a pleasant one. Robin looked as awkward as I must have done as he had answered me, and he told me he was here because he was having the week from hell and needed someone to talk to. I didn't need to ask him to go into detail about why his week was so bad, because I knew he had lost his friend in shocking circumstances, but I also feared it might have had something to do with me as well, and I was proven right when he spoke again. "I can't stop thinking about that night we had together," he said, which was the last thing I wanted to hear. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, come on. You must have been thinking about it too." "No. We agreed it was a mistake, and that was the end of it. What are you doing here?" "I told you. I can't stop thinking about you." "Are you serious?" I say that a little too loudly, and a passer-by glances at me, although it could have been worse. It could have been Sharon, Brenda, or Sean, and I was just lucky that it wasn't. But I needed to keep my voice down, so I stepped closer to Robin and look him straight in the eyes. "Do I have to remind you that we're both married? You need to leave me alone." Robin seemed surprised by how firm I am being with him, but what was he expecting? For me to thank him for turning up at my workplace unannounced and suggest we go and find ourselves a hotel room for round 2? "How the hell did you find me?" I demand to know, because while I know he wasn't based too far from this town, he shouldn't have been able to track me down this easily. But the answer is frustratingly simple. "I found your LinkedIn page and saw where you worked," he tells me, and I shake my head because I had never even wanted to set up a profile on that website, but Declan had insisted I do it because he said I might get headhunted one day and get a better job because of it. Little does he know that his suggestion is now the reason the man I have had a fling with has been able to track me down and try and keep it going. "You've been stalking me." "No. I just wanted to see you again." I would call searching for me online and then coming to my workplace stalking. I'm getting loud again, but I can't help it. I'm furious. How in the world could Robin have possibly thought that finding me was a good idea for either of us? "Just calm down. I only wanted to talk to you." "About what? We have nothing to say." "I think we do. We need to talk about us and why it happened." "We were drunk. That's it." "Oh, come on. Do you mean to say that you cheat on your partner every time you have too much to drink? Because I know that I don't." Hearing Robin utter the C word out loud so close to a place where too many people know me gives me an horrendous feeling, and that's why I tell him to follow me around the outside of the building so we are away from the front door and out of earshot of anybody who might come out of it. I'm simmering with anger as we find a more private place to continue our conversation, but as I look at the man standing before me again, I wonder if this might just be some sort of existential crisis he is going through after the shock of losing one of his good friends. Is he re-evaluating his life because he suddenly realizes that time is short and the future isn't promised to any of us? If it is, then he can go and do his soul-searching elsewhere, because I want to play no part in it. Look, I'm sorry about what happened to your friend. I really am. I tell him, whilst thinking that he doesn't know the half of it. But you can't do this. I'm happily married, and I love my husband. Do you? Then why did you kiss me so passionately? Why did you fall into my bed? And why did you forget about him to be with me? I told you why. Because I'd had too much to drink. You were plying me with wine. Excuse me? In the hotel bar. I just wanted to get a glass of water and go to bed, but you insisted on me staying. So it's my fault? Yes, it is. You're unbelievable. It takes two to tango, doesn't it? What do you want from me? I've told you it was a mistake and I just want to get on with my life. Why can't you do the same? Because my life is a mess. The confession is a strong one, and I don't quite know what to say to it, which gives Robin the chance to elaborate. My marriage hasn't been a happy one for a while. My home life isn't great. I've now just lost one of my best friends, and his funeral is next week, which I have no idea how I'm going to get through. The only thing that is making me feel good right now is you, and what happened between us. That's why I'm here. I go from seeing a stupid and risk-taking man before me to now seeing who he really is. He's a desperate, confused and defeated man who is clinging onto the one bit of happiness he's had for what sounds like quite some time. There's not much I can do about what happened to his friend, but what about his marriage? Things can't be that bad with your wife, can they? I inquire tentatively. I mean, you didn't seem depressed when I met you. Of course not. I was with my mates putting on a brave face. None of them know that I'm unhappy. Guys don't talk about that kind of thing. We just order another beer and make a few jokes about our football team. That's not healthy. I know, but it's the way it is. You saw my friends. Did they seem like the type of guys to sit down and have a heart-to-heart with? I can't say that they did, but this isn't helping me in my situation right here. I need to get out of this conversation and go and get my lunch so I can get on with the rest of my day and, indeed, the rest of my life. But I can't do that if Robin keeps popping up in it. Look, Robin, you're a great guy, and I'm sorry that you're going through a hard time, I tell him, almost reaching out for his arm to console him, but deciding against any kind of physical contact between us at the last moment. But I can't help you. I love my husband and I regret what happened between us. I have to ask you to leave me alone now. Please, for my family's sake. I can't make it any clearer than that, and I hold my breath to see what Robin's response will be. It's a relief when he doesn't argue, although it's hardly heartwarming to see how utterly dejected he looks. But this is where I have to leave him. And I wish him all the best before reminding him one more time not to come here again and try to talk to me. Then I walk away, not turning back and trying not to worry too much about whether my wishes will be respected. He has to leave me alone, doesn't he? He can't keep trying to see me, right? My life won't be ruined by my one silly mistake. Will it?
Chapter 22. Maya. I'm certainly not in sunny Portugal now. as I step over a large puddle while holding an umbrella that is doing a decent job of keeping the rain off me as it pours down from the heavens above. The weather is horrid, as is my mood, and not for the first time since I left my home today, I think about how I don't have to be doing this if I don't want to. But it's not about doing what I want to. It's about doing what I have to. And that's why I've travelled some distance to be here in this town not too far from my own. I'm not far now from St Thomas Church on Regent Street, where a service is due to begin at 2 p.m. prompt. I'm not far away from where the funeral of the man I killed will be held. I've been wrestling with the decision of whether or not to come here ever since I saw the details of the funeral posted online. My first instinct was that I should stay as far away from that place as possible, because I wouldn't want to tempt fate by showing my face there and raising some suspicions. But as the next few days passed, I found myself feeling like I needed to attend, or at least do so from a sizable distance anyway, in the hope that being here would give me some kind of closure. I'm not planning on walking into the church and taking a seat amongst the deceased's family and friends. That would be madness. No, I'm just going to watch from afar, where I can be close enough to see several of the mourners as they go inside, and maybe even the coffin when it is moved, but far enough away as to avoid any awkward conversations with anyone else in attendance. My guilt hasn't eased at all since what happened. Just like the rain hitting the top of my umbrella hasn't eased since I set out on my journey today. But I live in hope that after today, I might be able to begin the process of moving on. The final occasion in one person's life could be the catalyst for another life being able to carry on. At least that is the idea, anyway. But as I catch sight of the church spire at the end of the road and see a couple of people in black clothing, I wonder if this really is the bad idea I feared it could be. It's not too late for me to turn around and walk away. I don't have to do this. But as I see more mourners leaving their vehicles and making the slow march up the winding pathway to the church entrance, I feel like I have to keep watching. It's like a bad movie that should be turned off, and I have the remote control in my hand, but for some reason, my finger is not pushing the red button. I can't look away, just like I can't forget what happened. That's why I keep walking on slowly in the direction of the church, spotting several of the headstones as they come into view in the large graveyard that surrounds this religious structure. But there's no way I'm going inside, and I make the decision to head over to the left of the graveyard where I will be able to stand out of sight of the mourners, lurking over by the tall trees, a safe distance away from where the service will take place. It's cold and wet out here, but rather that than being warm and cosy inside a room that holds the body of the man I put in a box. Maya? The voice behind me almost makes me jump out of my skin, and I spin around so fast that several water droplets fly off the rim of my umbrella and drip onto the arms of my coat. Then I see who has recognised me, and it's not good news. It's Darren, one of the guys from the stag do, and the one whose bed I ended up in at the end of that fateful night abroad. "What are you doing here?" he asks me as the rain hammering down on my umbrella seems to reach deafening levels. "Oh, I murmur, completely at a loss as to how to explain my presence here, and feeling like I'm completely screwed if he continues to wait for me to give him some semblance of an answer. But to my eternal gratitude, he doesn't do that. Instead, he tells me that it doesn't matter, and that he's pleased to see me, before stepping under my umbrella and giving me a hug. I feel the coldness of his wet coat seeping into my own, but if anybody needed a hug, then it's me, and I'll take it. This is what I've been lacking ever since I came home. Somebody to hold me, comfort me, make me feel like I'm not totally on my own. Darren gives me a tight squeeze before we separate, and then he proceeds to tell me how hard things have been for him recently. "This has been an awful time. I've not been to work since we got back from Portugal. We've been trying to support Joel's family, but it's not been easy. It's awful to hear. but at least he's not asking me what I'm doing here again. This service is going to be hard, and this bloody weather isn't making things any easier. Come on, let's get inside. Oh, I'm not actually coming in. I try, as I feel the panic rising up inside me at the thought of going inside the church. What? I didn't really know him, did I? I just saw the funeral details in the news, and I was in the area, so I thought I'd have a walk past the church. But I'm not coming in. Don't be silly. You're here now. You might as well get out of the rain. No, honestly, it was silly of me to come here. Nonsense. You were having a laugh with him and the rest of us on that weekend that he died. I think that qualifies you to attend his funeral if you want to. I shake my head again and insist on leaving, but then Darren tries another tactic. If not for Joel, do it for me, he says, looking very sorry for himself. I'm one of the few lads who doesn't have a partner to come here with today. How about you keep me company and I'll buy you a thank you drink at the wake afterwards? I can't believe I'm even entertaining the idea. I should just tell Darren this was a mistake and walk away as quickly as I can. But that might arouse suspicion. I need to act as if I'm somebody who has nothing to hide, and what better way to do that than actually attending this funeral? Okay, but can we sit at the back? I wouldn't want to take the seat of somebody who knew him a lot better than I did. That's fine. I'd rather be near the back myself. No one will see me crying there. I can tell that Darren was trying to make me laugh with that comment, but he seems to have only been half joking, and as he links my arm and we head for the pathway to join the other mourners, I feel terribly sorry for him. He's just a man grieving for his friend. I'm sure to him Joel was a great guy. He probably has no idea that Joel tried to assault me that night, just like he has no idea that I had to do what I did to protect myself. But I have no choice but to allow him to continue to think of his deceased friend in a positive light, because telling the truth will not do me any favours around here. We make our way up the pathway, and while I'm hardly wearing the right colour of clothing for an occasion like this one, I am glad my coat is black, and I decide that I will just keep it on during the service rather than take it off to reveal my blue blouse underneath it. While it's not good to be inside the church, it is at least nice to be out of the rain, and I collapse my umbrella before passing by the man on the door who is thanking people for their attendance. That's Joel's brother, Darren whispers to me once we are out of earshot. Although I wish he hadn't filled me in on that particular detail, because now I can add a sibling to the types of people whom I have robbed of their loved one. But it's the sight of the children at the front of the church that causes me the most pain when I see them, because Darren tells me they are Joel's kids. Thanks to me, they are now fatherless. I feel another urge to turn and walk away before this gets any worse, but I'm right in the thick of things now, and I just need to get through this. So I sit down quickly in one of the spaces on the back pew and plan on keeping my head down until this torturous service comes to an end. Darren sits beside me, although he stands up a couple of times to shake hands with a few people who enter the church after us, including a couple of guys I recognise from the stag do. One of them is Robin, the guy who had Harry Potter on the back of his t-shirt, and the one who Angela seemed to be talking to the most while we were hanging out with the group. He looks a mess. Nothing at all like how he looked when he was basking on that beach beneath the hot sun, and his once immaculately trimmed beard is now appearing scraggly, just like his piercing blue eyes are now weighed down by the bags beneath them. He must have taken this loss particularly hard, but he's not the only one in this church who appears to be struggling. I really wish he hadn't done so, but Darren points out Joel's parents as they pass through the church on their way to the front, and I grimace as I see the elderly couple walking hand in hand, with pain etched all over their weary faces. I have to look down at the floor before this all gets too much for me, and I keep my vision down there until I hear the church doors close and the service gets underway. The officiant thanks everybody for coming out on what is a difficult day and makes a banal quip about the bad weather before getting down to business. I keep my mouth shut tightly as the mourners around me mumble their way through the first hymn before I get a rundown of who Joel was and what he accomplished in his life before he was taken well before his time. The speech mentions how he graduated from Leicester University with first-class honours in engineering before embarking on a professional career that saw him work in several different countries around the world. But his heart was apparently always in his hometown, and that was why he returned to Kent, where he went on to father 2 wonderful children who were the apple of his eye and who are now the ones staring straight ahead at the coffin with their dad inside it. I do my best to zone out for the rest of the service, not out of disrespect, but simply because if I have to hear another word about how wonderful the man who tried to attack me was, then I might give myself away as being the one who put him in that coffin. I almost leap out of my seat once the box with Joel inside has been carried out of the church and the mourners are allowed to leave, because I'm so desperate to get going. But Darren links my arm again, clearly enjoying having somebody by his side, even if we literally had a one-night stand and that was it. He asks me to come to the wake, and it's hard to protest too much while he's got his arm entangled in mine, so I say I will come for one drink. But I regret it once I'm there, because one of the walls in the room where the wake is being held is plastered with photos of Joel, and that has to be the worst thing for my brain to be bombarded with. But then I feel even worse because I noticed something extremely shocking. I am actually in one of the photos on the wall. It's an image that must have been captured on the night Joel died, because the stag and hen groups are posing together on a crowded dance floor. I can see Angela and Jane on the end, and there I am, right in the middle of the group with my arms up in the air, looking like I'm having a great time with all the grinning guys. I wish I could say I remember that photo being taken, but I can't, Darren says as he sidles up to me again after temporarily leaving my side to go and get another drink. But I do remember that bar. Blue Lagoon, wasn't it? I shrug my shoulders to make out like my memory is even worse than Darren's surrounding that night, because that's the safest thing for me to do. And then I'm finally about to get away from this man and this occasion once and for all, until we're joined by somebody else who is in the photo we're staring at. Maya, what are you doing here? Robin asks me. She's here for me. Darren answers on my behalf, and I'm happy to go along with that, rather than have to make my own excuse up. But Robin seems puzzled. Really? I didn't realise you guys were serious. We're not, I say, before quickly regretting it because Darren looks dismayed. I mean, it's not about us. We're just paying our respects to Joel. You don't have to tell me that Darren is here to pay his respects because he was one of Joel's best mates. But I'm surprised that you came here to do it. You only met him once. Yeah, but she had a good night with him, didn't she? Darren says, gesturing to the photo. We all did. Robin is distracted by the photo for a minute, and I'm hoping that's the end of him probing me. But it's not. He fancied you, Robin says a moment later. Excuse me? Joel. He told me he was going to make a move on you that night. Well, I guess I got in there first, Darren interjects, but there's no pride in his voice because he's not one to gloat over beating a late friend. No, he said he was going to try with you, Maya, Robin carries on, recalling that drunken night. You left for a while, didn't you? And he went after you. He said he was going to try and walk you back to the hotel. This conversation is not going down a good path for me, so I just act confused and say I'm not sure what he's talking about. He didn't catch up with you outside? Robin asks again, and I say no, before Darren inadvertently comes to my rescue again. She didn't leave because I ended up going home with her, he says, probably thinking he is clearing up a little misunderstanding. What he's actually doing is giving me an alibi. Although if these guys could really remember that night, then they would know I was missing from that bar for over 15 minutes, and that was when Joel had caught up to me. You didn't see Joel outside the bar? Robin asks me, and I shake my head before glancing past him towards one of the exits. "What's with all these questions?" Darren wants to know. "Joel was drunk and wandered off. The police said so." "But did the police talk to Maya?" Robin replies before looking at me again. "They should have spoken to everyone who was with him that night, but I bet they didn't talk to you, did they?" I'm speechless and already feel like I'm losing control of myself, so God knows what would happen if I ever end up in an interrogation room at a police station. "Come on, mate. We're all hurting, but there's no reason to be weird. Let me get you another drink," Darren says as he turns to the bar. But Robin doesn't go with him. He just keeps staring at me, and it's very disconcerting. Does he know something? No, he would have told the police if he did. But does he suspect something? It sure feels that way. "I have to go," I say before putting my untouched drink down and heading for the door. "I'll see you out," Darren cries as he follows me. But I don't hang around for long then. I get outside, tell Darren I'm sorry for his loss again, and then set off down the street, not giving Darren a chance to get my phone number, and not looking back out of fear that Robin might be watching me go from one of the pub's windows.
Chapter 23. Jane. It's the day of my final bridesmaid dress fittings, and I'm excited. Not only is it the last chance for me to double-check that everything is okay with Angela's and Maya's attire for my big day, but it will also be the first time that the three of us have been together since we got back from Portugal. It's been a fortnight since we landed back in the UK, and while I'm sure we've all been busy with our respective lives, it's about time we all had a catch-up in person, and this is a good excuse for it. Unlike recently where either of them could leave text messages on unread or take several hours or even days to reply, there will be the opportunity for instant answers now. I want to really get to know how my friends have been dealing with everything over these last few weeks, and I'd like to think they are interested in how I'm doing too. And as I stand in the bridal shop and check the time, I'm expecting both of them to arrive at any minute. I've already been furnished with a glass of champagne from the shop owner, as is customary for these kinds of occasions, and it's the least she can do considering how much money my partner and I are spending here. My wedding dress was not cheap, but a girl can't skimp and save on her big day, can she? We've also got the cost of the bridesmaids' dresses covered, and they are pricey too, which is why I insisted on this final fitting, to really ensure that we are getting the exquisite look that we paid for. I've already tried on my dress as I got here early, and it was perfect, so it's now hanging back on the rack, and the next time it will be worn will be when I'm making my big walk down the aisle. It's just Angela and Maya who need to check their dresses now. So where are they? There's still no sign of them passing by the large glass windows at the front of this shop, the ones that have all sorts of wedding paraphernalia on display, and I'm getting anxious that neither of them are going to show. They both sent messages to our group chat, saying they would be here, but their appointment began 5 minutes ago and they still haven't shown. Not for the first time in my life, I get that pang of anxiety about being alone forever and having no friends. What if they don't show up to my wedding day? What if my husband is surrounded by his groomsmen looking resplendent in their suits, while I'm just standing hopelessly on my own, with no females on either side of me? Why can't I be popular like everyone else seems to be? What is wrong with me? But then my fears evaporate, because I see Angela walk past the window before she pushes open the door and enters the shop, giving me a wave and apologising for being late. I tell her that it's no problem at all, and give her a hug before making sure the shop assistant is going to fetch my dearest friend her own glass of champagne. She does just that, and as she disappears into the back of the shop to retrieve the bridesmaid dresses, I have the chance to ask Angela how things are at home. "Yeah, they're okay," she replies as she stares down at the bubbles in her glass, but her body language is not convincing. "Are you sure?" "No, not really." "What's wrong?" "I just feel so guilty after what I did behind Declan's back." "I know, but that will get better in time. Will it?" I don't actually have any experience when it comes to infidelity, so I can't be 100% sure on that. But I can't exactly say that, can I? Yeah, things will be okay. You just need to keep reminding yourself that it was a one-off mistake and that you're a good person who just slipped up once and will never do it again. Angela nods her head, but I can tell there is more, and sure enough there is. He turned up at my office, she says before taking a quick sip of her champagne. Who did? Robin. What? He found out where I worked online and he showed up. He was right outside when I went out for my lunch break last week. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Is she serious? You're kidding. What the hell did he want? He told me that he couldn't stop thinking about what happened between us. No way. He said everything was a mess in his marriage and he was struggling with his friend's death. It was weird. It was as if he expected me to say that I'd been thinking about him too, and that I wanted something else to happen between us. But you don't, right? No, of course not. I love Declan. The shop owner returns then, forcing us to hold that thought for a moment and pretend like everything is okay. I take a seat in one of the chairs while Angela receives her dress and disappears behind a curtain to try it on. While she's gone, I think about what she just told me, and I'm just as surprised about the whole thing as she must have been when she saw Robin waiting for her outside her office that day. I can't believe that he stalked her online and tracked her down to her workplace. I suppose someone could view that as being quite a romantic thing, but in these circumstances, considering they are both married, I'd have to say it's not. It's more crazy than clever. What it does do is make one thing clear. As far as Robin is concerned, what happens in Portugal definitely does not stay there. I spend the next 10 minutes trying to plot out a solution to Angela's problem in my mind, in case Robin shows up in her life again. But I forget all about that temporarily, as Angela returns from the changing room and shows me how she looks in the dress I picked for her. In one word, she looks stunning, and I make sure to tell her that, because I think she could use the confidence boost right now. Wow, you look incredible. Did somebody order a supermodel? Angela rolls her eyes because she doesn't believe that she looks that good, but it's not far off. No wonder Robin has been so desperate to see her again. She's a catch. I tell Angela that she looks perfect and say she should keep the dress on so she can show Maya when she gets here. But as I check the time again, I'm unsure when that is going to be. She's super late now. Do you think she's coming? I ask nervously, trying not to sound too needy, but not doing a good job of it. She would message if she couldn't make it, wouldn't she? Yes, of course she would. She'll be here. She must just be running late. I guess so. Still, she could have messaged to tell us that. Don't be mad at her. She's been through a lot. Angela doesn't need to expand on that statement, particularly not with the shop owner still lurking nearby within earshot, and I decide not to say anything more. But I will have a second glass of champagne if it's on offer. I've just received that second glass when the door opens and Maya bursts in, full of apologies for her lateness and eager to get on with what she is here to do. She takes her own dress and scurries away to try it on. And while it's clear she is distracted and would probably rather not have to deal with this today, I'm just glad my worst fears have not come true and I still have 2 bridesmaids to give me support on my wedding day. Maya looks just as incredible as Angela did with her dress on. And what today has shown me is that my makeup artist on the big day is going to have her work cut out to make me look even more glamorous than the 2 women who will be standing beside me. But that's a problem for then, not now. So I won't worry about it too much here. What I will do is suggest the 3 of us all go for a drink now that we've got our jobs out of the way. Maya agrees quickly, but Angela seems unsure, saying she can't be back late because she has things to do for the kids. But I tell her it'll just be a quick one, and we can have a catch-up before all going back home. I pretend like I have a lot to do myself when I get back, but that's not true. I lead us to the pub nearest the shop, and we each order our drinks before taking a seat at a table in the corner. After a tiny bit of chit-chat about my upcoming wedding, it doesn't take long for one of us to address the elephant in the room, or rather the body in the sea. I've been keeping an eye on the reports in the news, Angela says quietly, as if there is a police officer lurking at the next table who might be interested in what we have to say. It seems like the police still think he just fell while he was drunk. They aren't treating it suspiciously. Yeah, I've read the same thing, I agree. More for Maya's benefit than anyone else's. I'd say the case is closed. You're in the clear. I look at Maya then. But if she is in the clear, she certainly doesn't look like a woman who is. Instead, she looks like she is struggling just as much as she was when we were sat at the airport waiting to come home. I went to his funeral, she suddenly says without looking up at either of us. Whose funeral? I ask. Joel's. Wait, what? Angela cries. It was last week. I know I shouldn't have gone, but I felt like I had to. Are you serious? I know it was stupid, but I was only planning to stay outside the church. But then Darren saw me, you know, the guy I slept with that night, and he insisted I go inside with him. You actually sat in the church for the funeral. Angela and I can scarcely believe what we're hearing. It was horrible, Maya goes on. His kids were there, and his parents, and they all talked about what a great guy he was. You should never have been in there, Angela says sternly. Are you mad? It's like returning to the scene of the crime. I get what she is saying. While Maya hasn't exactly gone back to that cliff top in the Algarve, what she has done isn't much better. I went to the wake as well, Maya adds, and that's just as unfathomable. I don't believe this, Angela says, looking more incredulous by the minute. Here I've been worried sick about you for the last few weeks, fearing that you might end up going to prison. Hell, fearing that all three of us might end up going to prison if they find out that we all kept it a secret. And now I find out that you've been swanning around with the dead guy's family and friends. I wasn't swanning around, I was trying to get some closure. Did it work? I ask, hoping that some good came out of the risk-taking behaviour. No, not really, Maya confirms sadly. If anything, I think I made things worse. That doesn't sound good. And Angela and I share another nervous glance. What are you talking about? I ask. What do you mean you made things worse? Robin was there, Maya says, still unaware of that man's significance to Angela, but that's the least of our worries. And he seemed very upset. He'd lost his friend, I try, but Maya shakes her head. No, it was more than that. He seemed argumentative, distracted, like a bit of a loose cannon. And he said he remembered that Joel had wanted to walk me home that night and had left the bar just after I had. What? Angela cries. Does he suspect you? I don't know, but he had a lot of questions. I brushed them off and Darren stuck up for me, although I'm not sure why. But Robin is right, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't have any proof. At least I presume not. But his assumption was right, so what if he gets the police to talk to me? He won't do that, I say, but with absolutely no evidence to back that statement up. What should I do? Maya asks, her helplessness now becoming less endearing and more worrying by the second. Angela doesn't look sure what to suggest, but based on what I have just heard here and what Angela told me about her visit from Robin last week, I have a pretty good idea. We need to stay away from anyone who was on that stag do, I stress, looking both my friends in the eye, because I am speaking to the pair of them, even if Maya just assumes she's the only one being warned. We stay away and we say nothing. We're almost out of danger now, so the last thing we need is a silly mistake landing us all in a police station. Got it? I receive 2 nods of the head, and that should be the end of the matter. But considering Robin has already tracked Angela down once, and considering it sounds like he has suspicions about Maya and that evening in Portugal, I'm not convinced that it is.
Chapter 24. Angela. Being at the office has never been much fun, and there's always been negative things to contend with during my time here, like boredom, frustration, and occasionally a little depression. But now I have a new one to add to the mix. Paranoia. It's paranoia about the fact that Robin could turn up at my workplace again, any time he wants. And there's little I can do about it. So far, he hasn't reappeared, but that doesn't mean I can relax. I'm constantly on edge between the hours of 9 to 5 on a Monday to Friday. So much so that I'm actually considering finding another job so I can leave here and go and work somewhere else where he won't be able to find me. I obviously wouldn't be so quick to update my social media pages with that information then. I'm stressed as hell every time my desk phone rings. fearing that it might be the receptionist telling me that he is downstairs asking to speak to me, and I've completely stopped going outside for lunch in case he is out there on the doorstep, opting to bring my own food in instead and eating it in the safety of the staff room where he can't get to me. But it's hardly a healthy way of existing for 40 hours a week, and I'm starting to see that finding another company to work for might be my only way out of this prison in my mind. But my paranoia is so strong that I'm even fearing that it might already be too late, and even moving offices might not help me now. What if Robin has followed me home after work one night? If he has, he'll already know where I live, and I can hardly move house as easily as I can change my job. Has he followed me? I hope not, but he has already displayed such stalkerist traits by finding me in the first place. It wouldn't take a giant leap for him to go from snooping at me online to snooping at me as I make my commute in the real world. And then it happens. My worst fears come true, and he makes contact with me again, although not in a way I expected him to. This time it comes in the form of a letter, bundled in amongst several other ones, all of them work-related apart from his, although the receptionist wasn't to know that when she came to my desk and handed me all the posts that had my name on it. I knew this letter was different as soon as I removed it from the envelope, because it was handwritten. Who writes letters with a pen in this day and age? Sure enough, my concerns had been right, because as I started to read the letter, I realized it was from Robin. But unlike the first time he had reached out, there was a more sinister tone to this correspondence. Hi, Angela. I know you made your feelings clear when I came to your office recently, but I fear that I did not express my own quite as strongly. Allow me the opportunity to do that here. I meant what I said about not being able to stop thinking about that night we had together, just like I meant it when I said my marriage is falling apart and has been for some time. But to further prove those points, I have now left my wife and will be filing for divorce in due time. I meant everything I said to you, Angela. I want you again, and I believe that deep down, you want me again too. But I also appreciate your situation and understand that you are worried about hurting your partner's feelings. I was worried about the same thing too, but ultimately I decided that I can't live a life of regret, and I am willing to go through some pain if it leads to greater happiness on the other side. I feel you might be willing to say the same, but are afraid. So allow me to make a suggestion. I will tell your husband what happened between us in Portugal if you don't feel like you can. I do know where you live now, and I don't want you to take that the wrong way. I followed you home because I care about you, not because I wish you any harm. I appreciate you didn't approve of me turning up outside your workplace, so I have put my number at the bottom of this letter so you can give me a call to discuss this further. I look forward to hearing from you, and I hope you don't allow fear to get in the way of what we could have together. That night was amazing, and I know you want it to happen again. Robin. I had to go into the bathroom at work after reading the letter because I was convinced I was going to be sick. To me, the handwritten note confirmed it. Robin is crazy. Not only that, but he is deluded, desperate, and worst of all, dangerous. He is a danger to my family and the life I have cultivated for myself. The offer he made to tell my husband what we did in Portugal is not one of help, but is actually a thinly veiled threat, designed to force me into a rushed decision and one that would favour him. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night, nor the next. What I did do was find myself sending a text message to the number on the letter at 5 a.m. one morning, while my husband slept soundly next to me in our bed. The message to Robin told him to meet me at a certain coffee shop in a few hours' time so we could discuss things. He only took 10 minutes to reply, telling me that he couldn't wait to see me there, and with that, our date was set. I'm entering the coffee shop now, and when I do, it doesn't take me long to spot Robin. He's the guy holding the bunch of red roses over in the corner. His infatuation with me is on full display as he hands me the roses and thanks me for coming, before attempting to move in for a hug. But I keep my distance from him and put the roses down quickly, determined not to encourage any of his delusions any more than I have to, because I came here to say one thing and one thing only. You have to leave me alone, I tell him firmly, and you can't threaten me by saying you're willing to tell my husband what happened between us. If you come to my house, then I'll call the police. The same goes for my workplace. No more letters either. I don't want to get you in trouble, but I will if you keep doing this. I think that's fair enough, and I'm hoping Robin will come to his senses quickly now that I have mentioned the police, and realise that he has gone too far with this and needs to leave it alone. But he doesn't do that. Instead, he mentions the police himself, although in a very different context to when I mentioned them. If you go to the police about me, then I'll have to go to them about your friend Maya, he says calmly. What are you talking about? She didn't tell you? I saw her at Joel's funeral last week, and she seemed very nervous when I recalled that she and Joel had left the bar at a similar time on the night he died. From what I remember, Joel was going to try his luck with her. The next thing we know, he's washed up dead in the sea, and Maya and her friends couldn't leave the country quick enough. That seems suspicious, no? I try not to convey how terrifying a statement that is, but I don't think I do a very good job of it because Robin comments on how all the colour has drained out of my face, and that only strengthens his suspicions that me and my friends are hiding something. We left early because I wanted to get back to my family. I try, unconvincingly. I felt bad about what I'd done, so I told my friends and they agreed we should go home. Nice try, but I think there's more to it than that, Robin replies. I think it was a guilty conscience that saw Maya turn up at Joel's funeral. What happened between them? Was she with him when he fell? No, of course not. It's funny, but you look just as pale as Maya did when I asked her something similar. Is this really how you hope to win my affections? By threatening me and my friends with crazy stories about things that never happened? I've managed to regain a firmer foothold in this conversation, and it's about time too, because I need to fight back against these allegations. Otherwise it will be obvious to Robin that he is right. My retort does knock him off his stride a little, and he seems sorry for how things have been going because he holds up his hands and says, this isn't what he wants. I'm not interested in Maya or what might have happened, he says quietly as the coffee shop hums around us. I'm just interested in you, and I think I've made that perfectly clear. But I don't want to be with you. Haven't I made that clear? I hand the roses back and prepare to leave, although I still have no idea if I've done enough, nor what Robin might decide to do next. But then he clears up any uncertainty by letting me in on his plan. I didn't want it to come to this, but if you refuse to keep seeing me, then I'll have no choice. I'll have to give Maya's name to the police and make her a person of interest in Joel's case. I don't take another step after hearing that, because now it's very clear. I have a major problem, and I'm not the only one.
Chapter 25. Maya. Today has been the first day when I have felt like there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. I've actually managed to go more than 5 minutes without thinking about Joel and that cliff top and what it might be like to spend several years behind bars. It's helped that the scratches on my arms have completely healed now, removing a vital bit of evidence that could have condemned me if the police had examined me sooner. It's also helped that the news stories about Joel's death seem to have dried up both here and abroad, and that suggests everybody is moving on now, confident that there is no more of a story there than what has already been expressed, and that's exactly the way I need it to be. My mood must be better, because I'm just entertaining the idea of calling Angela and seeing if she fancies grabbing some ice cream from somewhere with her kids. But to my surprise, she is the one who reaches out to me first, although she doesn't pick up the phone to do it. She knocks on my door instead. "Hey, I was just thinking about you. Is everything okay?" I ask as I invite my friend in. "No, it's not," she replies, walking into my living room and taking a seat without even stopping to take her coat off. "What's wrong?" "We've got a problem." "What are you talking about?" "I think Robin is going to give your name to the police and try and make you a person of interest in Joel's death." "What? How do you know that?" "Because I've spoken to him." "When? Where?" Angela hesitates there, but I'm not sure what reason she has to hold out on me. "What's going on?" I demand to know. "When did you see Robin?" "I met up with him." "Where?" "At a coffee shop this morning." "Why? I didn't know you guys were still in touch." "We weren't, or at least I wasn't in touch with him." "What do you mean?" It's then that Angela fills me in on what Robin has been doing ever since we got back from Portugal. Him turning up at her office after finding out her workplace address online, the handwritten letter in her work post, and the meeting this morning when he had a bunch of roses in his hands. All of it is surprising to hear, and all of it begs the one question. Why? I ask Angela. Why is he doing all this? Because he likes me. I thought he was married. He is, or at least he was. He's left his wife. You're not making any sense. And then she hits me with it. The bombshell that reveals I wasn't the only one who made a dreadful mistake in Portugal. You cheated on Declan? I say, incredulous because it sounds so ridiculous. Angela tells me she can explain and proceeds to run through the whole version of events, from how much she had drunk that night, to walking Jane home, and to stupidly going back down to the bar for water, only to end up being talked into having a drink with Robin. I can't believe you would do that, I say as I shake my head. Of all the people in the world to cheat on their husband, I would have thought you would be the last person. I thought that too, and I've regretted it ever since, but it was just a one-off. Is that why you were so happy to leave Portugal early? No, I was thinking about you and what you'd been through. Really? What about Jane? Did you tell her what you did? Yes, but only because I bumped into her as I was leaving Robin's room. I can't believe you told her and not me. I'm your best friend. This wasn't exactly something I was proud of. I didn't want to tell anybody because I'm so ashamed of it. But you know I would have been supportive. I'm sorry, I was just in shock. Angela looks on the verge of tears now, and I rush to take a seat beside her to make sure she is okay. She's not in a good way, but she is able to keep it together long enough to explain that what she did with Robin means what I did with Joel is now at risk of exposure. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't done this, then he wouldn't be harassing me, and you'd be safe, Angela says as she wipes her eyes. I'm so stupid. I've ruined everything. No, it's not your fault. At least not the Joel thing anyway. But you definitely have to take the blame for the sleeping with another guy part. It's my attempt at lightening the mood, and it works slightly, but only for a moment. Then we're both back to dwelling on the grim problem we have staring us in the face. What are we going to do? Angela asks me. Robin says he will go to the police if I refuse to see him. But I don't want to see him ever again. But I don't want you to get in trouble either. You don't have to see him then. Let him give my name to the police if he wants to. He has no evidence. It's just speculation. I should be okay. You think you'll stand up to questions about that night? I'm not so sure about that. but I try to pretend like I'll be fine. What other choice do we have? I ask, wishing there was some other option that didn't involve Angela having to carry on seeing another man against her wishes, or me ending up under the scrutiny of a detective or two. Suddenly, it's my turn to get a little teary, and those blissful thoughts I had before Angela arrived about somehow feeling things were going to be okay seem like a distant dream now. Angela notices my change of emotions and realises then that whatever happens, my name cannot be given to the police because I clearly can't cope with what might come next if it is. I think we need to go and see Jane, Angela says as I take my turn to dry my eyes. Why? Because she always seems to know what to do. She was the most composed one in Portugal. She might have some ideas now. It's not a bad suggestion. At best, she might be able to help by offering a different viewpoint on it, because she isn't quite as close to the problem as Angela and I are. At worst, we'll be bringing another person into our nightmare, and there's something about strength in numbers, right? Okay, let's go and see her, I say, getting up off the sofa and going to locate my coat. It doesn't take long for me to get ready, and then the pair of us are in the car heading for Jane's place. We're ready to unburden ourselves on her and then see what pearls of wisdom she might be able to offer us. But considering that she has enough on her plate with her upcoming wedding, I'm not sure how thrilled she is going to be to find us both on her doorstep looking so glum. Well, she always wanted to be our friend. She should have been more careful what she wished for.
Chapter 26. Jane. As I move into the latter stage of the wedding planning, and with my recent paranoid thoughts about Mark being up to no good while I was away also having been put to bed, I'm feeling great. It's full steam ahead to the big day when I finally get to walk down that aisle, say my words, and then jet off on a lovely honeymoon with the man I will cherish for the rest of my life. We're honeymooning in the Maldives, which is a tad generic because so many other couples have chosen that as their place to start married life. But there is a good reason for that. It's paradise, and I can't wait to be standing on a pristine beach with a cocktail in my hand and the white sand between my toes. But for now, I'll have to make do with being at home on a drizzly day, and while there's no chance of sunbathing, there is the opportunity to get some washing done. I'm just about to make a start on some of my chores when I hear the knock at the door, and I wonder who it could be, because I've never been one to be inundated with surprise visitors. It can't be Mark, because he's at work, or at least he should be, and there's only really Angela and Maya who could be possibilities, but I doubt it's them because they never call around, and certainly not unannounced. So who could it be? As I make my way to the door, I've settled on it being a stranger who has got the wrong address. But then I open it and see to my amazement that it actually is my friends. All two of them. Angela, Maya, is everything okay? I ask, because my brain immediately goes to the idea that something must be wrong for both of them to have turned up on my doorstep like this. A more confident woman would just be pleased to see her friends and believe that they have come round for a chat and a quick glass of wine. But that's not me. Unfortunately, in this case, it seems I am right. There is a problem, and it's a big one. Angela lets me know that Maya is now in the loop regarding her infidelity with Robin, and then she quickly moves on to how Robin is now essentially blackmailing her to either be with him or give Maya's name to the Portuguese police as a person of interest in Joel's death. It's all very much a big mess, and it takes me a little while to process it. But as the three of us sit on my sofa and stare forlornly at each other, it's obvious that somebody has to take charge of this situation. And Angela and Maya seem to think that person should be me. You're coming to me for advice, I ask, because I'm not sure why that would be the case. Why? Don't these two know that I'm more damaged than they are? Apparently not, if what they say next is anything to go by. Because you're the one who doesn't make mistakes, Maya says. Angela and I have messed up big time, but you're always so calm and in control. You're kidding, right? I reply with a laugh. I had an affair with a taken man. I broke up his marriage. That's hardly perfect behaviour, and I know neither of you approved of it at the time. You possibly still don't. I'm talking more to Maya there than Angela, but my point still stands. I've done things I'm not proud of too, so what makes me worthy of dishing out advice to these two? I never said I didn't approve, Maya tries. You didn't have to, it's been written all over your face several times. I'm really sorry. Maya looks like she genuinely means it, or at least she is sorry that she has been caught out. But that's okay. I'm not going to throw away the few friendships I have over something like this. Look, it's fine. Don't worry about it. My point is that I'm not sure how I can help. The way I see it, we've all done things wrong in our life. Don't forget that I know about what you did to Joel too, and I've been keeping that quiet. If the truth comes out there, I could end up in prison alongside you. That's why we have to make a plan so that doesn't happen, Angela cries, suddenly finding her voice again after a few moments of being very quiet. What can we do to stop Robin? Because if we don't do anything, he will tell Declan what I did, and he will also make Maya face some very difficult questions. Okay, I'm thinking, I say, as I get up off the sofa and start pacing around my modest living room. I also think better on my feet. But then again, I never have a problem this difficult to solve. What's the usual solution to blackmail? Going to the police, I presume, but somehow in this case I don't think that will help us, considering that it's the police who we are trying to avoid here. What if I speak to Robin? I suggest after giving it much thought and failing to come up with a better idea. He doesn't really know me. We didn't speak much that weekend, so we can start with a clean slate. I'll just try and make him see that he's being unreasonable and that he can't force you, Angela, into being with him if you don't want to be. I'll also tell him that he's completely off the mark with his suspicions about you, Maya, and it won't help him get over the loss of his friend if he carries on entertaining these silly ideas of it being anything other than an accident. I wait to hear my friend's verdict on whether or not they think that might work, and I'm half hoping that they have a better idea. But they don't. They wouldn't be here in the first place if they did. Would you do that for us? Maya asks, seeming surprised. Of course. You're my friends, I reply, and it felt good to say that out loud. It also feels very good when both Angela and Maya thank me, before Maya apologises for perhaps disapproving of my relationship with Mark in the past. I tell her not to worry about it, and then I ask Angela how I am going to be able to speak to Robin. She tells me she has his phone number and will send it over by text, and with that, there is nothing more to talk about. But neither woman is in a rush to leave my place, and they accept my offer of a drink, which I gladly go and make in the kitchen. As I do, I think about how all the craziness that happened in Portugal seems to have actually brought us together and made our bond much stronger than it was before. Has it all been worth it then? I'm not sure about that. But one thing I am sure of. I have another chance now to demonstrate just how loyal a friend I can be to Angela and Maya. They have put their trust in me. There's no way I can let them down.
Chapter 27. Angela. Is there anything that can brighten a dark mood better than a sunny day at the park? It's been a week since I gave Robin's phone number to Jane after she promised to speak to my tormentor and try and get him to leave us all alone, and since then, I haven't heard a thing from him. Jane tells me she thinks it all went well, and the proof is certainly there because he hasn't got in touch with me since, which is a huge relief. Can the three of us now put all this terrible business behind us? I'm ever hopeful, and as I walk through this park with my family by my side, I allow myself to entertain the idea that everything is going to work out well in the end. It was Declan's suggestion for us to get the kids out of the house this afternoon and let them burn off some energy by running around this park that is only around the corner from us. But I didn't need persuading, because after feeling like I've been trapped in a sort of mental prison for these past few weeks, I knew it would do me good to be out in a wide-open space such as this one. And so it has proven, and after walking hand in hand with my husband while the kids ride their bikes, kick a football and generally make a lot of noise, the four of us are now on our way to the ice cream van for a little refreshment.
Declan takes Rosie and Charlie into the queue so they can make their selections, while I hang back and make the most of my 1 minute of alone time by checking my phone for any messages. There's just one, and it's from Jane, but to my relief it's not about Robin or anything related to Portugal. It's just a short message from her saying that she hopes I'm making the most of the unexpected good weather today, and that we should catch up soon for a drink before her big day. I smile at the message before typing out a reply, telling her that I'm out with the family and that a drink sounds good. I also tell her again that I can't wait for the big occasion, and that we are going to be making serious fools of ourselves on the dance floor by the end of the night. The thought of a fun-filled day with champagne, hilarious speeches and bad dancing is enough to keep me smiling until I see my family coming back to me with what looks like an inordinately large amount of ice cream. Rosie has 2 scoops of vanilla, Charlie has gone for chocolate, and Declan has a bright orange thing on a stick that looks extremely sugary and will no doubt give him brain freeze in a few seconds' time. But before that can happen, he hands me what I ordered, which is a rather modest-looking 1 scoop of mint chocolate chip. "Thanks, love," I say before taking a lick, and the 4 of us say very little for the next few minutes as we focus on our tasty treats. Once the ice creams are gone, then the children are back to running around, and I take my opportunity to have a quiet word with my husband because what I want to say is certainly not for little ears. "I was thinking we could get the kids packed off to my parents' next weekend, and perhaps we could find a nice hotel to stay in for a night," I suggest, giving him a wink for good measure. Declan might not be the smartest guy in the world, but even he can't miss a hint as obvious as that one, and the wide grin that spreads across his face tells me he is very keen to go along with my plan. "I'll give my mum a ring tonight and see if she can have them," I say as we carry on walking along the busy path. But you know what she's like. She'll never say no to her grandkids. We're just about to start discussing a few possible places where we could go for our impromptu night away when I feel my phone vibrating in my jeans pocket. I wonder if it could be one of my parents calling about something, so I take it out to check. But when I do, I see that it's actually Maya who is trying to get hold of me. I'm sure everything is okay with her, but just in case, I tell Declan to catch up to the kids while I take the call, and he does as I say, speeding up his stride until he joins Rosie and Charlie on the grass, where they are currently chasing a poor pigeon around. With Declan out of earshot, I feel confident enough to answer the phone, but I'm still hoping my paranoia is unjustified and that Maya is just ringing to talk about something utterly banal and not anything related to the hen-do from hell a few weeks ago. "Hey, how's it going?" I ask as I watch Declan taking a stick out of Charlie's hand before he hits the bird with it. "Not good," comes the reply from the other end of the line, and I stop walking then and brace myself for more bad news. "What's happened?" "Can you come to my place?" "No, not really. I'm out with Declan and the kids." "Please." "Can't you just tell me?" "It doesn't matter. I don't want to ruin your day." "Maya, you're worrying me. Just tell me what is going on." There's a brief pause at the other end of the line before I get an answer, but when I do, I wish I had taken Maya's advice and ended the call before I had my day ruined. "It's Robin," she says as I watch Declan playing tag with our little ones. "I think he's dead."
Chapter 28. Maya. I've always seen myself as a people person. I love being around others. I'm very social, and that's why I have so many friends. But the way I'm feeling right now, I don't want to see my friends, or more specifically, I don't want to see a certain friend. Jane. That's because I have a bad feeling about her, and it's why I have summoned Angela to my place. We need to talk about her, and we need to find out if there is a lot more to her than meets the eye. I've had to be patient and wait for Angela to finish her trip to the park with her family before she has been able to get around here. From what I heard over the phone, the park sounded busy, and I detected the sound of children's laughter mixed in with the chirping of the birds in the trees when I spoke to her. It all sounded very wholesome. Youngsters, nature, the flourishing of life. It was just a shame that I had to dampen the mood by bringing up the subject of death. I'm growing more frustrated by the second as I stand by the window and wait for Angela to appear. I did offer to come and meet her for the sake of speed, but she didn't want that. I can't really blame her. Who would want their distressed friend showing up in front of their kids, talking about how a man their mother slept with behind their dad's back has turned up dead? Better that she comes here, where we can talk in private. I just wish she'd hurry. It's another agonising 10 minutes before I see Angela's car parking out front, and I watch as she gets out from behind the wheel and makes her way to my door. Not running, but not walking slowly either. It's like a rushed sort of skip, as if she is in two minds as to whether to really hurry or not. But I can't blame her for her indecision. I wouldn't be in a rush to continue our conversation if I was her either. I wonder what excuse she gave to her husband to explain why she had to cut short their day out and come around here. If I had to guess, I'd say she has insinuated that I'm having some kind of personal crisis that is probably linked to my recent divorce. I'm lonely, or I'm on the verge of a breakdown, or I'm staring at a bottle of wine and a tub of pills and wondering what the point of anything is anymore. All of those things might be true, but that's not the real reason I need my friend to drop everything and come here. It's worse than all that.
Hey friend, you've been listening for a bit now? Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
Thanks for coming, I say once I have opened the door and stepped aside to allow Angela in. I didn't really have a choice, did I? Tell me everything you know. I close the door before I do that. Just in case there's a Portuguese policeman passing by on the pavement at that exact moment, which is utterly irrational because we're in Kent, but never mind. Like I said, Robin is dead. He was found by a friend. He'd called round because he'd not heard from him in a few days and found him slumped over on the sofa. There was an empty bottle of whiskey beside him and vomit on his clothing. He'd been sick, and it sounds like he choked to death in his sleep. Oh my God! Angela cries, her hands go into her mouth. She's mortified, as I imagine Robin's friend was when he turned up and found his mate in such a condition. He was at some flat he'd been living at after he left his wife. That's why it took so long for somebody to discover him. How do you know about this? Darren told me. Angela doesn't need to ask me why I saw him. She can figure out that I've slept with him since returning from Portugal. So what happened? He drank too much and passed out? That's what it looks like. An unhappy man who hit the bottle and got unlucky by choking in his sleep. But you're not sure. Angela has hit the nail on the head, and I nod to confirm I have my suspicions. "What do you think happened?" she asks me. I don't know, but what I do know is Jane had been to visit him recently to tell him to stay away from us. The next thing we know, he's dead. Wait, you're not seriously suggesting she had anything to do with this, are you? Isn't it a big coincidence? Maya, Jane did not kill him. She told us she would sort it out for us. What if this is how she did it? I know it sounds crazy, but I haven't been able to shake the thought that she might have been involved in Robin's death ever since I first heard about it. The timelines are close, I say. He was dead for a few days. That would mean he potentially passed away around the time when Jane told us she was going to see him. No way. This must have happened after she visited him. Maybe. There is no maybe about it. Jane isn't a killer. She's not like... Angela doesn't finish her sentence, but she doesn't have to. I know exactly what she was going to say, and not saying it out loud doesn't change the fact that she would even think it. She's not a killer like me. Is that what you were going to say? No, of course not. Angela is apologetic, but this is no time for me to worry about having my feelings hurt. How well do we really know her? I ask. I mean, we're her bridesmaids, but we're not really that close, are we? We're her friends. Are we? Really? Or has she just worked so hard to be our friends that we have just kind of gone along with it? What are you saying? I'm saying that Jane has always been so desperate to be our friends. What if there's nothing she won't do to make sure she keeps us around? Like kill a man? You're crazy. It's not just another man though, is it? It's the man who was threatening to ruin your marriage and the man who suspected me of having something to do with Joel's death. She had a motive to keep him quiet. Oh, come on. She might be a little needy, but I seriously doubt she would kill someone for us. There's loyalty to your friends, and then there's being a deranged killer, and she isn't that. I'm just saying it's strange how this happened after she said she would sort it out for us. I've made my point, although it hasn't got me very far. That's because I have no proof. I don't have anything. Literally. My life is a mess, and maybe that is why my best friend isn't taking me seriously. But it's not all my fault. Angela is to blame for the state I am in, and I think it's time I told her that. I wish I'd never gone to Portugal. None of this would have happened if you hadn't made me go. Excuse me? You persuaded me to go for Jane, but I didn't want to, and now I have to live the rest of my life in fear over what happened there. Maya, come on. You need to calm down. No, I don't think I do. I was very nearly sexually assaulted on that hen do. I literally had to fight a man off, or who knows what he would have done to me. Now he's dead, and I killed him. And I have that on my conscience forever. Not to mention the anxiety of wondering if the police will ever figure it out. Do you think it's easy living with that on my mind? And it all happened because you wanted me to go with you to Portugal so you wouldn't be on your own with Jane. This isn't fair. You can't blame everything that has happened on me. Why not? It's the truth. Look at what's happened with Robin and the threats he was making. That only happened because you slept with him. You do realise that, don't you? Little Miss Perfect. I'm screaming at my best friend now, or at least the woman who used to be my best friend. But I'm being hurtful, and that's why it's no surprise to see Angela making a move to leave. But I'm not done yet. You willingly made a mistake when you cheated on Declan. But I didn't ask to be attacked. I didn't want to push a man off a cliff. And I didn't want Jane to go and speak to Robin. You did. And now look at the mess we're in. Angela pauses in the doorway, and I wait to hear what she has to say to that. But then she just leaves, which somehow feels worse than if she had shouted back at me. The sound of the front door slamming behind her makes me jump, before I listen to her car engine starting and I hear her drive away. I might have just lost my best friend. That was a disaster, just like everything else in my life.
Chapter 29. Jane. I've just got out of my car and I'm on my way to reaching my destination on foot when I receive a phone call from Angela. I'd usually be delighted for such an interruption, but I'm pressed for time right now because I have to be back at work in half an hour. It was a spontaneous decision for me to go out on my lunch break because I usually just stay in the office and eat my sandwiches in the canteen with my colleagues. But I felt like doing something different today, and in order to fulfill that, I can't spend too long on the phone to my friend. "Hey, Ange, is everything okay?" I ask as I keep walking. Yeah, I just need to talk to you about something." The meekness in my friend's voice is surprising, and it causes me to slow my pace a little. "What is it? What happened when you went to see Robin?" I'm surprised by the question, mainly because I've already answered it in the past. I told both Angela and Maya what happened when I visited Robin, explaining how he was initially hostile towards me, before calming down and eventually seeing sense. I thought I'd made that perfectly clear to my friends, but I guess not, or one of them wouldn't be asking me for further clarification. "What's happened? Has he been in touch with you again?" I ask Angela. "No, he hasn't." "Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?" "It should be, but what?" "He's dead, Jane." I stop walking and almost cause the poor pedestrian behind me to bump into me, but I don't apologise to him as he tuts on his way past, because my phone call is more important. "What did you just say?" "I said Robin is dead. Maya told me." "Maya? How does she know?" "It doesn't matter. She knows, and she told me yesterday. I was in shock, but I've checked the news and it's true. He was found unresponsive in his flat." "What happened to him?" "He choked to death on his own vomit." "What?" "He'd been drinking. Quite a lot, it seems. Oh my God, that's awful." "Yes, it is. Was he drinking when you saw him?" "No, I don't think so. I mean, I noticed a few beer bottles around the place. There might have been some whiskey too, but he didn't seem drunk when I was with him. It's just that he'd been dead a few days when he was discovered, and that would mean he died around the time you said you had been to see him." "What are you suggesting?" "Nothing. I'm just saying that he must have died not long after you saw him." "Okay, maybe he did. I'm not sure what you want me to say." "Can you just talk me through what happened between you two again?" "I already told you." "I know, but I just need to hear it again. I'm trying to process all of this." I get that this has come as a shock to Angela, but I'm not sure I appreciate what she is asking me to do. From this end of the line, it sounds like she is asking me to convince her that I didn't have anything to do with a man's death. But I keep calm because I don't want to get into an argument with her. And after a quick check on my watch, I see that I could spare another 30 seconds before getting on with what I came here to do. Like I said, I called him after you had given me his number, and I asked if we could talk. I told him who I was and what it was about, and he said I could come to his place. He gave me his address, so I went around and then I told him exactly what we had discussed with Maya. I said that he had to leave you alone, and it wasn't fair of him to try and threaten you or your friends. And he got a little angry, told me to get lost, but I'd been expecting such a response, so I'd kept calm and reminded him that he was breaking the law by being so threatening towards others. He mentioned how he felt like Maya might have broken the law too, but I ignored that and asked him if he wanted to lose his freedom as well as his marriage. He was obviously in a bad way after moving out of his marital home and living in that poxy flat, and I told him there was no need to make his life any worse than it already was. And then I left, but only after he had told me he would leave you alone. And he has done that, hasn't he? Well, yeah, but now I've found out that it's because he's dead. That must have happened after I had been to see him. Who knows? Maybe reality had finally sunk in for him, and he realised he was never going to be with you, and he'd given up his marriage for nothing, so he started drinking. That's possible, isn't it? I suppose. Where is all of this coming from? Why are you asking me these things? Angela doesn't answer that, but it doesn't take me long to make a guess. Maya, I say as I shake my head. She's the one who thinks I might have done something. What? No, that's not it. It's fine. I'm used to her always judging me and second-guessing everything I do. But it's disappointing to have it coming from you as well. Jane, I'm sorry, I didn't mean... It's okay, I'll let it go. I've just got more important things to be thinking about right now. I'll speak to you soon, okay? Yeah, sure. I hang up then and carry on walking, not allowing myself to dwell on the fact that my best friend has just been questioning me so much. I don't think it was too much to ask for me to be thanked by both Angela and Maya for sorting out their mess, but all it seems to have done is put me under suspicion. With friends like those, who needs enemies, right? My destination comes into view as I turn the street corner, and as I approach the tall office building, I notice how the sun is gleaming off the windows on the left-hand side of the structure. It looks quite beautiful, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed in the hope that I get weather just like this on my wedding day, because the photos will be amazing if we do. But no one can predict the weather. Just like I couldn't predict what I was about to see as I got closer to the office and prepared to cross the road in front of it. I had come here to surprise my fiancé and give him the sandwich I had just bought for him on my way over. It's tuna mayonnaise and sweet corn, his favourite, quite healthy, certainly not as bad as the cooked Italian meats he used to put between his slices of bread when I first met him. But the bag with his sandwich in almost falls from my hand as I stop and stare at what I see across the road. I see Mark, and he is looking very dashing in a smart blue suit. But he's not on his own. He's with someone else. A woman. A gorgeous one at that, in a red dress that really makes her stand out amongst the sea of plainly dressed pedestrians moving past her. Who is she? A colleague? A client? An old friend? Or a lover? I get my answer when I see Mark reach down and place one of his hands on her pert rear before he moves his face closer to hers and whispers something in her ear. It's something that makes her laugh, and her lipstick-red lips curl up in a giant smile before she turns and plants those same lips on the lips of my fiancé. I feel my heart breaking into a million pieces as I watch them canoodling before they carry on walking down the street, completely oblivious to the fact that I am here and watching them go, and presumably just enjoying each other's company while on their way to grab a bite for lunch together. Should I go over there and give Mark his sandwich? Throw it in his face before telling him that the wedding is off? Give away the fact that I have just discovered his sordid little secret? Or should I just turn around and go back to my car and return to my own office, carrying on pretending to be excited about my upcoming wedding and leaving Mark blissfully unaware that things will never be the same between us again? I stand there for 5 minutes while I make my decision, by which point my fiancé and his other woman have disappeared from view. But then I snap out of my trance and make my way back to my car, deciding that I won't confront Mark here in this very public place, even though he deserves to be shouted and screamed at in front of so many strangers. I'll just get behind the wheel, drive back to my office, and try and get through the afternoon. But before that, I make sure to do one thing. I make sure to throw his tuna sandwich in the nearest bin.
Chapter 30. Angela. I don't regret calling Jane earlier because I needed to hear what happened between her and Robin one more time to set my mind at ease. What I do regret is allowing Maya's paranoia to make me suspicious of my friend, because there's no way Jane had anything to do with Robin's untimely death. Like Jane said, and like I already knew from the last time I saw him, Robin was struggling, and the penny must have finally dropped that he was never going to be able to have me. So he went on an alcohol binge from which he never recovered. It's tragic, and I wish it hadn't come to that, but it's not our fault that he drank too much and his body gave out on him. And while it is a sorry story, it does mean that he is out of the picture. And I don't have to worry about him turning up at my house and telling Declan what happened between us in Portugal. Maya is in the clear as well, and that is important because we all just need to try and move on with our lives now. Things seem to be spiraling out of control at one point, but they should get better now. So why do I feel so on edge? I'm in my kitchen trying to cook dinner for my 2 rowdy children while they run around the room making lots of noise and ignoring my requests for them to go and play elsewhere. I can feel my patience running out as the pans on the stove get hotter and the timer on the oven counts down to 0. And not for the first time, I call out for my husband to come and give me some help in here. But not for the first time, he ignores me, remaining in his study upstairs where he claims to be working, but where I know that he also likes to lie low at this time of day, because this is when the kids get the loudest and when I need his assistance the most. Usually I just manage by myself, serving up the food and supervising my children as they eat before packing them off upstairs to the bathroom, where Declan ensures each of them washes appropriately before bed. But not tonight. Tonight, I am a tightly wound ball of frustration and stress, a manifestation of the anxiety I've suffered over these last few weeks. And as my children get louder, and the silence from my husband grows stronger, I finally do it. I lose my temper. It doesn't happen often, just like Vesuvius doesn't erupt often either. But when it does, everybody better watch out. "Will you two just shut up and sit down at the table?" I cry, and both Rosie and Charlie stop what they are doing immediately and look at me with very surprised little faces. The only sound in the kitchen now is the oven beeping to let me know that the chips inside there should be cooked, but I ignore it as I continue to glare at my disobedient kids and wait for them to make the next move. Rather wisely for their young age, they decide to do as they are told, and quietly shuffle into their own seats at the table before looking down at the empty plates in front of them and waiting to see what their angry mother does next. But it's not just my children who have been stunned by my raised voice. My husband heard it too, and he is now sheepishly making his way down the stairs before coming in to check that everything is okay down here. But that's a stupid question, because if everything was okay, then I wouldn't have had to shout so loudly, would I? "Can you get the chips out of the oven?" I ask him, but I'm really telling him, and he knows better than to neglect my request. I deal with the pan of beans on the stove while he takes the chips out, and as I remove a serving spoon from the cutlery drawer, I'm not making much of an effort to keep the noise down. I slam the drawer closed before spooning out the beans onto my children's plates, with little regard for proper presentation. Then I throw the spoon into the sink before rummaging around in the cutlery drawer again for something to serve the chips with. "What's wrong?" Declan asks me as he stands by helplessly, but I'm still too annoyed at him to answer, so I just ignore him and carry on dishing up the meal, my mood still burning, unlike the gas hob that has now been turned off. I manage to get the rest of the food on their plates, and I watch as my children pick awkwardly at it, because they can still sense that something is wrong with their mother, although they aren't sure what because I never usually behave like this around them. Declan clearly has no idea what is going on either, but he must be starting to suspect that there is more to this than just me being annoyed at him for not coming downstairs sooner to help me. Of course, there is a lot more to it than that. I'm still trying to process everything that has happened recently, but I'm not going to share that with my family, although the risk of me blurting out something feels like it might be increasing the longer I remain in this hot kitchen with all this mess around me. "Can you finish up here? I need to go and have a minute," I say to Declan, and he nods his head, probably afraid of what might happen if he said no to me. That allows me to leave the kitchen quickly, and I hurry upstairs before closing the bedroom door and lying down on the bed. I remain in that position for the next half an hour until I hear footsteps on the staircase, and then spot the handle to the bedroom door turning as somebody prepares to come in. It's Declan, and he looks worried. He takes a seat beside me on the bed and looks very awkward before he speaks. "What's going on?" he asks me, and his tone of voice hints that he isn't just referring to what happened down in the kitchen. "I'm sorry. I'm tired and I lost my temper down there." No, that's not it. There's something else. No, there isn't. Come on, Angela, I'm not stupid. I can tell you've not been yourself lately. You've had something on your mind for weeks now. So what is it? Is it me? The kids? Something else? Are you ill? No! I'm fine. Then what is it? Because you're worrying me. It's only then that I realise that I perhaps haven't been as good at keeping my inner demons under wraps over these last few weeks as I thought, because Declan clearly has noticed something has been troubling me, and now he wants to know what it is. But what can I say? I need to give him something because he obviously isn't going to believe me if I keep saying that I'm just tired. But what can I give him, if not the truth? There's just a lot going on with my friends right now, I tell him, having figured out how I might be able to get out of this. Like what? I had an argument with Maya. What about? Just silly stuff. I told her she needed to try and move on since her divorce, but she didn't take that well. She made out like I couldn't offer her advice because I had the perfect family and she didn't. And it was quite upsetting to hear. I'm sorry to hear that. But you two are best friends. I'm sure you'll move past it. Yeah, I hope so. And then there's Jane. What about her? She's just so stressed about her wedding and she's been quite needy, so I've had all that to deal with as well. I know it's not a lot, but on top of the kids being hard work and me being busy at the office, I feel like I've just got a little overwhelmed recently. I hold my breath while I wait to see if Declan is going to buy all of this as a plausible explanation for me not being myself lately, but I relax when I see that it seems to have worked. I'm sorry I've not been more of a help around here, he tells me, as he removes a strand of my hair from across my face and tucks it back behind my ear. But you should have said something sooner. How can I try and help if I don't know what's going on with you? I smile weakly at him whilst thinking that he still doesn't know the half of it and hopefully never will. But I feel sick inside because I hate having to be deceiving with him. He doesn't deserve that. He doesn't deserve any of what I have done. We kiss and make up, and then Declan tells me he will get the kids ready for bed while I take the evening to relax. I thank him and tell him that sounds like a good plan. And he leaves me alone in the bedroom now, where I roll over on the bed and turn away from the door so I can have a little cry without risking anybody seeing me. The tears roll down my cheeks for several minutes before I get my emotions back under control, and then I close my eyes and try to get some sleep. It seems to work because I wake up an hour later with no memory of the past 60 minutes, although I'm pleased to see that I still have my bedroom to myself, and there's no noise coming from the other rooms in the house, which suggests to me that Declan managed to get the kids off to sleep and he's probably just downstairs watching the TV very quietly now. I should probably go down and join him. So I go to get off the bed, but as I do, I notice I have several missed calls from Jane. I have no idea what she could have been calling me about, but then I read the text message that she sent once she realised that I wasn't picking up, and the words I see in her message make for very grim reading.
Chapter 31, Maya. I hadn't been planning on seeing Jane until the day of her wedding, but I had no choice but to react to the text message she sent me. I see that Angela is the same because she has arrived outside Jane's place at the same time as I have, and as we both get out of our cars, each of us wears a sorry expression. Don't say it, Angela tells me before I can speak. Say what? You know what. I told you so. It's not going to help. I wasn't going to say it. Angela is not convinced, but I do mean it because I'm not as classless as that. Just because I predicted that Jane's fiancé would one day return to his old habits of cheating on his partner, it doesn't mean that I'm pleased to find out that it has happened now. That's because Jane must surely be heartbroken, And because of that, I will make sure to do my best to be supportive. We both approach the door to her flat, and each of us feels the need to take a deep breath before we knock, because things aren't going to be easy once we go inside. Sure enough, they aren't, because once Jane has welcomed us in, she proceeds to tell us exactly how she found out what Mark was up to behind our back, and, as expected, it doesn't make for easy listening. "I'm so sorry," Angela says after Jane has finished her story about how she went to surprise her partner at his workplace with lunch, only to see him cozying up to another woman as if he wasn't due to get married in a few weeks' time. "That's just awful." I offer similar sentiments, and each of us gives the heartbroken Jane a hug before she speaks again. "I guess you were right all along," she says to me, not that there's any satisfaction to glean from it on my part. "You told me a leopard doesn't change their spots." "I didn't say that. Not in so many words, but you hinted at it." "I'm sorry. I really wanted things to work for you." "That's okay." Jane is very forgiving, but then she makes that seem like the understatement of the year with what happens next. Angela has quite rightly brought up the subject of the impending wedding and made the obvious assumption that it will now be called off. But it doesn't seem that might be the case. "I haven't made a decision on that yet," Jane tells us, much to our surprise. "Excuse me," I beg, not wanting to believe that there might be a chance for the treacherous Mark to come through this unscathed. "You have to call the wedding off after what he's done." "Yeah, come on, Jane. After what he's done, I'd have thought you would never want to see him again," Angela adds. "He doesn't know that I've caught him yet," Jane reminds us, but while that might be true, I'm not sure what difference it makes. "But you're going to tell him, right?" I ask. "I mean, you don't have to confront him, but you have to at least let him know that you're not stupid and that what he has been doing behind your back is not acceptable." "Like I said, I'm still thinking about it," Jane replies, and I throw up my hands in exasperation because I'm not sure what else I can say to make her see sense. It's Angela's turn to have a go, but just like mine, her protests are dismissed too. And then we find out why. "Do you know how long I've waited to get married?" Jane asks us. "My whole life. I've had to sit back and watch other people tie the knot while I felt like I was going to be left on the shelf forever. Now it's finally my chance to get to be the one in the white dress walking down the aisle, to have the honeymoon, the fairy tale, the romance and the companionship. I'm not sure I'm ready to give all that up." "But you don't have a choice. It's either that or marry a man who doesn't respect you, and why would you do that?" I cry, feeling like I might need to actually put my hands on Jane's shoulders and shake her if she doesn't realise how ridiculous all of this sounds. "I'm sorry, Jane, but Maya is right," Angela chimes in. "You can't marry him. Not after what he's done to you. How many other women are there? What if he does this again? I know it might seem like you're taking a massive backward step in your life by leaving him and being single again, but that is better than being back at square one years from now when you have to divorce him eventually." "Stop talking about what I should or shouldn't do," Jane says, suddenly raising her voice and looking quite annoyed at the pair of us. "I didn't invite you both around here to have you lecture me." Angela and I share a confused look. "I thought you needed us for support," Angela says. "Yeah, you had to know we'd be on your side and not on his," I add. "But that's the problem," Jane tells us, still looking annoyed. "You two think you know everything, but you haven't got a clue. You don't know anything about me and what might be best for me because you're always so busy worrying about yourselves. You have no idea what I'm capable of." "What's that supposed to mean?" I ask, feeling like we're on the verge of a major argument here. "It doesn't matter," Jane replies, but she obviously has a lot more she wants to say, so I demand to know what it is. And that's when she tells us. You think I should just leave Mark and be the sad, lonely woman whose partner cheated on her? Jane says with a shake of the head. But why would I do that when I can do so much more? Why leave him when I can hurt him instead? Hurt him how? Angela asks, looking a little worried. I could kill him, Jane replies without skipping a beat. I could kill him just like I killed Robin. I take a few seconds to process those words to make sure I heard them correctly, but I did. Jane just admitted to killing somebody. Are you serious? I ask her, because while I know that I might have theorised that she might have had something to do with Robin's death earlier, I wasn't convinced of it. Yes, I got rid of him, she tells us, and she sounds rather proud of it. I did what I had to do to make sure that my friends were safe. Wasn't that good of me? We didn't ask you to kill him for us, Angela cries. What the hell have you done? I did what was necessary. Trust me, he wasn't going to leave you alone. Neither of you. He was angry and bitter and drinking too much, and I realised I had to do something because trying to reason with him wasn't cutting it. So what did you do? I ask, staring at a woman who I've never felt like I knew well, but now I'm only just beginning to see how much that is the case. I pretended that I could understand him. Said my life was a mess too. Made out like I was his friend. I suggested he pour me a drink and made sure he got another one for himself. It didn't take long to get him on the whiskey, and he just kept drinking it. My plan was to wait until he had fallen asleep before I smothered him with a pillow. But I hadn't even needed to do that, because he started to be sick, and he choked to death before he woke up. This can't be real. It has to be a joke. Either that or Jane is crazy. Oh my God, Jane! What have you done? Angela cries, looking like she's about to be sick herself. I did what needed to be done. I sorted out my friend's problems. By murdering somebody? Technically it wasn't murder, because I didn't touch him when he died. But you watched him choke to death? I made sure he was gone, yes. Why? Because I didn't want him to ruin your marriage. But I didn't want him to die. It's a little late for that now. Angela looks like she wants to get out of here before she has to listen to any more of this, but I'm not quite done yet. Are you seriously saying that you were willing to smother Robin with a pillow to protect your friends? I ask. Because if you are, then I have to tell you that that's not normal behaviour. I mean, I love my friends, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't kill for them. Then that's where you and I differ, Jane says defiantly. Because I will kill for my friends, and I've done it twice now. Wait, what? You heard me. I've killed twice for my friends. Who else have you killed besides Robin? Angela asks as I hold my breath. And then she tells us the truth. The shocking truth. The one that lets me know that I have spent these last few weeks stressing about something that I didn't actually do. I didn't kill Joel that night on the cliff top, after all. Jane did.
Chapter 32. Jane. I've spent a lot of time thinking back over the events of that fateful night in Portugal, so it's really not difficult for me to recount the story of what actually happened to my friends now. Angela and Maya are giving me their full attention, something that's not always been on offer during the course of our friendships. But it's nice to see that they have stopped fussing about whatever might be going on in their worlds for a moment to find out more about what has been going on in mine. Like all good stories must, I begin in one place. The beginning. I was so excited to be going on my hen do. I say, a smile curling at the edges of my lips, as I recall how I felt about the fact that I could be the reason for such an event to take place. Everything I had ever wanted to happen was finally happening. I was in love. I was getting married, and I had friends to share it with. For the first time in my life, I was genuinely happy. But a part of me couldn't escape the truth either. My smile fades almost as quickly as it appeared. It was the truth that told me that while I loved my fiancé, I knew he wasn't perfect. He had deceived his last partner, and I knew that always meant there was a chance he could deceive me too. Along with that, there was the truth I knew that despite having 2 friends to come with me on my hen do, neither of them particularly wanted to be there, and they were only really going out of sympathy rather than any real sense of loyalty and love for me. Angela tries to deny that, but Maya doesn't even bother anymore, and that's okay because I actually appreciate her finally being honest with me. Anyway, I did my best to put all of that to the back of my mind and look forward to having a fun weekend in Portugal with you guys. I figured that while I might have liked you both a whole lot more than you liked me, I could use the trip to show you how much of a great friend I really could be. I planned to do that by just being the best version of myself, chatty, funny, up for fun. You two always made being that way look so easy. So I presumed I could manage it too. But it was harder than I thought. I shake my head, as if I was silly to ever think I could just pretend to be as cool and composed as the 2 women listening to me right now. I tried, but I'm just not like you two. I can't drink as much, I can't brush off minor irritations as easily, and I certainly can't flirt with a bunch of guys on a stag do as breezily as you guys can. Angela tries to speak again, but I hold up my hand to let her know that she isn't to interrupt me now until I have finished. But I was willing to keep trying because I was so desperate to be your friend. I still am. But I realised then that I was never going to win you both over by trying to be louder than you or funnier or crazier after a couple of glasses of wine. I knew I was going to have to prove my worth to you some other way. I just didn't know what that way would be. Until it happened. Both women know better now than to ask any more questions, so they just wait for me to continue. That night we were in the Blue Lagoon bar. I was trying so hard to keep up with you guys. The drinking, the dancing, the flirting with the stag group. But I just wasn't feeling it. My head was pounding from the music and the cheap sangria, my feet were killing me in my heels, and all I wanted to do was find somewhere quiet so that I could call Mark and hear his voice to remind me that he loved me. That's why I wanted to leave. And that's when you, Angela, offered to walk back with me to the hotel. Sure, I was feigning being a little drunker than I was, but it was still kind of you to offer. But I didn't expect you to want to leave, Maya. You seemed like you were having way too much fun to call it a night. And so it proved. Angela and I left, and you stayed to carry on the party with the stag group. The walk back to the hotel was fairly uneventful, save from slightly embarrassing myself by being a little too honest with Angela during the journey, so I brush over that until I'm at the part of the story where I'm back in my hotel room by myself. I tried calling Mark a few times to let him know that I was okay, and to check in with what he was doing while I was away, I tell them, but he wasn't picking up his phone, nor was he replying to my text messages. I knew it was late back home, so he could have been asleep, but I was still hoping to hear his voice before I got into my own bed. But it wasn't to be, so I knew I'd struggle to sleep. And that was why I ended up leaving my hotel room again to go for a little walk. "You left the hotel?" Angela asks, no doubt surprised because as far as she knew, she had safely deposited me in my room, and I was only minutes away from passing out on my bed. "Yeah. I went out one of the side exits and thought the fresh air might help me sober up quicker. Plus, I needed to take my mind off all my paranoid thoughts about why Mark wasn't answering my calls, and whether or not he was actually sleeping by himself while I was away. My plan was to just go around the outside of the hotel, but I kept walking once I was out there, and before I knew it, I was wandering along the cliff top, not far from the bar we had left, with the sounds of the waves crashing on the rocks far below me. The memory of that dark night and the salty sea air is still very strong, and it's no surprise that I can recall it so vividly, particularly considering what happened next. But then I heard another sound above the waves. At first I had no idea what it was or where it was coming from, but then I realised it was the sound of somebody trying to get my attention. They were calling for help. And when I eventually spotted them, I saw why. It was Joel. He was sitting just below the edge of the cliff on a rocky verge, and he was holding his ankle. He told me it was broken before he asked me to try and help him get back up. I can see the horror on Maya's face as she processes this information. The man she thought she had sent over the edge of the cliff to his doom had actually landed on a ledge just below her, and while he had been injured, he had still been very much alive at that point. I think we were both shocked to see one another, and I asked Joel what had happened to him. He told me that you had pushed him over, Maya, and that he had no idea why it had happened. Then he said you were crazy and he wasn't going to let you get away with it. But before he could do anything about it, he needed me to help pull him back up. I wanted to know why you might have pushed him, of course, but he didn't tell me. He just said you were drunk and acting insane, and you could have killed him. But I knew there had to be more to it than that. I knew you wouldn't have just pushed a man over a cliff without having a good reason to. So I figured he must have done something to you. Something bad. And that's when I saw my opportunity to finally be the best friend that I could be to you. I recall how Joel was able to get himself to his feet, even though he was severely limping on one leg, before he put his arms up towards me and asked if I could try and help him get up. At first I made out like I was going to provide assistance. But once I had hold of his hands, I knew what I was really going to do. I pushed him backwards as hard as I could, and this time there was no doubt that he was going to fall all the way down to the sea, I say, as I picture the image of his frightened face when he realised I was killing him. I actually heard him hit the water. Or maybe it was the rocks. Whatever it was, I knew he was gone then. After that, I went back to the hotel and went to bed, figuring that I'd done you a favour, Maya, by finishing whatever it was you had started. Finishing it, she cries as she finds her voice for the first time in a while. You let me think that I was the one who had killed him, but really it was you. All this time I've been stressing out about the police coming for me, and it was you who killed Joel. Don't you see that you would have got in trouble if I had helped Joel get back up? He was furious with you, and who knows what he would have done. He might have gone to the police and told them that you tried to kill him, or he might have gone straight for you to attack you. I had to do something. I was looking out for you. I was being a friend. A friend? You're delusional. Maya now looks like she is the one who is most likely to leave first, replacing Angela in pole position in that race for the door. But I don't see why they are both so keen to get away from me. Haven't I just proven how I'm willing to do anything for them? How many friends can they truly say that about? Look, I know this is all coming as a shock to you both, I say, trying to calm them down. What has happened with Joel and Robin is unfortunate, but I want you to think about what would have happened to the pair of you if I hadn't acted on your behalf. When you do, I think you'll find that I have done you both a massive favour, and in time you will come to thank me for being the best friend either of you could have ever wished for. I can almost convince myself that what I have just said is true, but I can see that it is going to take some time for Angela and Maya to come around to that way of thinking. But that's okay. They can have time. There's still over a week to go until my wedding. As long as they are back to being my friend by that day, then everything will be okay. I'll have my bridesmaids, and I'll get to marry my man. My blissfully ignorant, cheating rat of a man, who still doesn't know that I found out about his affair.
Chapter 33. Angela. Today's the day. The confetti is ready to be sprinkled, the guests are waiting patiently in their seats beside the aisle, and the bride is preparing to make her big walk. But before she does that, the bridesmaids are to take their turn, and I glance at the woman beside me to make sure that she is ready to go when I am. Maya looks back at me with that nervous, unsure expression that has become her dominant look over this past week, before I give her a nod to let her know that we just need to get this over with, and then things will get easier from here. It's a good job both of us applied fake tan to our skin last night in the hotel, because before that,
We had just looked like two pale ghosts floating through this world with worry and regret etched all over their faces. But that's just what happens when you make mistakes, learn horrible truths, and have to deal with the fact that one of your friends is a murderer who actually took pride in committing her crimes. It's been over a week since Jane told the two of us what really happened to Joel in Portugal, as well as enlightening us about the fact that she was in the room with Robin when he died too. Since then, Maya and I have wrestled with that information, our emotions swinging wildly from anger to fear and all sorts of other horrible feelings in between. We've tried denying the truth, as well as bargaining with it, before we have landed on our current state, which is to accept it, or at least try and ignore it until our duties at this wedding are over and done with. Neither of us want to be here today, and I think we could be excused for that because who would want to be at a wedding like this? Not only is the bride crazy, but the groom is a serial adulterer who is most likely going to treat his impending vows about as seriously as my children treat our house just after I finish tidying it. But both of us are also anxious about how Jane might react if we weren't here to be her bridesmaids on her big day. I mean, she says she is our friend and has clearly proven that she is willing to do anything for us. But what would happen if we stopped seeing her? We know how she treats her friends, and we also know how she treats her enemies. Therefore, we know which side it is better for us to be on. "Okay, we're all set," comes the call from the event planner in charge of ensuring this day goes off without a hitch. That means it's time to leave this quiet room at the back of the venue and enter the larger room on the other side of this door, where the groom is waiting for his bride to appear. But just before we do that, the bride herself has a few words to say, and she puts her arms around both Maya and me before we can go. "This is going to be the best day ever," she tells us both with a wide smile. "Thank you so much for being a part of it, and I can't wait to have the best time with you girls once I am officially Mrs. Lee." With that, she wishes us good luck with our duties before leaving us alone again to focus on the task at hand. I have to give it to Jane. Despite what she has done in her past, and despite the fact that she still knows her husband-to-be has been cheating on her, a fact she still hasn't revealed to him, she looks positively radiant. Her dress is stunning, her makeup is immaculate, and her hair is flowing and gorgeous. Quite how she is able to put on such a brave face despite the utter mess that is her life is beyond me. But I'm sure there would be a clinical psychiatrist out there who could explain it in more technical terms were they ever to have the opportunity to study and diagnose her. Is she delusional, narcissistic, psychotic? She's certainly dangerous, deranged, and dead set on having the life she covets rather than the life she deserves. But I have my own life to think about, and that's why I haven't cut ties with Jane yet. Or let her know that I am actually terrified of being around her from now on. I have a husband and children and other family members and friends, and I want all of them to be safe. I don't think Jane would ever hurt them if I told her I didn't want to be her friend anymore. But then again, I didn't think she could push a man off a cliff in cold blood and watch another man choke to death right in front of her either. Who knows how she would react if Maya and I tried to stay away from her? We would have ruined her wedding day if we had refused to be bridesmaids, and I can't imagine she would have taken that very well. So here we are, the pathetic pair of us in our pretty dresses, walking forward now through the open doorway and beginning to pass by the other guests at this wedding. There are far more people on the groom's side than on the bride's, which isn't surprising, and I feel all of their eyes on me as I move down the aisle towards the front. I glance across at Maya beside me as we walk and see that she is staring straight ahead, not giving anything away as regards to her inner thoughts and feelings, and that's the way I will try to be too. But then I catch sight of the man at the end of the aisle, and it's hard not to feel my stomach churning as I wonder what Jane might have in store for the man who has already broken her heart. Mark looks handsome in his suit, and he gives us bridesmaids a smile as we get nearer to him, but neither one of us smiles back. Not just because we don't like him for what he has done, but because we are both afraid that the worst might yet be to come. If Jane was willing to kill Joel and Robin for our sakes, what might she be willing to do to Mark for her own? She has repeatedly assured me that she is going to try her best to forgive him and focus on their future together once they are married, and I can only hope that is the case, for everybody's sake. Maya and I reach our positions at the front and turn back to witness the bride making her big entrance. There are several gasps and a few tears shed when Jane does come into view, and as she makes her way down the aisle, her wonderful white dress flowing out behind her, I try to pretend like this is just another normal wedding for one of my dearest friends. Forget about all the deaths, secrets and lies. I'll try to focus on the canapes, the champagne and the cutting of the cake that is to come. Yeah, right. Jane reaches her groom, and they stare into each other's eyes as they are guided through their vows. Each of them delivers their respective lines confidently and clearly, and before they know it, they are kissing as husband and wife. The confetti is tossed over the happy couple as they make their way out of the room, and Maya and I follow them, neither of us having said a word to the other yet, but both very much looking forward to a big chunk of this day, now being over. The wedding breakfast is a little easier to negotiate, mainly due to the fact that we can keep more of a distance from the bride and groom now, as we're on a different table to them, so we don't have to be tormented by seeing their smiling faces every few seconds. By the time the evening guests begin to arrive, I'm feeling marginally better about things, although I suspect that has more to do with the table wine that I was helping myself to during the meal, rather than anything else. But it is easier to navigate through the evening as the dance floor gets busy, and the whole event moves towards its conclusion. I watch Jane and Mark dancing together, and also notice Mark dancing with a few other females at this party, although he's not stupid enough to do anything with any of them with his new wife in the room. He even asks Maya and me if we would like to dance, but we just politely decline, choosing good manners over the truth, which is that he makes our skin crawl, although not quite as much as his wife does. It's been a hell of a long day, and all I want to do is go home and hide under my duvet. But just before I can do that, the guests gather outside the venue to watch the happy couple leave to go on their honeymoon. Their taxi is waiting, and the driver will be taking them straight to the airport, where they will be boarding a flight to the Maldives for a 2-week vacation that sounds like the stuff dreams are made of. Scuba diving, sunbathing, fancy food in 5-star restaurants. What better way to start married life? Mark shakes lots of hands and receives plenty of hugs as he makes his way to the taxi, and I have the feeling I'm going to have to get through one more awkward exchange with Jane before she departs as well. I'm right about that because she approaches her bridesmaids to give us both a hug and thank us for coming. Maya says very little in return, but I force myself into offering something that might convince Jane we're not as distressed as we really are. So I tell the bride that it has been a lovely day and that I wish her all the best on her honeymoon. Jane thanks me for that and says she can't wait to get on that plane, but then she says something that means I won't be getting any sleep tonight when I do finally make it back to my bed. It's just a shame I'll be coming back on my own, she says with a shrug of her shoulders, her voice only loud enough for her 2 bridesmaids to have heard what she just said. Excuse me? I say, feeling the knot of dread beginning to devour my stomach again, as I stare at a woman who is easily the most dangerous person I have ever come across in my, admittedly very sheltered life. You didn't think I was going to let Mark get away with what he has done to me, did you? Jane replies with a smirk, her makeup still looking as perfect as when it was applied this morning. Oh no, I just needed to marry him and make it official. That way, I'll get everything he owns when he's dead, and believe me, that will be sooner rather than later. Yes, I'll get his savings, his insurance payouts, his investments. They'll all go over into my name. And it's nothing more than a loyal wife deserves, right? Maya and I stare at the beaming bride in horror as we listen to her plan, but she offers us one more detail before she goes. We've got a diving trip booked for the second week of the holiday, and I'm thinking that might be a good time for Mark to have a little accident with his equipment and drown, leaving me as the distraught wife who lost her husband during their holiday in paradise. What do you think? You can't do that, I say, before realizing they are not the right words because Jane is clearly someone who can do whatever she wants to do. I mean, you shouldn't do that. You don't have to hurt him. Just divorce him in a few weeks. You'll still get the money, but you won't have to be a murderer. It's a little bit late for that, isn't it? Jane replies, before she blows us both a kiss and turns to go and join her husband by the taxi. I stand beside Maya as we watch the happy couple waving to all their celebrating guests before they get inside the vehicle and close the doors. Then the taxi drives away, the driver beeping his horn and the couple are on the back seat waving wildly through the windows as they depart. But Maya and I aren't waving or cheering or doing anything that might suggest we are having as much fun as everybody else around us. We're just trying to figure out how we could have ever become friends with such a dangerous woman. But that's what we are. We're friends. So that's why we're not going to tell anyone what we just learned. Because friends can be trusted. They are loyal to each other even in the toughest of times. And most importantly of all, if they have a secret, they make sure that they tell no one.
You've been listening to We Tell No One by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Deirdre Whelan, Francesca Waite and Jennifer Ness. Published by Quest, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2022 Daniel Hurst. This recording is copyrighted 2022 W.F. Howes Limited. You've been listening to We Tell No One by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Deirdre Whelan, Francesca Waite and Jennifer Ness. Published by Clipper Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2022 Daniel Hurst. This recording is copyrighted 2022 W.F. Howes Limited.